Dinner was over. Chuang and Lorna sat quietly, savoring the calm after their meal. From the shadows, a figure emerged. It was John. He stepped forward with measured caution, making his way toward the two. Just as he approached the old, abandoned building, he caught sight of Chuang pulling out two elegant, bite-sized cakes from his bag. He handed one to Lorna and took the other for himself, popping it into his mouth. John paused, momentarily speechless. Cake for dessert? Really? He cleared his throat. Ahem. Sorry to keep you waiting. Lorna and Chuang turned to him as he continued. My identity's a bit sensitive, so I had to make sure everything was clear before approaching. I know this isn't the first time Dan and I have met, but let me properly introduce myself. I'm John, but you can call me Thunderbird. Chuang quickly swallowed his cake and responded with a nod. Nice to meet you. I'm Chuang, and this is Polaris. Lorna interrupted smoothly. Chuang blinked. Wait, since when? I thought you were going with which? Very edgy, very cool. I never agreed to that, she replied, rolling her eyes. I looked at better options. Polaris sounds a lot more graceful. After the brief introductions, John turned to Lorna, his tone serious. I've heard what happened. You did the right thing saving that child. But you've also seen the backlash. Humans still misunderstand us mutants deeply. Acts of kindness can lead to unintended consequences. Lorna's face darkened. Even so, I don't regret what I did. But what about my aunt? Where's she now? John sighed. Because of the incident, Sentry Secret Service agents took your aunt in for questioning. She's being interrogated, but don't worry. She's a law-abiding citizen. They won't harm her. They're just following protocol. Lorna clenched her fists. She's not in good health. They knew that. They did it on purpose. I have to go back now. Lorna, stop. John said firmly. It's a trap. They've surrounded her house. The moment you return, they'll pounce. You'll be captured before you even step inside. I'm not afraid of them, Lorna snapped. Let them come. Her confidence wasn't misplaced. With her ability to manipulate metal, guns were useless against her. Had she not been holding back, her pursuers would have been long dealt with. John stepped in with a warning. I know how powerful you are, Ivan told me. But the Sentry Secret Service has something built specifically for mutants. It's called the Sentinel, a special weapon made from non-metal materials. Your powers won't work on it. Lorna's eyes widened in alarm. Chuang furrowed his brow. Wait, Sentinel? Are you talking about the silver robot that can copy mutant abilities and switch them at will? I've seen that in movies. It's terrifying. Even Magneto would struggle against something like that. John looked confused. What? No, the one I saw looked more like a spider. Incredibly fast and strong. Once it locks onto you, escape is nearly impossible. The one you're describing sounds like a nightmare. I really hope it doesn't exist. Chuang shrugged. I'm just saying, it might not exist yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if someone's working on it. Lorna turned to him, hopeful. So, do you think I should go back? Chuang shook his head. No, John's right. Whether it's a weak version or a terrifying one, the fact remains, it's a trap. Walking into it would be suicide. But I can't just let my aunt suffer. Lorna protested. Chuang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Don't worry. I've got this. John looked at him with growing curiosity. He still wasn't sure if Chuang was a mutant or an ordinary human. But seeing Lorna place her trust in him gave John enough reason to believe he was on their side. Still, he cautioned, the Sentry Secret Service doesn't play fair. If they've set their sights on you, they won't give up easily. Chuang gave him a calm, confident smile. That's fine. You guys have superpowers. How about the next best thing, money? Money, John echoed, puzzled. Without elaborating, Chuang pulled out his phone and made a call. Hey, Fudge? Yeah, it's me. Got a big case for you and Lawyer Ma. Ever heard of the Sentry Secret Service? They're detaining someone without cause. I want you to sue them. For what? I don't know. How about psychological trauma from Agent Turner's bald head? He paused, then added playfully, oh, and ask Lawyer Ma if he ever found his runaway mistress. Hanging up, Chuang turned to them with a satisfied grin. Done. My lawyer says your aunt will be released soon. And if the Sentry Secret Service refuses, we'll sue them get the media involved, and spin a whole campaign around it. Mutant Lives Matter or something like that. John. Lorna, as the old saying goes, money talks. Especially in a capitalist country like this one, USD was often more powerful than fists, claws, or even mutant powers. And where mutants like Lorna and John found themselves shackled by political pressure and institutional hostility, Chuang simply solved problems with a phone call and a smile. John watched him, hesitant, studying that smug, capitalist expression on Chuang's face. As much as it pained him to admit, it worked. Chuang had bypassed bureaucracy, dodged the Sentry Secret Service's noose, and gotten results in minutes. Mutants had powers. Chuang had money, and somehow, the latter was scarier. Thanks, Lorna muttered, her voice quieter than usual. I owe you. Again, now that her aunt was safe. Thanks to Chuang's lawyer army. Lorna's tense demeanor melted, and her usual cool returned. Still, there was a glint of genuine gratitude in her eyes as she glanced at him. Chuang brushed it off. Don't mention it. Just doing my part. Of course, what he didn't say was that he needed Lorna focused, reliable, and under his roof. The last thing he wanted was for his most valuable house guest to spiral over a family crisis. But then his gaze shifted toward John. By the way, he said with a slight smirk, how did you know her aunt was taken? We didn't even know until just now. That made Lorna pause. That's right. How did John know? Her heart tensed again. The pieces didn't add up. She hadn't told anyone, not even Chuang. Her eyes narrowed toward John, suspicion mounting. John stiffened at the sudden shift in mood, but recovered quickly. It's not what you think. I've been looking for you, Lorna. Or Dan. I track your last known address. I was hoping to offer help, and that's how I stumbled across what happened to your aunt. Track me. Lorna frowned. Ow. Our group has people skilled in that kind of work. John kept it vague. Details about his underground network weren't for public consumption. Chuang, skilled at reading people, noticed John wasn't lying, but he was definitely omitting something. It didn't take a genius to know there were deeper motives here. But before Chuang could press him, John stepped forward with something that felt rehearsed, practiced. Dan, he said, voice firm, you saved a child. You put yourself at risk for others. That's what we fight for. That's what our underground mutant network needs. People like you. He paused, letting the moment settle. You're strong and brave. We need your strength. We want to join us. Chuang immediately frowned. What the hell? Recruiting right in front of me? He reached for his holster on instinct, but Lorna raised a hand. Sorry, she said flatly. I've already said I'm not joining. John blinked. But I have a new home now. She glanced toward Chuang. I'm not interested in leaving. She'd once considered John's offer, back when she was alone, scared and desperate. But now she had some semblance of stability, even if the man behind it was an eccentric capitalist with weird snacks and a terrible sleep schedule. John's expression dimmed, but he nodded. I understand. But there's something you need to hear. Something important. You might change your mind. He glanced at Chuang. The message was clear. Chuang raised his hands innocently. All right. I'll give you two a moment. As he strolled a few steps away, he called over his shoulder, not interested in gossip anyway. John squinted. That line sounded way too familiar. Once Chuang had turned his back, John relaxed slightly. No anyone could eavesdrop from that distance. Unless they had super hearing, of course. He leaned in. Dan, remember what I said about Ivan? Lorna nodded. Yeah, you said she asked you to find me. What about it? John took a deep breath. It wasn't really Ivan who sent me. It was the X-Men. What? Lorna blinked. From across the lot, Chuang suddenly exclaimed, F***K. John froze, startled. Was he listening in? Chuang turned around sheepishly, holding up his phone. Forgot to order drinks. John exhaled slowly. Close call. Lorna, on the other hand, looked unimpressed. The X-Men? Come on. That's a fairy tale. To most mutants, the X-Men were just that. Legend. A whispered name in alleyways and back channels. A phantom rebellion. A myth passed down like bedtime stories to give hope. But no one had ever seen them. No one had proof. They're real, John said firmly. Ivan told me everything. She didn't just pick me to lead the underground. The X-Men did. It was their idea. Ivan was just a messenger. Lorna raised an eyebrow. So let me get this straight. The legendary X-Men, the ones no one has ever seen, decided to make you their chosen one? Sounds like Chuang telling kids Ultraman picked him to be the light. John flushed slightly. I'm serious. Sure, Lorna said, unconvinced. And next you'll tell me there's a mutant Hogwarts too. She didn't buy it. If an organization like the X-Men really existed, powerful mutants, respected by humans, running a school in America, they'd be wiped out by the government in seconds. To her, the whole idea sounded more fictional than superheroes in tights. John didn't argue. He could see she wasn't ready to believe. Not yet. But he also knew the truth wouldn't stay hidden forever.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Knowing that Lorna wouldn't believe it easily, John tried to explain, I know it sounds unbelievable, but the X-Men are real. Lorna crossed her arms and asked, if according to what you said, the X-Men are real, why haven't they appeared all the time? And Ivan is needed to send a message for them. And with their ability, they want to help us. Aren't our countrymen easier to accomplish than us? These questions were so sharp that John didn't know how to answer them for a while. After all, the reality is right in front of our eyes. For so many years, mutants have been the lowest level characters in society and have suffered various unfair treatments, especially the Mutant Act. The above laws and regulations are simply aimed at the mutant group. During this period, mutants tried to organize and protest, but the results were unsatisfactory every time. The American government didn't care about their mutants' opinions at all. They didn't see the X-Men show up once in this mutant's toughest time. John could only helplessly say, maybe they have their own reasons. Lorna pouted. So you don't know either, right? Yes. Faced with Lorna's doubts, John sighed. To be honest, I don't know the authenticity of this matter, but Ivan once revealed some information to me. The emergence of the mutant underground organization is actually the X-Men's plan, in order to save more compatriots who are persecuted. I go. Chuang's exclamation came again, and John immediately turned his head to look at Chuang's position, but heard Chuang clap his palms and mutter to himself, what a big mosquito. The corners of John's mouth twitched slightly. This startle was meant to scare Deadman. If that's the case, why didn't Ivan come to me in person? Lorna asked. She has more important things to do. John smiled bitterly. You should be very aware of how bad our situation is now. In places we don't know, there are still many innocent mutants who have become victims of the latest Mutant Act. Some mutants are not as lucky as you to escape capture by Sentry Service. Lorna frowned. What happened to them? Very bad. John shook his head. His face was a little ugly. The Sentry Service put flea collars around their necks, preventing them from using their mutant ability, and then put them in ordinary prisons, staying with the real criminals. You may not know that mutants suffers from more discrimination inside the prison than outside, both from the prisoners and from the guards. Just listening to John's narration, Luna could feel the despair of those mutants. In America's prisons, discrimination is a very normal phenomenon. Discrimination against blood, skin color, homosexuality. However, mutant is different, because the criminals in ordinary prisons have one thing in common. That is, they are all human beings. In prison, those mutants who are imprisoned innocently will be left alone. Even if they unite, what they have to face is the criminals in the entire prison. Mutants who cannot use mutant abilities are basically similar to ordinary people. How could they be opponents of a group of vicious criminals? How depressing and hopeless it would be in such an environment. Thinking of how he was almost arrested by the Sentry Service, Lorna felt chills all over his body. At that time, if Chuang hadn't saved herself, I'm afraid she would have stayed in prison, right? It is for this reason that Ivan is forming branches of the Mutant Underground organization in various cities. We want to save more compatriots who are persecuted by the Mutant Act and provide them with safe housing so that they can live in this land. John still didn't give up the idea of persuading Lorna. He said with a serious expression, "I have served in the army, and I know some things better than you. Now the situation is different, and Mutant's situation will only become more and more difficult. Maybe someday in the future, the government will take certain measures against us, and then we will have no way to resist. So, we must prepare in advance, and the Mutant Underground organization will be our last bastion of survival. But we are not enough. Dan, we need you." Lorna was silent for a few seconds and asked, "Why do you have to find me? Can't you find someone else?" John confessed, "Because your ability is stronger than ours in 867. The Sentry Secret Service will never allow us to exist. We need more mutants with strong abilities to join in to fight against the Sentry Secret Service, and you are the best candidate. And, speaking of this," John suddenly paused, and it seems that Ping's next words are a bit difficult to say. "Cut GG out of context," Chuang muttered in a low voice. The corner of John's mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help asking Lorna, "I have a question. Can your companion hear us?" "I didn't, so don't talk nonsense." Before Lorna could reply, John heard Chuang muttering to himself, "John." Hearing that John suddenly stopped talking, Chuang simply didn't bother to continue pretending. He turned around and walked back, explaining to John, "Beforehand, I didn't eavesdrop. It's just that you guys are talking too loudly just now, so I accidentally overheard something. Really, Lorna can testify for me. She is to understand me." "Lorna?" "Yes, I know him. This guy must have eavesdropped." "Are you a mutant?" John said in a deep voice. Judging from Chuang's performance, he didn't look like an ordinary person. John naturally thought that Chuang was the same kind of person as them. "No." Chuang categorically denied that although he was injected with the same serum as Wade, his genes have not been mutated, so he is 100% human, which is beyond doubt. Seeing this, John shook his head. Due to social reasons, many mutants are unwilling to admit their identities. They try to pretend to be normal humans and blend into the mainstream society. In John's view, Chuang should also be a person who is unwilling to accept himself mutant. "It's okay, I understand you." John patted Chuang's shoulder reassuringly. Chuang looked puzzled. He felt like he had imagined something weird. However, Chuang didn't care about it and put his arms around John's shoulders, looking like two brothers. "Brother John, I seem to have heard you guys discussing X-Men just now. What a coincidence. I am very fond of X-Men Interested. Why don't we talk about it?" Interest is quite interesting, but it is not enough for Chuang to ask specifically like he is now. What really made Chuang make this decision was actually his game system. Titled Trigger. Big news can be completed. Unlocking conditions. Do X-Men really exist? And if so, why did they suddenly disappear? Is the moral degeneration or the distortion of human nature behind all this? Please investigate the truth behind the X-Men. Title obtained. Super high school level reporter. Chuang triggered this new achievement task when he eavesdropped. Oh no, accidentally overheard the conversation between Lorna and John. At that time, Chuang was stunned. After all, it was the first time he had seen such a long, unlocking condition. After seeing the last sentence, Chuang realized that this was to let him investigate the X-Men. However, Chuang still feels weird. How could a good sci-fi painting style suddenly turn into a suspenseful painting style? Should it be said that it is really worthy of the Danganronpa system? This wave does not forget the original intention. Now that the achievement task is triggered, Chuang will definitely not let it go. As for X-Men, Chuang knows a lot. He has watched every movie, even the worst ending, Dark Phoenix. The plot of the movie is still in his mind. But the thing is, the X-Men franchise has a downside. That is, the timeline is very fragmented. After reversing the future, the entire universe has undergone a restart. Both the story and the characters have undergone earth-shaking changes. It can be said that the story development of the two timelines is completely different. There is no way to make a judgment based on the known plot. Moreover, whether it is the plot of the movie version is still unknown. You know, there were two X-Men in the original Deadpool plot, but in reality, Only Lu Chuang and Wade fought against Francis and Sandstorm Angel Gina, and as the supporting roles of Colossus and Warhead, Lu Chuang connected them from beginning to end. I've never seen a shadow of him, let alone any other X-Men. Realizing that there was a big discrepancy between the reality and the plot in his memory, Lu Chuang immediately decided to start the investigation from John, the insider, to see if he could get some information. Lu, eavesdropping is not good. John had a headache, and it seems a little late to say it now. Who knows how much this guy's been eavesdropping secretly? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't eavesdrop. I just overheard something. Lu Chuang corrected John's words, and then asked, by the way, who is that Ivan you were talking about? Did you hear a little bit? This clearly means you heard everything. John's expression was stiff, and he could still trust Lorna, but he didn't know anything about Lu Chuang, a stranger before, and he didn't know what would happen if he revealed such an important secret to the other party. Lorna next to her didn't have so many scruples. She explained calmly, Ivan is a lawyer, but she is also a mutant, and she often helps Mutant with lawsuits. When I was not yet proficient in my ability, I accidentally destroyed a street lamp. It was Ivan who came forward to help me deal with it. Is she an X-Men? Lu Chuang asked. Seeing that Lorna gave out all the information, John sighed, gave up struggling, and replied, Ivan is not X-Men. She's just connected with X-Men. Lu Chuang was thoughtful. It seemed that this woman named Ivan was the key. The other party might be an important clue to know the truth about the X-Men. Then he had to find an opportunity to get in touch with her. While Lu Chuang was thinking, Lorna looked at John and said, Tell Ivan, I am very grateful for her help to me, but your organization, sorry, I still have no idea to join now. Even though John said a big deal, Lorna's attitude is still very firm. John feels helpless about this. After hearing about Lorna's misfortune, he wanted to take this opportunity to invite Lorna to join them. Otherwise, they would not have worked hard to find her. Contact details to Lorna. Unfortunately, they were cut off by Lu Chuang. John sighed secretly. He even moved out of X-Men. Lorna still didn't agree. What else could he do about it? Since you don't want to join us, then I won't say more, but I want you to help a busy. This is a personal request, very important to me. John finally said what he hadn't finished just now, with a serious expression on his face. Originally, he expected that after Lorna joined their mutant underground organization, he would take advantage of the opportunity to tell the matter, but now that no one has been invited, John can't make sure whether Lorna is willing to help him. Lorna asked in surprise, What's the matter? John looked serious. One of our companions was captured by the Sentry Secret Service and imprisoned. Her name is Clarice, and I need your ability to rescue her. Title Trigger. Prison Break Achievable. Unlock Condition. Rescue Clarice Ferguson, a member of the Mutant Underground Organization. 0 out of 1. Title. Super High School Architect. Lu Chuang, who was still thinking, was suddenly stunned. What situation triggered a new achievement? In a short period of time, 2 achievement tasks were triggered consecutively. This is something Lu Chuang has never encountered. After such a long period of exploration, Lu Chuang has summed up some experience in the trigger mechanism of the game system. When he encounters certain important events or characters, the game system will more easily trigger new achievement tasks, and the unlocking conditions are necessarily related to related events or characters, which is very consistent with the settings in the original game. Now it seems that the X-Men and John should trigger the new achievement task respectively. After being surprised, Lu Chuang felt ecstasy in his heart. For him, the more missions to accomplish, the better. Only in this way can he have the opportunity to unlock more super high school level talents. However, Lu Chuang remained calm on the surface, and he was not in a hurry to agree to John's request for Lorna. Hearing John's request, Lorna frowned and said, You want me to help you break the prison? Not to mention the crime of robbing a prison. The difficulty of robbing a prison is definitely not low. Even if Lorna has never seen it, she knows that the prison must be heavily guarded, especially those prisons where mutants are held. There's a high probability that they will encounter agents from the Sentry Secret Service. By doing so, they will undoubtedly put themselves in huge amounts of danger among. John saw what Lorna was thinking and explained, Don't worry, We didn't plan to break into the prison directly. According to our intelligence, our companion was locked in a cell in the headquarters of the Sentry Secret Service area. But she quickly will be transferred to a prison by Sentry Secret Service, so our plan is to rescue our companions during the transfer. Lorna has some hesitation. In any case, this is an attack on Sentry Secret Service, and the risks are no less. Forced by the danger that his companion was about to face, John ignored Chuang, who was present, and said sincerely to Lorna, "I know this is dangerous, but we have no other way. We need your strength." Facing John's request, Lorna got into a tangle. As a mutant, Lorna is willing to help John and the others in her heart. If Lorna could stand on the sidelines, she would not have rescued the mutant child. But it was also that incident that made Lorna have some scruples. If she chooses to help John, she will inevitably provoke the Sentry Secret Service again, which may bring some unnecessary troubles. Although Lorna wanted to help, she didn't want to see her life being affected again, and she didn't want to implicate Chuang around her because of this incident, just like her aunt. Sensing Lorna's strangeness, Chuang knew it was time to play, and cleared his throat. "Brother John, have you forgotten me?" "What?" Chuang stared into John's eyes and said seriously, "Is it just the huge power hidden in the body?" "John, sorry, I really don't feel it. You found the wrong person. I'm better at robbing prisons than she is," Chuang said confidently. John looked at Chuang, and because he had been paying attention to Lorna, he almost ignored Chuang. Now John has determined that Chuang is a mutant, but he still can't confirm what Chuang's variant ability is. Although Chuang has shown that his hearing is beyond ordinary people, John feels that Chuang's variant ability is not necessarily this. Just like him, not only has superhuman hearing ability, but also has super perception and a steel-like body. Considering that he was in urgent need of help, John asked, "May I ask, what is your ability?" "Camouflage." Chuang smiled mysteriously. After the words fell, his body suddenly changed. Under the astonished eyes of John and Lorna, Chuang transformed into a tall man wearing military boots, which was exactly the same as John. Lorna opened her mouth slightly. She looked at Chuang and then at John, but she couldn't find the difference between the two. Even the distribution of beards was exactly the same. Even twins couldn't be so similar. This guy actually has this kind of ability? Chuang has never shown his camouflage in front of others, so it is the first time for Lorna to see such a magical camouflage of Chuang. Even John was taken aback. Standing in front of Chuang, he felt as if he was looking in a mirror. This feeling was very weird. "How about it? Isn't it great?" Chuang said. His voice was exactly the same as John's. John nodded subconsciously and had to admit that Chuang's ability was indeed very powerful. Even he himself couldn't see anything wrong with Chuang's disguise, let alone other people. John couldn't help thinking that if Chuang returned to the mutant underground organization with this image, even his closest girlfriend would probably not find out that John in front of him was fake. Thinking of this, John suddenly felt his head was a little green and quickly asked, "Can you change into other images?" "Definitely." Chuang was thinking about what image he wanted to become, and the light naturally fell on Lorna. "Change into someone else. Don't become me." Lorna felt a chill. Seeing Chuang become someone else is okay, but changing into her is definitely unacceptable. Anyone who sees a person who looks exactly the same standing in front of myself, I will inevitably feel uncomfortable in my heart. Chuang curled his lips bored, and then changed into the image of Phil Coulson. Even the hairline is imitated vividly. But after a few seconds, Chuang changed back to his own appearance. He was afraid that if he disguised himself as Phil Coulson for a long time, his hairline would become so outstanding. Who knows if the hairline can be repaired through self-healing? This kind of thing is better to be on the safe side. However, John had already seen Chuang's ability, and his heart was filled with excitement. John, who used to be a soldier, knows how terrifying this ability is. He can perfectly disguise himself as anyone, which means that Chuang can easily lurk beside anyone without being discovered. With such ability, Chuang does have a chance to rescue his companion. John quickly realized that he suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Chuang with fiery eyes. "Are you willing to help us?" "I don't want to." Chuang shook his head decisively. "John." Chuang looked serious. "Rescue your companion. I have to face the Sentry Secret Service. You know how dangerous they are. If the Sentry Secret Service finds out, even I may be arrested and thrown into prison." John knew it was not so easy and sighed. "I know this matter has nothing to do with you, but Clarice is my companion. I can't give up on her. If you are willing to help me, I owe you a favor. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me." "I think you've misunderstood." Chuang solemnly raised his index finger and thumb, making a gesture that all human beings understand. "I mean money." John, looking at Chuang's gesture of rubbing his two fingers nonstop, John was stunned. He thought Chuang was worried about the troubles of Sentry's Secret Service, but he was really caught off guard by such a sudden reversal. However, Chuang's words made John see hope, as long as he didn't directly refuse. John asked, "How much do you want?" "For the sake of reminding Lorna, let me give you a friendly price, 1 million USD. Chuang shook his head and raised a finger, with an expression of "your blood, making me a blood loss." "Many, how many?" John suspected that he had heard it wrong. It was not until Chuang repeated it patiently that he was sure that it was not his auditory hallucinations, but Chuang's vision problems. He said bitterly, "You see, I seem to have, does it look like 1 million USD? Seeing that John was wearing a vest on his upper body, his two solid arms were exposed, and his lower body was wearing a pair of worn-out cheap trousers, Chuang shook his head. "It really doesn't look like it. It looks like it's only 100 USD. "John, although you're telling the truth, can't you be more tactful?" John showed a look of embarrassment and said with some lack of confidence, "Can you have a little less? I don't have so much money." "Then how much can you take out?" "About 10,000 US. Chuang raised his eyebrows slightly and questioned, "You are the leader of the Mutant underground organization. Why are you so poor, and what is the activity fund of your organization?" John explained with a frowning face, "Our organization doesn't have much money available because we don't have a sustainable source of income. Usually we rely on some rich people who are friendly to Mutant for relief. In return, we help them do some legal work. Things with this kind of money, we can barely maintain the operation of the organization." After Ivan formed the Mutant Underground organization, he threw the stall directly to John and did not provide much material help if John hadn't passed his comrades. Found the relief of some rich people, their organization has long since collapsed. Even so, their Mutant Underground organization still doesn't have much team money. Not to mention 1 million USD, even the 10,000 US John had to spend some time getting together. Chuang could tell that John wasn't lying and shook his head. "Since you have no money, then I won't make it difficult for you. Let 10,000 US be 10,000 US. Thank you very much. For the rest of the money, you give me an IOU, and it will be calculated according to the bank's interest." 11. John swallowed the words of thanks in an instant. He didn't expect that there would be such an operation as an IOU. John couldn't help looking at Lorna. He wanted to change back to Lorna. There was no other meaning. He thought Lorna was more reliable. Definitely not, because he had no money. It's just that Lorna was a little moved by Chuang's words just now. For the sake of reminding Lorna, she lowered her head and counted the ants, pretending not to see John's gaze. Girls are just so fickle sometimes. Seeing that Lorna couldn't go this way, John gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, no problem. Fresh enough, worthy of being a leader." After seeing John agreeing, Chuang said cheerfully, "I've accepted your commission, but I didn't bring a pen and paper with me when I went out. We'll make up for the IOU later. First, tell me about your companions, and what's your plan?" "Anyway, Chuang is finally willing to help himself," John said seriously. "We have already obtained some information. Clarice will be transferred 2 days later, and there will be a team from the Sentry Secret Service as an escort team to transfer by truck Clarice. So, our plan is to intercept the convoy and the truck during Clarice's transfer and get Clarice before Sentry Secret Service responds." "I see. "So how are you going to intercept that truck?" Chuang asked with a serious expression, as if he was a professional. The money was not wasted. Anyway, John has already been fooled by Chuang's acting skills, and he can't help but feel that Chuang doesn't seem to be unreliable on the outside. Actually, we haven't thought of a solution to this problem yet. Our plan is to intercept the truck without causing the Sentry Secret Service to find out and try to avoid a head-on conflict with the Sentry Secret Service. But my companions, none of the abilities can do that. Having said that, John glanced at Lorna. Chuang suddenly realized, no wonder John kept saying that he needed Lorna's help. This task is indeed very suitable for Lorna. For Lorna, who has the ability to control metal, is not difficult to stop a truck. Lorna also understood this point. Instead of counting ants with her head down, she raised her head and said indifferently, "Leave the task of intercepting the truck to me." Now that Chuang agrees to help John, she has nothing to worry about. "Then I'll trouble you." John's eyes lit up, and it's great that Lorna is willing to help. And the most important thing is that the other party doesn't need to spend money. With the participation of Chuang and Lorna, John was more confident about the next rescue operation and took the initiative to briefly describe his arrangement. After hearing that, Chuang felt that there was no problem, so he made an appointment with John to start the operation 2 days later. Before leaving, Chuang did not forget about the IOU. Since it was difficult to buy pens and paper around this time, Chuang led John with a dazed face to the corner and prevented Lorna from following. Grief and indignation left. Ignoring Lorna's strange eyes, Chuang looked at the photos on his phone and nodded in satisfaction. As for the X-Men intel, Chuang was not in a hurry to investigate. He had to eat slowly and wait for him to complete another achievement task. Anyway, with these photos and his mobile phone, Chuang is not afraid of John running away. 2 days later, Chuang and Lorna came to an abandoned factory according to the agreed time. John has been waiting here for a long time. However, this time John was not alone. There were 3 figures standing beside him. Seeing the arrival of Chuang and Lorna, John immediately came over to greet them. "You are finally here. Let me introduce you. These 3 are my companions and members of the Mutant Underground organization. They will assist us this time action." The wine-red, long-haired woman standing on John's right smiled at Lorna and said, "I met Miss Dan before. Do you still remember me?" "Remember, your name is Sophia," Lorna said calmly. In front of unfamiliar people, Lorna maintains her usual high-cold image. Her gestures are full of force, and she doesn't know who she learned this pretending skill from. In order to facilitate the next action, John briefly introduced his companion. The Mexican with the beard is named Marcos, and his code name is Eclipse. Ability can absorb, store, and release solar energy. Simply put, it is a mobile light source, which sounds useless. It was the other 2 mutants that aroused Chuang's interest, especially the red-haired woman named Sophia. Her code name is Sweet Dreamer. She possesses the ability to modify other people's memory. It is a very terrifying ability. In a sense, this ability is even better than Lorna's ability Be Strong. Modifying other people's memories, isn't this equivalent to the magical skill Byatengen in Naruto? Imagine if the ability user modifies someone's memory to be his 097 slave, but the victim himself doesn't notice it at all, but thinks that his memory should be like this, and he is the ability user's slave. How can ability not make everyone feel intimidated? Who can guarantee whether your current memory is true? However, Chuang guessed that Sophia's ability should have some limitations. If Sophia can really modify other people's memories at will, John directly asked Sophia to modify the memories of the Sentry Secret Service agents, release their companions, and it's over, and there is no need for the help of himself and Lorna. As for the remaining strong black man, his ability is also quite special. He can blend into the surrounding environment to achieve an effect similar to invisibility, which is the ability that many people dream of. "Is this all you have?" Chuang asked in surprise. He found that the abilities of these mutants were all auxiliary abilities, and the only one with combat abilities was John, a big guy with steel and iron bones. You must know that the target of their attack later is the Sentry Secret Service. Regardless of the nature of this institution, the Sentry Secret Service is also a government department with armed forces, and all staff must be equipped with firearms. Even for mutants with special abilities, except for mutants with strengthening bodies like John, the bodies of other mutants are mostly similar to normal people. Even Lorna is no exception. People get shot and get hurt. If a confrontation suddenly broke out between the two sides, John and his companions would basically not be able to provide much help. John nodded helplessly. Yes, our mutant underground organization has been established for a relatively short period of time, and we haven't recruited many people yet, and we still need some members to stay behind. This is all the power we can use. I see. While Chuang was looking at John and others, the members of the mutant underground organization were also looking at Chuang. John didn't mention the 1 million USD to them, so they only knew that Chuang was John's temporary helper. Also learned the basic information of Chuang. Marcus asked curiously, I heard that your ability is shape-shifting. Can you show us? Can. Chuang shrugged indifferently. While speaking, his image suddenly changed, and he became John's appearance worth 100 USD again. My God, this is too similar. Marcus was a little shocked. Sophia and the black burly man also had surprised expressions on their faces. Chuang's disguise was so flawless. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, I'm afraid they would have thought that Chuang was really John. Even though John had already seen Chuang's camouflage technique, he couldn't help sighing at this moment. With Lu's cooperation, I believe we can definitely rescue Clarice. Chuang didn't change back and asked John like this. By the way, does the Clarice you mentioned have a title? John didn't know why he asked this question, but he still replied. Her name is Blink, and ability opens a special channel for long-distance teleportation. As long as we save her, we can use her ability to leave here immediately. It turned out to be Flickering. Chuang said that the name sounded familiar. It turned out to be one of the characters that appeared in the X-Men movie, and the actor of that movie was a well-known domestic actress at that time. So Chuang still had a deep impression of Blink of. No wonder John dared to attack the Sentry Secret Service alone with 3 assistants. As long as they save Blink, with Blink's teleportation ability, it's really not difficult for them to escape safely from the encirclement of the Sentry Secret Service. Judging from a performance of film and television works, Blink's escape ability is absolutely top-notch. She can open the space door able to teleport anywhere. Being one of the few X-Men who survived to the end is enough to explain the problem. It's also not known how the Sentry Secret Service people caught Blink. This road is the necessary route for Clarice's escort truck, and the escort convoy will arrive here soon. Then it will be up to you, Lorna, to use your ability to intercept the escort convoy. Located on the roof of the factory, John pointed to the road outside and said in a deep voice to Lorna, I see. Lorna nodded. At this moment, the door on the roof of the factory opened suddenly, and Sophia came up and saw John and Lorna arranging actions. Sophia leaned over to John. John, Marcus and the others are already in place, waiting for your instructions. Sophia is John's girlfriend, so her behavior is relatively intimate. When she talks, she almost sticks to John's body. It is a normal behavior for couples, but John in front of her said seriously, Sophia is small 3.3 sister. Please respect yourself. I'm a decent person, and your boyfriend is still watching. It is not good. Before Sophia figured out what was going on, she saw Lorna looking at herself coldly. If you're looking for John, he's over there. Sophia was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look in the direction Luo pointed. I saw another John standing on the edge of the roof. His face seemed a little green. Originally, John was on the top of the building through his hearing, eavesdropping on the surrounding situation all the time. But when he turned his head, he saw his girlfriend pounced on another person. Sophia. She really didn't mean it, and she didn't know that Chuang hadn't changed back until now. Lu, can you change back first? John said gloomily, and Sophia, who was beside him, nodded repeatedly, and now she dared not blink her eyes for fear of being distracted and mistaking her boyfriend again. What are you thinking? We are going to attack the Sentry Secret Service later on. What if they see my appearance and reveal my true identity? Chuang said with reason and evidence, and he did it out of prudence. After hearing Chuang's explanation, John felt even more uncomfortable. You are right, but the problem is that you are using my image. You are not exposed, but if something goes wrong, I will take the blame for you. At this moment, John suddenly frowned, listening attentively. After a while, John said hurriedly, "They are coming, get ready." Accompanied by John's voice, a special convoy appeared at the end of everyone's line of sight, escorted by a black armored vehicle at the front, followed by several vehicles with the logo of the Sentry Service. And in the center of the convoy was a fully enclosed truck. That's the truck that escorted Clarice. I can hear Clarice in it. John pointed to the truck and said to Lorna, "Dan 13, I'll see you next." "No," Lorna replied lightly. Waiting for the convoy to arrive at the designated location they had arranged in advance, green smoke burst out of Lorna's hands instantly. Following her control, the fixing screws of the truck tires suddenly fell off, and an entire tire wheel was detached from the vehicle body. The moving truck suddenly sparked, and the convoy stopped immediately when they noticed the movement. Immediately afterwards, I saw heavily armed Sentry Service agents coming out of the car. Among them, Chuang also saw Agent Turner, who had met once before. His bald head was extremely dazzling under the sun. "What's going on?" Agent Turner walked towards his colleague who was inspecting the car. "It should be a screw that fell off. I don't know the reason for now. We need some time to repair it." Agent Turner frowned. "Damn it, Mutant did it." This detective is a bit confused. How did you come to this conclusion? However, what he doesn't know is that Agent Turner is a human being who hates Mutant extremely, and even has a tendency to persecution paranoia. In the eyes of Agent Turner, any bad thing has something to do with Mutant anyway. "Agent Turner, I think it might just be a mechanical problem. It must be Mutant." Immediately block the scene and search the surrounding area. Clear. They started to make arrangements. Could it be that we were discovered so quickly? Sophia wondered. Even Lorna felt strange. She thought she had done enough concealment. How did the Sentry Service find out? There was a little accident. John felt a little headache when he heard the conversation below. He didn't expect that there was Agent Turner in the escort convoy. The development of this strange thing was a bit beyond his expectation. "John, they're searching the area. We have to act quickly." Marcus' voice came from the communicator in John's hand. Knowing the urgency of the situation, John didn't have time to think too much, and immediately said, "Okay, follow our plan. Let Jason go over to check the situation, and then leave it to Lou." At this time, there was a sudden electric current sound from the communicator, terminating their communication. No signal. Just when Chuang was surprised, he saw something wrong with the expressions of John and others. Sophia raised his hands and said in shock, "My ability has failed." John made a listening posture, and after trying it out, he frowned and said, "Me too. I can't hear the sound from the truck anymore." Lorna didn't speak and continued to pretend to be a master. But Chuang caught a flash of green light in her hand, and it was obvious that her ability was also affected. Chuang wondered if he had to pretend, otherwise he would look a bit out of place. John seemed to think of something and said in disbelief, "Wait, this is the ability of Pulse. How is it possible? Didn't Pulse die a long time ago?" Sophia asked in surprise. Chuang asked curiously, "Who is the Pulse you're talking about?" John quickly explained, "Pulse is our former companion. His ability can interfere with the system, shut down electronic equipment, and also interfere with the mutant's ability. The range is at least 2 blocks, but I thought Pulse was dead in the Sentry Service Placement Center during an attack." After listening to John's words, Chuang somewhat guessed how Clarice was caught. This ability is simply a natural enemy for most mutants. "You think that's why you didn't see him die, did you?" "Yes. That's simple. Your companion didn't die and became a helper of Sentry Service." Chuang quickly made a judgment based on his own experience. "Impossible. Impulse is our companion. He can't betray us." John denied it without any hesitation. He didn't think Impulse would betray them. It's not necessarily a betrayal. Your companions may have been brainwashed by the Sentry Secret Service. Chuang said that it is not surprising. Brainwashing is not a rare thing in the Marvel world. Anyone who is not cheating may be brainwashed. You're right, Bucky. John could barely accept Chuang's statement and said eagerly, if this is the case, we are in big trouble. As long as Pulse's ability is always on, our ability cannot be used. The only way now is to find Pulse and let him turn off his ability. Their original plan was to let Lorna intercept the convoy. Taking advantage of the time gap, Chuang and the black man who could be invisible sneaked into the truck where Clarice was being held and then secretly rescued Clarice. But now, the emergence of Pulse completely disrupted their 610 plan. With pulsed ability suppression, their mutant abilities cannot be used at all, except for John, a veteran who still has a little combat power. The others are almost no different from ordinary people. Including Lorna with a powerful ability, Lorna without the ability to manipulate metal is just an ordinary girl. This team against the heavily armed Sentry Secret Service is no different from my death. Chuang shook his head resolutely and said seriously, it will take time to find the Pulse you mentioned. At that time, the people from the Sentry Secret Service had already changed the tires and left. We must rescue Clarice before they leave. It seems that our stealth plan needs to be revised. Plan B, let me sneak in alone. Chuang took out his 2 guns. Having experienced several battles, a palpitating and powerful aura erupted from his body. John's hair stood on end. Others may not feel it, but as a veteran, he can. He clearly felt that Chuang was exuding a terrifying evil spirit, which could not be condensed without killing anyone. John swallowed. He felt that Chuang seemed to have misunderstood and reminded, our plan is to stealth, not to fight. Don't worry, I'm proficient at sneaking. Chuang took out a few grenades to ensure sufficient firepower. John, Sophia, under the ghost-like eyes of several people, Chuang checked the equipment on his body, and after confirming that there was no problem, he turned around and was about to leave the roof. As a result, after walking a few steps, Chuang found a hand holding his arm. Following along, it turned out to be Lorna. There are people from Sentry Secret Service outside. It's dangerous to go out now. After knowing Chuang's plan, Lorna wanted to prevent Chuang from leaving. Although she has seen Chuang make a move and knows that Chuang's strength is not easy, but facing so many Sentry Secret Service agents, and Chuang is only one person, the difference in numbers between the two sides is really too big. Lorna does not want to see Chuang's death in vain. It's okay if I encounter any danger. I can pretend to be someone else and run away directly. Chuang calmly said. After hearing his words, several people realized that Chuang's disguise had not disappeared, and the image of John was still on the surface. Obviously, Chuang was not disturbed by the pulse ability. John, who had already identified Chuang as a mutant, couldn't help being surprised, and then he was overjoyed. It was a good thing for them that Chuang's ability was not affected. John said decisively, I am with you. I still have the fighting ability. I can assist you. Okay, keep up. Chuang didn't talk nonsense and quickly left the roof after speaking. Lorna didn't stop after seeing this. Sophia, inform Marcos and Jason of the plan change, and you go to location B to gather together. John handed the communicator to Sophia and followed Chuang to leave the roof under Sophia's worried eyes. Half a minute later, Chuang and John hid in a corner outside the factory. They're scouting the area, and this is our chance. Chuang observed the convoy in the distance and said in a low voice, let's first kill the enemies on the periphery secretly, replenish enough firepower, and then use grenades to penetrate into the enemy's interior. When the enemy can't see us, let's fight together. How about sneaking into the truck and getting Clarice out? John's expression was a little uncomfortable, and he was making a surprise firepower attack, which was the same as sneaking. John didn't want to follow Chuang into Tianya. He put forward his own suggestion. I think it's better for us to keep a low profile. Later, I will find a way to sneak attack, the Sentry Secret Service agents on the periphery and let you pretend to be the other party and sneak into them, and then you take a chance to rescue Clarice. You're right, so let's do what you say. Chuang nodded. He thought he was low-key and agreed to John's plan. Soon, they found a suitable target. John approached the back of the Sentry Secret Service agent very skillfully, stepped forward and directly stunned him with a grab lock, and then quickly dragged him to the back to avoid being noticed by others. John fumbled on the stunned agent, took off the other's credentials and equipment, and handed them to Chuang. The rest will be left to you. I will meet you on the outskirts. Be careful. If it doesn't work, come back quickly. We can think of other ways. Don't worry about my work. Chuang took the documents and equipment, used camouflage to transform into the agent's appearance, and then walked to the convoy openly. After walking a few steps, Chuang was suddenly stopped by an agent. How's it going? Chuang realized in an instant that the tone of this inquiry was probably from his own superior. With a judgment in mind, Chuang replied seriously, No problem, sir. The detective was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, What's wrong with your voice? It sounds different from before. Chuang was not good at secretly, and John strangled his disguised agent directly. So he never heard the voice of the disguised identity. So naturally, there was no way to imitate the voice of the disguised identity. Chuang thought for a while. I'm in the voice-changing period, sir. Agent, what a voice-changing period. You are too late to grow up. Seeing the detective's expression of disbelief, Chuang directly punched the detective's chin with his dragon fist without saying a word, and the detective was hit in the nose by Chuang without any defense. John hid in the dark and witnessed the whole process. He came out and asked in a low voice, What's going on? Chuang said helplessly, My voice has been exposed, so I can only knock him unconscious. John nodded. After all, there was no other way. Immediately afterwards, Chuang took off the agent's credentials and equipment and transformed into the agent's appearance. Greeting John's questioning gaze, Chuang explained, This guy should be at the level of a small captain. I will upgrade my identity to facilitate the next action. John felt that what Chuang said made sense, so he dragged the detective's body to the dark place. He did not forget that his task was to assist Chuang in disguising, and he needed to cover Chuang's identity from being exposed. Chuang, who was promoted to team leader, adjusted his attire, raised his head and chest, and continued to approach the team's position. Promised. When Chuang walked a distance, he saw an agent dressed as a Sentry Secret Service passing by. The eyes of the two met for an instant. Chuang took his time and put on the gesture that a small team leader should have, pulled the agent over, and asked in a disguised voice, How is the situation? Unexpectedly, the other party's complexion suddenly became gloomy. I am your superior. Please pay attention to your attitude. Chuang. Sighing, Chuang hit the opponent's chin with a rising dragon fist. Taking advantage of the fact that the other agents didn't notice the situation here, Chuang immediately dragged the other agent back and found John Young, who was hiding in the corner with a dazed expression on his face. I'm exposed, understand? Chuang said concisely. John. Chuang skillfully removed the documents and equipment, used camouflage to replace with a new image, and then threw the unconscious agent to John for disposal. Although his disguise was exposed twice, Chuang felt that the stealth was still very successful. At least he has been promoted to 2 ranks in such a short period of time. If this trend continues, maybe he can be promoted all the way to become a member of the Sentry Secret Service boss. Regardless of John's melancholy expression, Chuang walked towards the escort convoy with a gun in his hand. This time there was no accident at all. Chuang sneaked into the convoy smoothly. Even if the agents of Sentry Secret Service noticed Chuang, they couldn't see through Chuang's disguise, so Chuang went to the escort without hindrance the front of the truck. At the moment a Sentry Secret Service agent was repairing the truck, Chuang leaned over and asked, How's the repair going? The detective looked up and saw Chuang, and he didn't have any doubts and reported honestly. Report, sir. The damage to the truck is relatively light, and it will take about 5 minutes to repair it. Very well. When the maintenance is over, Please notify me immediately. Clear. At this moment, Chuang saw the bald-headed Agent Turner approaching. Bob, what's the search result on your side? Chuang had seen the disguised identity documents, and 000 knew that Agent Turner was calling him. With the idea of making too many mistakes, Chuang said briefly, "There is nothing unusual." Agent Turner looked serious. "Don't let her guard down. The target of those mutants must be the mutant criminal. It should be her companion." "You're right." Chuang nodded and echoed Agent Turner, speaking no more than 5 words. "Besides, we still have hound weapons. Those mutants have no way to use their abilities. We can take this opportunity to arrest them all." Agent Turner did not hide anything and revealed his thoughts to Chuang. Hound weapons? Intuition told Chuang that the hound weapon mentioned by Agent Turner was likely to be related to John's companion Pulse, but because of his disguised identity, Chuang couldn't ask directly, so he continued to nod in agreement. "You're right." Then Agent Turner said a few words, and Chuang echoed them briefly. Suddenly, Agent Turner received a message from a communicator. "Sir, 4 suspicious people have been found here. They are fleeing. Do you want to take necessary measures?" Agent Turner grabbed the communicator and hurriedly said, "Not for now. Make sure not to let them escape. Wait for me to pass." After hearing a location reported by the communicator, Agent Turner immediately looked at Chuang. "There is a situation. A team has discovered the whereabouts of those mutants. Now I will go over and have a look, Bob. You stay here to watch. Be careful of that. Mutant criminals have other companions. 4 suspicious people. It should be Lorna. They were found." Thinking of this in his heart, Chuang nodded earnestly without showing any emotion. "Leave it to me. You can go at ease." Agent Turner, "Capture mutant." Chuang continued the following words, still speaking within 5 words. "This panting is to scare Dead Man." Due to the urgency of time, Agent Turner didn't pay attention to this detail, recruited several agents to form a temporary team, and then left impatiently. After Agent Turner left, Chuang pushed open the car door and walked in without hesitation. He also knew that time was running out, and if time wasted, Lorna and the others might be in danger. Inside the carriage, Chuang saw 2 Sentry Secret Service agents guarding it. Behind them is an Asian girl in a prison uniform, with green pupils, pointed ears, and tattoo-like marks on her face. Her appearance is obviously different from ordinary people, but fortunately her good-looking looks a bit like an elf in film and television works, thus avoiding the possibility of being arrested because of being too ugly. What attracts attention is the collar with blue light on her neck and the shackles on her hands and feet. Those who don't know it think they are playing some kind of prison play here. Target meets the conditions. Needless to say, the Asian girl in front of her is none other than Clarice, also known as Blink. They also noticed Chuang's arrival. After seeing Chuang's disguised image, a Sentry Secret Service agent asked, "Sir, what's the matter?" "Something's wrong. My contact lens is missing and I dropped it here. Please help me find it." Hearing Chuang's words, the 2 Sentry Secret Service agents subconsciously looked down and then heard the tearing air sounds of fists coming, and the 2 fell directly to the ground. Clarice watched this scene in surprise. Chuang didn't answer and sat directly in the driver's seat. At the same time, an agent's voice came from outside the car. "Sir, the car has been repaired. Since the escort truck is closed, the inside of the compartment cannot be seen from the outside." Following Chuang's orders, the agent notified Chuang immediately after repairing the car. "Good job." Hearing this, Chuang reached out and touched the keyhole in front. Without the need for a car key, Chuang started the truck easily and then stepped on the accelerator suddenly. There was a sound of tires rubbing against the ground. Before the detectives who had just repaired the truck could react, they were sprayed with exhaust fumes from the truck that started. Before the car door was closed, the detective heard a faint sentence from inside the car. "It is impossible to work part-time, and it is impossible to work part-time in this life." The dark-faced detective froze for a while before he could react. "Looks like their escort truck was stolen." The next second, the agent shouted, "No, Chief Bob ran away with a mutant criminal." And Clarice in the car thought, "No, I was kidnapped by the chief of the Sentry Secret Service. Chuang drove the truck and rammed it all the way. Relying on the huge tonnage of the truck, he slammed away the car in front of him. Definitely, he didn't have the head iron to touch the front armored vehicle and directly bypassed and rushed towards the direction of the factory. Feeling the movement of the truck, Clarice couldn't help asking, "Who are you, and where are you taking me?" Seeing Chuang, a man suspected to be the chief of the Sentry Secret Service, suddenly shot down 2 Sentry Secret Service agents, Clarice couldn't help feeling a little flustered. She felt as if she was involved in a Sentry Secret Service during the Civil War. Thinking about it this way, maybe Chuang is planning to kidnap her as a witness to silence her? Clarice really wanted to escape, but she couldn't do anything now. Her hands and feet were shackled tightly, and her body was fixed on the seat of the car by belts. Even if she wanted to stand up, she couldn't do it. You'll find out soon enough. Chuang didn't explain, stepped on the accelerator to increase the speed of the truck. As the speed got faster and faster, Clarice said a little timidly, "Can you drive slowly? You are too fast." "Hey, you can say I'm stable, but you can't say I'm fast." Chuang turned his head to look at Clarice, a little dissatisfied, completely ignoring the road ahead. Clarice's eyes widened. "Front, look ahead. Turn your back. Don't get excited. I'm an old driver, very stable." Chuang slammed the steering wheel, and the truck, which had just picked up speed, drifted into the corner and turned into the corner with an incredible arc. With strong inertia, 2 Sentry Secret Service agents who were comatose flew straight up from the ground. Heavily, it hit the wall of the carriage, but they still didn't wake up. Clarice was protected by a belt and was not affected by inertia, but she was also taken aback. "Who can help me? I want to get off." Before Clarice could speak, Chuang stopped the truck and opened the door, only to see John standing outside, dumbfounded. Originally, John was hiding well in the dark, but unexpectedly a truck suddenly appeared around the corner and rushed towards him with ease. John just wanted to avoid it when he saw the truck stop in front of him. Chuang shouted at John, "It's too late to explain. Get in the car." Dressed in the Sentry Secret Service, John almost didn't realize that the other party was Chuang. Hearing Chuang's words, John got into the car with almost no hesitation. "John!" Clarice couldn't believe it. Seeing Clarice, John knew that Chuang's rescue had succeeded and said to Clarice in a deep voice, "We are here to rescue you." Clarice was slightly taken aback, looking at Chuang's back. "Is he also one of us?" "Yes." John nodded and walked toward Clarice. "Don't move. I'll untie you." Seeing Chuang's hands touching the steering wheel again, Clarice swallowed her saliva and shook her head vigorously. "No, I'm fine like this." John was stunned. "Is this an addiction, or what do you think?" It's just that Chuang didn't give them time to talk and interrupted. "Please fasten your seatbelts. I'm going to speed up next. I have a request. Can I get out of the car first?" Clarice begged. She really didn't want to ride in Chuang's car. It was too exciting, and her heart couldn't stand it. "Cannot." Chuang resolutely refused and directly stepped on the accelerator. On the other side, in an abandoned building not far from the factory. What to do? We're surrounded by Sentry Secret Service. Through some gaps in the building, Marcos observed that the perimeter of the building was full of agents from the Sentry Secret Service, with cold sweat on his forehead, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "If it is really impossible, we break out directly." "No, our ability can't be used now. Going out will only be a sacrifice in vain." Sophia stopped Max's act of death. Mutants without abilities are equivalent to ordinary people, and they don't even have weapons, so why should they fight against the heavily armed Sentry Secret Service agents? However, we are also waiting to die here. Marcus heard the sound and looked around, but found that he didn't see the person who spoke, and said in surprise, "Jason, has your invisibility ability recovered?" "No." Asking for flowers. A row of white teeth emerged in the darkness. The invisible black Jason looked at Max resentfully. To avoid being chased by the Sentry Secret Service, they chose to hide in this dark building. The black Jason's blood is very pure, and it blends in perfectly with its surroundings. Seeing that Jason's ability has not recovered, Marcos is very disappointed. The situation in front of them is not good for them. Maybe they will all be wiped out here. Lorna remained silent in the corner, with a green light flashing from both hands, but it didn't last for a second. Lorna is trying to control the metal, and the pulse ability can indeed interfere with the abilities of other mutants, but Lorna finds that her ability is not completely disturbed like others, and she can still sense the existence of her own ability. However, Lorna's repeated attempts all failed. If Lorna is given a little more time, maybe she can gradually adapt to the interference of the pulse ability. However, the Sentry Secret Service outside would not give Lorna time at all. Agent Turner, who had just arrived, took a loudspeaker and shouted towards the abandoned building where they were. "You're already surrounded. Don't make unnecessary struggles. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. Otherwise, we will take necessary measures." Detective Turner's proclamation added another layer of calendar to everyone in the invisible. You should be aware of the consequences of being caught by them. I would rather die here. I'm going to die anyway. It's better to fight them directly, Marcos said in a low voice. Others also knew that after being arrested by the Sentry Secret Service, that what result will be ushered in. There is no rebuttal to Max's words. Only Lorna has been trying to adapt to the interference of pulsability. She thought anxiously in her heart, "Hurry up, hurry up." After waiting for a while, but still not hearing any response from those mutants, Agent Turner's eyes flashed a cold light, and he gestured towards other Sentry Secret Service agents, and several agents slowly approached the abandoned building with guns in hand. The few people hiding in the abandoned building could hear footsteps coming from outside. Just when they were feeling desperate, they heard a screeching sound of tire friction resounding throughout the street. Not only the mutant in the abandoned building heard it, but also the agents of the Sentry Secret Service. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw a truck rushing towards them like a mad cow, without any intention of slowing down at all. They couldn't help them to think too much, so they quickly dodged to the side to avoid the collision of the truck. When Agent Turner saw the truck, he suddenly felt bad. That's the truck that transports mutant criminals. Why is it here? When the truck passed the detectives, the doors suddenly opened, and several smoke bombs were thrown from inside, and the rising smoke obscured their view. However, the few people inside the abandoned building could see that the truck suddenly flicked to a stop in front of the abandoned building. The door was opening facing them, and John was actually inside the car. John staggered down from the car door and shouted to Lorna and the others, "Come up. 437, it's John," Sophia said pleasantly. Seeing John's appearance, the people who were in despair were instantly excited. Marcos shouted, "John is here to save us. Let's go." Lorna gave up trying decisively when she heard that, and followed the crowd out of the abandoned building. Under the cover of smoke, several people quickly ran into the truck. John held the door to greet the crowd. Sophia noticed that John was in a bad state, and said worriedly, "John, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." John didn't have time to explain, so he led them into the car, and then others saw Chuang sitting in the driver's seat, and Clarice tied up in the car seat. The two service agents had already been caught by Chuang dropped. Clarice, members of the Mutant Underground are beaming. When Clarice saw her companions, her pale face also showed a gleam of joy. Knowing that they were all here to save her, Clarice was quite touched and said weakly, "Sorry, it's me. Let you take such a risk." Seeing Clarice's appearance, Sophia obviously misunderstood and said distressedly, "The Sentry Secret Service must have treated you very badly. It's all right. We are all here to save you. Come. I will untie you." "No, don't. I think it's fine." Clarice shook her head quickly. As long as Chuang didn't leave the driver's seat, she would not let go of the belt no matter what. Lorna felt that she was a bit out of place with that side, and approached Chuang subconsciously. Chuang didn't remove the disguise, but Lorna knew that the other party was Chuang. When Lorna found that Chuang didn't start the truck immediately, Lorna couldn't help but reminded, "Get out of here. There are people outside. It's someone from a Sentry Secret Service." Not in a hurry, Chuang looked down for the radio button, but couldn't find it. So he took out his mobile phone, turned on the music player, and clicked on a piece of explosive music. Under the dynamic rhythm, Chuang's blood boiled. He turned his head and said to everyone in the car, "I will break through next, so the speed will be a little faster. Remember to hurry up." Hearing this, the expressions of Clarice and John became stiff instantly. John couldn't help but make his own suggestion. "Actually, you can drive slower." But before he could speak, he was interrupted by Marcus. "Say something stupid. Definitely the sooner the better. If we are blocked by those bastards from the Sentry Secret Service, we will be in trouble." "The sooner the better, I understand." Chuang showed unprecedented seriousness on his face and exuded a palpitating sense of oppression all over his body. Even Marcus felt something was wrong. He seemed to release a monster. The moment Chuang held the steering wheel, everyone in the car could feel a terrifying aura that belonged to the strongest in the field, which originated from the survival instinct of creatures, driving them to grab the supports around them. With a sad face, Clarice opened her mouth to request to get out of the car, but the door was closed tightly by Chuang in the next second. "Mom, I want to get out of the car." At the moment when the smoke was about to dissipate, Chuang's eyes burst out. He stepped on the gas pedal suddenly, and the truck rushed out of the smoke and snow. Seeing this, Agent Turner yelled, "Get in the car and chase after him." Obeying the order, all the agents of the Sentry Secret Service got into the car respectively, stepped on the accelerator, and chased towards the truck. Chuang glanced at the rearview mirror and found several Sentry Secret Service cars hanging behind him. His face remained calm. "They're coming after you. Sit still and hold on. I'm going to speed up." Marcus looked at the buildings passing by the car quickly, a little dry-mouthed. "Dude, I suddenly feel that what John said is right. You can drive more slowly. How did you become so fast? Didn't you say that the sooner the better?" "But this is too fast." Marcus wanted to cry, but had no tears. He felt that the car was about to float. "Don't worry. I've never had an accident while driving." While driving, Chuang freed up one hand and gave a thumbs up, posing a good pose to Marcos. "Marcus, at this speed, if there is an accident, he will die on the spot, so there is no chance for the next time." At this moment, Max widened his eyes, pointed to the front, and said, "Look ahead. Look ahead. Sheet, it's time to turn." Oh, seeing the building less than 10 meters away, everyone was frightened crazy. Screams and howls sounded one after another. Even Agent Turner, who was sitting in the passenger seat of the car behind, was surprised. At such a short distance, it is impossible for a truck at this speed to turn. Is the driver looking for death? Seeing that it was a tragedy of a car crash, he saw the truck in front of him suddenly flicking its tail strangely. Under the action of centrifugal force, the whole body drifted laterally and flung into the corner without even touching the side of the car. Fast and furious. Agent Turner's eyes widened. He had seen this scene before. It was in the movie. Seeing this, Agent Turner yelled, "Drift and overtake. Stop them in front." Agent in the driver's seat. "Police officer, maybe you are embarrassing for money." Although the truck turned successfully, the speed still did not slow down. Chuang has a super high school stuntman, but he can easily make all kinds of difficult 2.3-degree movements in any means of transportation, even if he's given a baby carriage. So on the road, as the speed got faster and faster, the faces of everyone in the truck became paler. Even Lorna, who maintained a cold attitude, couldn't stand it any longer. She hugged the driver's seat tightly, and the last trace of stubbornness in her heart prevented her from shouting. At the moment, they finally understood why John and Clarice were in that half-dead state at the beginning, especially Clarice, who had experienced it twice, and now it was the third time, feeling that her soul had been taken away. Only the instinctive scream of the body remained. But they have no chance to regret it. The door has been closed tightly, and it is difficult for them to get out of the car. Although they don't know where Chuang's limit is, they already know where their own limit is. "No, I want to throw up. Who can help me?" "Oh, catch shrimp. Atong dies of illness. Talk about Beverly." Accompanied by the explosive music, a truck sprang out from the left side of the expressway like a ghost. With the front of the truck as the center of the circle, under the action of inertia, it drew a perfect arc and drifted to the expressway, close to the isolation zone of the curve superior. Amidst a burst of panic honking, the truck narrowly passed the speeding vehicles. At the moment, everyone in the car was in disarray. Lorna, ignoring her aggressiveness, hugged Chuang's driver's seat like an octopus. Sophia and Clarice hugged each other tightly. Mouth there were screams from time to time. As for the other three men, they grabbed the supports around them and refused to let go. As the truck was driving on the highway, Marcos felt that the car had finally stabilized and shouted in shock, "God, I didn't die. It's finally over." Who knows what they went through just now? Marcos felt that the truck underneath was about to fly up, and if he was not careful, the car would crash and people would die. During the process, he seemed to see his long-dead grandma waving at him from the other side. No, it's not over yet. Chuang operated the steering wheel with one hand, glanced at the rearview mirror, and found that the car of the Sentry Secret Service was still hanging at the rear, and raised his eyebrows. He was sure that he had just thrown off these pursuers. Logically speaking, they should not might catch up so quickly. Soon, Chuang thought of the reason. There are trackers in the car. It looks like we're being targeted by Sentry Secret Service. Hearing his words, the expressions of the crowd, 13, changed dramatically. John is more experienced in this regard. We must abandon this car. Otherwise, the Sentry Secret Service will be able to track and locate us all the time, and the reinforcements behind are likely to block every fork. Surround us completely. Chuang thought for a while and asked, "Has your ability recovered?" "No, the impulse ability effect is still there." John shook his head, and at the same time was very puzzled. "It's very strange. The impulse ability range is only 2 blocks. Why can he always affect us?" At this time, Clarice suddenly said, "I have seen Pulse. It is he who uses ability to affect me, so that I cannot escape with ability. His ability seems to be enhanced, and it has an effect within a range of at least 1 kilometer. So I will be captured by Sentry Secret Service." "A kilometer?" Chuang looked at the rear-view mirror again. Obviously, the Pulse is hidden in a certain car, so that it can constantly affect Lorna and their mutant ability. Once you find your target, you'll be fine. Under the horrified eyes of everyone in the car, Chuang exposed half of his body from the driver's window, and a pistol suddenly appeared in his hands. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets were thrown out of the chamber, and in slow motion, the bullets arced and shuttled between the vehicles and finally landed precisely on the tires of 2 Sentry Secret Service vehicles. The tire burst directly, and the car crashed into the isolation belt uncontrollably. Looking at the blurred figure in the distance, Agent Turner was startled. "The other party has a gun. Be careful to dodge." Hearing this, Tianjun's agents were full of confidence. Although he can't drift, can you avoid him? So he controlled the car to move sideways and drive in an S shape, which he learned from movies. However, he was too confident in his driving skills. The car suddenly skidded and crashed into a car beside him. The car lost its balance and hit the isolation belt on the left. The airbag popped up instantly to prevent the people in the car from being affected by inertia harm. Chuang. What is this operation? Chuang shook his head and retreated into the car, grasping the steering wheel with both hands. The tragic example made him deeply aware that the driving was irregular, and his relatives cried. Agent Turner covered his dizzy head and quickly turned his head to look behind him. He saw a man sitting in the rear compartment with his eyes bulging. This person is Pulse, the secret weapon of the Sentry Secret Service, which specifically restrains mutants' ability. But they stay here as long as they leave enough range. Those mutants can regain their abilities. Damn it! Seeing the truck getting farther and farther away from them, Agent Turner cursed angrily. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he heard another bad news from the communicator. "Sir, we found Officer Bob and 2 agents. They have come to life. According to them, there's a person pretending to be assaulted them as someone else. Ability in disguise?" Agent Turner's expression became gloomy. That Bob was indeed a fake. But he can't figure it out. There is a Pulse. Why can that guy use ability to infiltrate their ministers? My ability is restored. When the truck traveled a certain distance, Lorna immediately sensed that her ability could be used. Immediately afterwards, other mutants also recovered their abilities one after another. Only Clarice's ability still hasn't recovered. She pointed helplessly at the collar around her neck. This is the latest flea collar developed by the Sentry Secret Service. Only they know how to open it. If you open it in the wrong way, this collar will send out strong electric current. Let me try. Regaining his strength, John stepped forward, grabbed the flea collar, and tried to force it off. However, John, who can tear apart steel with his bare hands, can't hurt the flea collar at all, and he doesn't know what material it is made of. It's simply too hard. This thing is not made of metal. Lorna felt it and shook her head to express that she had no choice. At the same time, Lorna finally experienced for herself how many ways the Sentry Secret Service has to deal with their mutants. Even the Sentinel has not seen it. She has tried twice and failed, and she even almost fell into the hands of the Sentry Secret Service. Inside, just when everyone felt helpless, the truck stopped at some point. Get out of the way, let me try. Chuang came over from the driver's seat, pushed away Marcus, who was in the way, walked up to Clarice, and reached out to touch the flea collar. The flea collar opened with a click and then fell to the ground. How did you do that? Lorna was amazed. It's easy, just touch it. Chuang replied casually. He glanced at the game system and found that the task had not been completed yet. Then Chuang tore off the belt with brute force, looked at the stunned Clarice, and urged, "Try your ability. Take us out of here." Clarice reacted and nodded quickly. Oh. Clarice stood up, stretched out her hands, and condensed a purple light curtain with concentration. Everyone could see another place behind the purple light curtain. As Clarice stretched out her hands, the purple light curtain became bigger and bigger, and finally formed a passage that could accommodate an adult file size. Go in, I won't last long, Clarice said with difficulty. Let's go. John was the first to bend down and walk into the purple light curtain. He had no choice but to bend down to get in because he was too tall. His companions followed close behind. Lorna didn't act immediately, but 893 looked at Chuang. Chuang nodded. Let's go in too. Hearing that, Lorna jumped in without hesitation, and just as Chuang was about to go in, the voice of Agent Turner suddenly came from the communicator in his hand. Why do you know how to open it? Agent Turner apparently knew that Clarice's flea collar had been opened. Chuang turned on the communication function and said in Bob's voice, I'm sorry, I'm an undercover agent. Agent Turner, I remember you. Sooner or later, I will catch you with my own hands. There was anger in Agent Turner's words. He knew what it meant when Clarice's flea collar was opened, and their roundup operation was declared a failure. And this is all the damn guy Chuang. Remember me? Chuang asked in surprise. Then do you know who I am? Agent Turner choked suddenly. He really didn't know this. Not to mention Chuang's real appearance and name. Even his voice is fake. How could he know? After a few seconds of silence, Agent Na finally choked out one sentence. I will investigate. Chuang ignored the other party, threw away the communicator, and bent over to step into the purple light curtain. Although he was tall enough to pass through, bending over was necessary so that he could appear tall enough. When everyone went in, Clarice quickly jumped into the purple light curtain. Without Clarice's maintenance, the purple light curtain quickly disappeared in place, as if it had never appeared before. Boom! A few seconds later, the bomb hidden under the driver's seat suddenly exploded. The entire truck was reduced to a heap of scrap metal, which was removed along with all traces. Chuang didn't care about Agent Turner's harsh words at all. After all, he is not a real mutant. The Sentry Secret Service has almost no threat to him. Besides, he even dared to provoke SHIELD, a global terrorist organization. So why would he care? You a little special department? SHIELD is equal to Snake and Shield. So there is nothing wrong with saying that SHIELD is a global terrorist organization. Stepping through the purple light curtain, Chuang found himself in a dilapidated, abandoned building. Jailbreak completed. Unlock condition. Rescue Clarice Ferguson, a member of the Mutant Underground Organization, January 1st. Title: Super High School Architect. Whether to unlock the title. The moment Clarice followed, the game system popped up a prompt as if pinpointing the timing. Seeing the prompt of the game system, Chuang knew that they had successfully escaped the pursuit and surveillance of Sentry's Secret Service. Unlocked. Unlocked successfully. Title: Super High School Level Architect. Explanation: someone is an architect on the surface, but actually has a prison design drawing tattooed on his back. Characteristics: rapid construction. It's really a jailbreak. When Chuang saw the description of the title, he couldn't help complaining in his heart. Then, he clicked on the properties of the title. Quick construction. Significantly shorten the time required for construction. Nice one. Chuang's eyes lit up, and the blood of an infrastructure madman flowed in his body, and he liked this feature very much. After getting a super university-level architect, Chuang's vision became completely different. According to the Treasury Gate not far away, he can tell that this is a long-abandoned bank. There are 3 floors in the building, 2 floors on the top and 2 floors on the top, and an underground layer at the bottom. However, this place seems to have suffered some kind of large-scale damage. The second floor and the center of the first floor were opened by a huge amount of hole, and the structure of the entire building was damaged to some extent. Fortunately, this building is not a tofu project, and there will be no safety issues such as collapse for the time being. Chuang could see many figures walking around on the 2 floors, both men, women, and children. Most of them were no different from humans. Only a few had obvious non-human features. Apparently, they're all mutants. Jason, tell 2 were back. John said something to the invisible black man, and then introduced to Chuang and Lorna. This is our headquarters. Are they, and those children, all members of your organization? Lorna looked at the mutants outside. She hadn't seen so many mutants gathered in one place since the Mutant Act was enacted. John shook his head. No, there are only a small number of our members. They're mainly responsible for the management and security here. As for the others, they're actually some poor people who have been persecuted by the Mutant Act and have nowhere to go. We temporarily took them in. Avoid them being found by the Sentry Secret Service. Temporarily? What does that mean? Lorna frowned. John explained helplessly. As you have seen in our place, we have no extra space to accommodate other people. Except for those who are willing to join our organization, we can only let them live here for a period of time, and then we will arrange for them to go to other places. Branch. Lorna glanced at her surroundings. As John said, the only space left here is the passing road, and the rest of the space has been cleaned up and many beds are placed. It can be seen that this is to accommodate as many people as possible. Therefore, everyone is crowded in the same space, and daily life is obviously inconvenient. Seeing their current situation, Lorna suddenly felt much happier. At least she has food and drink in Chuang's house, and she has her own private space, except that she has to be Peter's assistant and can't leave the house casually for fear of being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service. Basically, it is not much different from the previous life. Marcos, who is Mexican, added, "If someone wants to live elsewhere, we can also help them smuggle to my hometown of Mexico, which is one of the few countries that allows mutant to exist. At least there is no oppression of the Mutant Act." Hearing this, Chuang called him good guy. In the past, he heard that many Mexicans tried various methods to smuggle into America, and even a certain president did not hesitate to spend tens of billions to build a border wall to prevent Mexicans from smuggling into America. God is a good reincarnation, and now it is the turn of the Americans to try to smuggle into Mexico. However, these are not what Chuang should care about. Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly and said to John, "Since your companion has been rescued, is our reward." Ahem. John suddenly coughed a few times. Facing Sophia and the others' puzzled gazes, he ordered in a commanding manner, "Sophia, show Miss Dan a tour of our headquarters, and take Clarice to check her physical condition. As for Marcus, you go check the toilet to see if it's smooth." Cos, Lynn, horse. None of the people present were fools. It could be seen that John was obviously trying to find a way to get them. However, out of trust in John, the companions left without asking any further questions. As one of the insiders, Lorna knew what Chuang said about the reward, and she was not very interested in it. In addition, she was indeed somewhat curious about this place, so she followed Sophia to visit the Mutant underground organization. After everyone left, John looked at Lu Chuang. Lu, can you change back? This image is not very convenient to appear here. At the moment, Lu Chuang still maintains the disguise of the Sentry Secret Service. If the mutants outside see the Sentry Secret Service agents, it will definitely cause a lot of trouble, just like black people seeing white police officers. Lu Chuang nodded to express his understanding and immediately canceled his camouflage technique. Putting aside other things, you first make up an IOU for me. What should come will come eventually. John nodded with difficulty. I'll get the paper and pen. No, I have it here. Lu Chuang took out a document and pen from himself. Seeing the dense English on the paper, there's a professional atmosphere between each line and each page. Obviously, it was written by a professional lawyer. The corner of John's mouth couldn't help twitching. You are really well prepared. Now that Lu Chuang has helped them rescue Clarice, John naturally has no reason to refuse. He simply looked at the content of the document and signed his name at the end. His gesture seemed to be full of trust in Lu Chuang. Definitely not, because his culture does not understand the above content. After receiving the documents, Lu Chuang nodded with satisfaction. As expected of the leader of the Mutant underground organization, the X-Men did not misunderstand you and silently repaid the debt. So, when you plan to pay back the money? Now I don't have so much money, John said bitterly, a whole 1 million USD. Qianli how could you have so much money? Oh, no money. Lu Chuang nodded thoughtfully and snapped his fingers. Since this is the case, I have a suggestion. As long as you do something for me, how about getting rid of this debt slowly? John was taken aback. What's the matter? It's nothing. Help me contact that Ivan. I have something to ask her. John frowned immediately. I'm sorry. I promised Ivan not to disclose her information to others. Lu Chuang looked skeptical. Don't lie to me. Your mouth was not as dense as this, and I heard you mention Ivan with my own ears. That's because you overheard. Lu Chuang ignored John's rebuttal and looked at John with bad eyes. You really disagree with Jia? John shook his head. I can't reveal. Seeing John's firmness, Lu Chuang smiled like a villain and said viciously, in this case, I will arrange for you to go to the Elephant Country, and you can make my debut as an idol to pay off my debts. John, under Lu Chuang's coercion and lure, finally John could only bite the bullet and said, I can contact Ivan for you, but let me make it clear first that if Ivan is unwilling to meet you, there is nothing I can do. Seeing that John agreed, Lu Chuang changed his face instantly and said cheerfully, That's right. You have to learn to be flexible, and you can't be too honest. Back then, I was bullied for being too honest. A boss deducted my salary. If it wasn't for I cleverly grabbed his assistant and asked him to give me money, and my hard-earned money was gone long ago. John, this is really kidnapping. Lu Chuang shook his head with emotion. How young and honest he was at that time. Anyway, you just need to help me contact that woman named Ivan. Then you have to tell me, what is your business with Ivan, so that I can ask Ivan. For some reason, John feels that Lu Chuang seems to have deliberately dug a hole for him to jump into. The most uncomfortable thing is that he jumped into the hole on his own initiative, and it is too late to jump out now. Lu Chuang felt that there was no need to hide this kind of matter, and said bluntly, It's nothing. I just have some questions I want to ask her about X-Men. John looked surprised. You also believe that the X-Men are real? Since the Chinese people exist, the X-Men may also exist. There may be a bald man in a wheelchair staring at you from a corner of the world. He can see clearly even if you are not taking a shower. Lu Chuang, he was joking, but suddenly felt a little apprehensive in his heart. If the X-Men existed, the mutant known as the strongest telepathy ability on Earth, Professor X, the leader of the X-Men, might really exist. Thinking of Professor X's terrifying telepathy ability, Lu Chuang swallowed involuntarily. That oldine, cough cough, that boss is not really watching them, is he? Seems like it might be possible. After all, John said the Mutant Underground was part of the X-Men project. Maybe that old cutie is somewhere in the world watching what's going on here. Lu, you're joking again. John couldn't understand Lu Chuang's words, but he didn't know much, let alone who Lu Chuang was talking about with the bald head. Lu Chuang smiled awkwardly and skipped the topic decisively. That's the deal. Help me contact Ivan as soon as possible. After the matter is completed, your debt will be offset by 100,000 USD, and I will give you another 50,000 in private USD is treated as a donation to your Mutant Underground organization. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, John's heart trembled. He struggled for a few seconds, and finally his eyes were full of firmness. Okay, leave this matter to me at ease. John decided that he had to persuade Ivan well. As more and more mutants are taken in by the organization, now John can't wait to split a steel shop into two. 50,000 USD is a huge sum of money for him. It can also offset part of the debt. John, really, there is no reason to refuse. After talking about things, John proposed to show Lu Chuang a tour of their Mutant Underground organization. Anyway, having nothing to do, Lu Chuang followed John around the dangerous building, but he made some disguises, changing the image of a passerby, so as to avoid exposing his true appearance to too many people's eyes. During the tour, John introduced some members of their organization to Lu Chuang. After this rescue operation, John already trusts Lu Chuang and Lorna and agrees with their ability even more. John very much hopes that they can join their Mutant Underground organization. Taking this opportunity, John wants to pull into the relationship with each other. Lu Chuang could see that John had completely regarded himself as a mutant, but he didn't explain it either. After all, the identity of mutant is more convenient for him to get in touch with the truth of the X-Men. So let's just misunderstand. I have to say that mutants' abilities are really diverse. Throughout the Mutant Underground organization, several mutant abilities aroused Lu Chuang's interest. Among them, the most eye-catching is the mutant codenamed Sage, who has the ability of unlimited storage capacity, similar to a computer, and can record and analyze a large amount of data to judge the probability of an event. She is a computer analyst of the Mutant Underground organization, responsible for monitoring network communications. The reason why they can clearly know the movements of Sentry Service is that Sage is always monitoring the network communication of Sentry Service behind the scenes. And John got Lorna's contact information because of Sage's assistance. Proper intelligence master. Sage's intelligence ability is much stronger than that of Weasel. At least the source of information is reliable enough, and he doesn't need to find a gangster boy to run all over New York. Through the explanation of the invisible black man, Sage already knew about Lu Chuang, and he was very friendly to Lu Chuang. Thank you for rescuing our companion. Lu Chuang responded equally friendly. It's just a small matter, by the way. Are you interested in coming to work with me? I'll give you a monthly salary of 4,000 US dollars. How about a weekly weekend and working hours of no more than 8 hours? Sage raised his eyebrows. How can it be such a good treatment? I have to admit, she was really moved. Ahem, Lu. Sage is a member of our organization. John couldn't help reminding. The person who robbed him in front of him. Is this a human thing? Seeing John's protective appearance, Lu Chuang shrugged his shoulders and did not continue. Anyway, John still owes him a sum of money. Although it is John's personal debt, John, as the leader of the Mutant Underground organization, isn't will the rest of the Mutant Underground be able to escape? Besides Sage, there are two mutants that Lu Chuang is interested in. It was none other than Sophia and Clarice, whom Lu Chuang already knew, and Lu Chuang was also very interested in their abilities. One can modify the memory of others, and the other can open the portal from a long distance. Although both are auxiliary abilities, they are very useful to Lu Chuang. Ignoring John's black face, Lu Chuang found Sophia, and Clarice also sent an invitation. Clarice looked at Lu Chuang in surprise. Your ability is actually shape-shifting. If John and the others hadn't told her personally, Clarice thought Lu Chuang's ability was a racing car. Otherwise, how could he explain how this guy drove the truck like that? How do you think about it? You come to work here with a daily salary of 4,000 US dollars. It's a rare opportunity. Lu Chuang bewitched. Lorna next to me. Why can they earn 4,000 US dollars a day, but I don't have a... In the end, Sophia and Clarice still did not accept Lu Chuang's invitation. The reason is that the Mutant Underground organization needs them. After all, The Mutant Underground Organization is currently in a state of serious shortage of manpower, and it is impossible for them to abandon their tasks and go to work with Chuang. Chuang wanted to say a few more words, but was forcibly taken away by the dark-faced John. If this continues, Chuang and Lorna did not join their Mutant Underground Organization, but the members of the Mutant Underground Organization were poached by Chuang. In fact, John is completely overthinking here. Except for the three of Clarice, Chuang basically doesn't like the other members of the Mutant Underground Organization. Although some abilities are not bad, the users are so bad that they can't play much role at all. In the final analysis, the Mutant Underground Organization is only a non-governmental organization after all, and it is normal for members of the organization to vary in strength. After all, most mutants have not received professional training, and the control over their abilities is definitely far inferior to what Chuang imagined. X-Men. Next, John took Chuang around the perimeter of their base camp. As Chuang imagined, it was originally an abandoned bank building. According to John, a long time ago, a mutant's ability got out of control and destroyed the entire area, causing the surrounding area to become barren, and the big hole in the building was left at that time. Therefore, not many people will go to this area. Even if passers-by pass by unintentionally, they still have mutants that can create fear to scare away intruders. What do you think of our place? John asked. Chuang thought for a while. Do you want to hear the truth or lies? Definitely the truth. If the Sentry Secret Service finds you here, you probably won't last for 2 minutes. The defense measures of the building are too poor, and there are various safety hazards inside the building, especially the hole. Can't you use materials to repair it? Chuang made a comment from his own professional point of view. It was not enough to say these few things, and then he began to point out all kinds of problems in the base camp, and even the toilet was not spared. John was stunned when he heard it. The point is that John really has no way to refute. Chuang's words are well-founded, and there is an extremely professional feeling in his words. John said without knowing it. Do you still know architecture? Just a little understanding, a little understanding. Chuang was low-key and waved his hands modestly. In this regard, John shook his head and explained, It's not that we don't want to repair. You know our situation. We can't hire those outside architects, so we can only do it ourselves. But the problem is that we haven't met any professional in this area until now personnel. Chuang smiled slightly. Didn't you just meet one now? Don't you mean? That's right, it's next. Chuang stared straight at John and whispered in his ear as if a demon tempted humans. I have $1 million renovation plan here. Are you interested in learning about it? Not long after, Chuang looked at the new photos on his phone, nodded in satisfaction, and followed John, who looked numb, back to the base camp. Only they know that in a short period of time, John's net worth doubled directly. However, John, who is a millionaire, kept a low profile. He did not tell his friends the good news. He just announced to everyone that the base camp will undergo a large-scale renovation in the next few days, and Chuang will be fully responsible for organizing it. Members must cooperate with his work. Everyone was amazed at once. Chuang actually has such a profession? Chuang, who was promoted to be a contractor, was very responsible and decided to go back immediately to draw up a design plan and ask Clarice to send him and Lorna home, and they would not stay here for dinner. Lorna, seeking flowers 0. So you mean, originally your plan was to wait here and finish your meal before leaving? Hearing that Chuang was leaving, John was very reluctant to keep Chuang, and at the same time told Clarice to send Chuang home as soon as possible. It had no other meaning. He just felt that Chuang was very tired today and hoped that Chuang going home early to rest is definitely not trying to drive away the other party. With the appearance of the purple light curtain, Chuang and Lorna left the headquarters of the Mutant Underground Organization. This ability is really convenient. Seeing the purple light curtain disappearing behind him, Chuang couldn't help sighing. If he had this ability, wandering around the world would be nothing at all. Clarice did not send them directly to the door, but near Queens, Chuang was just about to go home when Lorna suddenly said, I asked for a raise. Originally, Lorna didn't feel much, but after hearing how Clarice and the others were treated, Lorna felt a little unbalanced. Not long after we met, she had such good benefits. She had been working for a while, but she didn't even have weekend benefits. Little Peter had to work overtime when he was on vacation. Isn't this bullying? No one else was present, and Lorna's aloof appearance collapsed in an instant. And now she almost raised a wooden sign to protest against the unscrupulous boss for oppressing the employees and asked the boss for a salary increase. Chuang wondered, "It's late at night. What are you daydreaming about?" However, Lorna's attitude is very firm. "If you don't get a raise, I'd rather go to the toilet." Chuang was startled immediately. Is he so wolfish? "Speak up if you have something to say." Chuang hurriedly comforted him. How could he let Lorna run to wash the toilet? And he had to rely on Lorna's ability to make a super battle suit. Since this is the case, you can see that we both have to take a step back. How to return? Chuang pondered for a few seconds. I won't. In the following time, Chuang, an idler, was finally completely busy. In the morning, he used his mana to make the elixir, stopped just before the mana was exhausted, and then waited for the mana to recover on its own. During the period, Chuang was not idle and started to draw up a modification plan for the Mutant underground organization and contacted Weasel to prepare all the materials needed and put them in the rented temporary warehouse Curry. A few days later, the disguised Chuang came to Tony Stark's luxury villa with several boxes of elixir and said to the door, "Jarvis, tell Mr. Tony that the goods he ordered have been delivered. Come out and sign for it." Soon, the voice of Jarvis sounded. "Dear guest, sir is inside. You can come in." The door opened automatically. Chuang walked into the luxury villa and saw Tony Stark sitting in the hall. From 027 to Chuang's appearance, Tony Stark said in a pleasant surprise, "You came just in time. I've already finished those panacea potions, and the effect is really good. Now I'm waiting for your new products to come to my door." During this period of time, Tony Stark was immersed in developing the latest model of steel armor, and he basically didn't have much time to rest. Both his body and his spirit were always under load. However, when he drank the elixir, his body and spirit would instantly return to their peak state without any feeling of fatigue, which was extremely refreshing for the workaholic Tony Stark. In order to maintain high-intensity work, whenever Tony Stark feels tired, he will choose to drink the elixir directly to restore his strength. Anyway, the price of a bottle of elixir is only $200,000, which is not money at all in Tony Stark's opinion. It is unimaginable that with the help of the panacea, Tony Stark's total sleep time these days is only a mere few hours, and the rest of the time is used to develop steel armor. He can be called a master of time management. It's just that the panacea in Tony Stark's hands is too little, and he can't afford to consume it like him. Now Tony Stark feels uncomfortable if he doesn't drink the panacea for a day. Chuang was also shocked. Tony Stark really drank the elixir like water. Hearing this, Chuang sent several boxes of elixir to Tony Stark. "Here are your 100 bottles of elixir. Please count them." Tony Stark couldn't wait to pick up a bottle of elixir and drank it. As all the mineral water was poured into his mouth, the tiredness on Tony Stark's face instantly disappeared. That's right, that's the taste. Chuang? Question mark. What does it smell like, mineral water? After getting the 100 bottles of elixir, Tony Stark readily transferred the final payment to Chuang on the spot. Probably because he was in a good mood, Tony Stark invited Chuang to taste the fine wine in his collection. Faced with Tony Stark's kind invitation, Chuang was very embarrassed and quickly waved his hands and said that he had something to do. Under Tony Stark's speechless gaze, Chuang left with a few bottles of valuable wine, saying that he would go home and taste it slowly. Mutant Underground Organization Base. On this day, most members of the Mutant Underground Organization were busy with activity. I saw a purple light curtain open, and people were constantly carrying various building materials and coming out of it, placing them in the prescribed positions, and then returning to continue carrying materials. Chuang, on the other hand, was sitting outside the abandoned bank with a sun umbrella next to him, a yellow helmet on his head, and a glass of fine wine in his hand. If you don't move bricks hard, your position will be unstable tomorrow. Everyone gritted their teeth. It was so uncomfortable. They are working hard here to move bricks, and it's fine if this guy doesn't help, but he is still attracting hatred crazily. Is this a human thing? Chuang suddenly widened his eyes, pointed to the distance, and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't stop. Yes, you are invisible. Don't think I can't see you being lazy. I tell you, it is broad daylight now. Your invisibility is of no use to me." Black Jason. Due to the attack on the Sentry Secret Service some time ago, Clarice was rescued in full view. So much so that now the entire Sentry Secret Service is boiling, frantically searching for traces of Mutant's underground organization. And all this is heard by the Sage who is in charge of monitoring network communications. Therefore, the actions of the Mutant underground organization have become more cautious recently, for fear of retaliation from the Sentry Secret Service. In order to avoid being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service, the building materials purchased by Chuang cannot be directly transported to the Mutant underground organization base. Clarice can only open the portal to the temporary warehouse, and then slowly transport the building materials. Ever since, except for the female members, all the male members of the Mutant underground organization were captured by Chuang. Even John, the leader of the Mutant underground organization, is no exception. With a steel body, John is simply a natural talent for moving bricks. Only one person dragged a truck full of building materials and ran out, but after carrying it repeatedly for more than a dozen times, John was exhausted in the end. Originally, Lorna was also a good candidate to move bricks, but she had to stay at home as Little Peter's assistant. For Chuang, this matter was the most important, and other things could be put aside. It's almost finished moving. Work harder and move faster. Chuang commanded leisurely, and everyone was hardened, and their fists were hardened. This guy really doesn't hurt his back when he stands and talks. If you have the guts, come and move it. Chuang turned a blind eye to everyone's gaze. He was only in charge of renovating the base, and the rough work of moving bricks was definitely handed over to other people. Seeing the movements of these men slow down, Chuang took a sip of his fine wine and said to Sophia, who was standing under the sun umbrella and watched all the time, "Ask your sisters to bring them drinks and ask them if they need a rest." Sophia nodded, found a few tall and slender sisters, walked to the men who were carrying materials in 1.9, delivered drinks, and handed them towels to wipe their sweat. When Sophia and other women asked if they needed a break, the men looked disdainful. "Huh? Were you kidding? Do you still need a rest for this little work?" "That's right. It's not me who blows. I can move all the remaining materials by myself." "Woman, please get out of the way. You are blocking me from moving bricks." This group of men did not know where the sudden physical strength came from, and the appearance that was about to be exhausted disappeared instantly. The legs that seemed to have had a stroke just now stepped forward again, and they shuttled back and forth across the purple light curtain. John was even more conspicuous. Under Sophia's gaze, he directly pulled 2 carts of building materials. Looking at this group of men desperate to save, as the saying goes, men and women can work together without getting tired. Soon, all construction materials were moved to the Mutant underground organization base. Ignoring the tired men lying on the ground, Chuang drank the wine in his hand, straightened the yellow helmet on his head, took out a prepared blueprint from his arms, and began to arrange the next transformation plan. First, there is the issue of containment at the base of the Mutant underground organization. The abandoned bank has limited space, and the maximum number of people it can accommodate is less than 100 people. Moreover, on the premise that everyone is crowded together, whether it is daily life or nightlife, it will bring various inconveniences, so it is very important to expand the space necessary. Considering the situation of Mutant's underground organization, it is obviously impossible to expand the territory outward. Ever since, Chuang had a bold idea. Since you can't expand outward 13, let's dig underground. You must know that in many film and television works, the bases of those mysterious organizations are built underground. Anyway, the Mutant underground organization is a group of outlaw lunatics, and they're not afraid of trouble from the Land Management Department of the American government. Knowing Lu Chuang's plan, John hesitated. Is this possible? Don't worry. Give me a little time. It's not a problem to empty the area. Lu Chuang said confidently. Okay, just do as you said. At this point, John can only choose to trust Lu Chuang. I will arrange some people to assist you in your work later, and you can ask for anything else. Lu Chuang waved his hand. It doesn't take much, just give me blink and eclipse. In the following time, John and the others rarely saw Lu Chuang, and Clarice and Marcus often disappeared. But no one asked about Lu Chuang's whereabouts, for fear of hindering Lu Chuang's work. Anyway, they still have Clarice and Marcus involved, so there's no need to worry about the situation. On the fourth day, Lu Chuang, who was holding a hammer, suddenly found John and said with a straight face, I tell you some good news. After several days of unremitting efforts, I have completed the construction of the new base. John's first reaction was that Lu Chuang was teasing himself. How long has it been? Even if the most professional construction team is invited, it is impossible to complete the construction so quickly. Lu Chuang didn't explain much and directly took John to a place not far outside the base. Immediately afterwards, John saw a never-before-seen toilet appearing in front of his eyes and repeated confirmation several times. After John made sure that he was not hallucinating, he said with a strange face, Is this the result of your construction in a few days? That's right. John hesitated to speak and finally couldn't help asking, Didn't you mean to build a new base? Why is there only one toilet? Lu Chuang looked contemptuous. Brother John, as the leader of the organization, you should improve your knowledge. Haven't you seen the movie? Usually the toilet is just a superficial disguise. The real secret actually lies elsewhere. While speaking, Lu Chuang pressed John on the toilet and then pressed the flush button of the toilet. Ka-ka-ka. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical operation, the interior of the toilet suddenly fell, falling like an elevator. After a few seconds, John's eyes widened. This is... At the moment, John was shocked to find that there was a huge amount of space hidden under the toilet, and the total area of the entire space was even larger than the abandoned bank. Welcome to the new base, Lu Chuang said beside him. After the toilet elevator stopped, Lu Chuang patted the dull John and led him into the new base. There are gray textured tiles under the feet, and the four walls are composed of white and light blue. The indoor light is very bright. Although it is an underground floor, I don't feel any abnormal breathing. Generally speaking, it gives people a very comfortable feeling. When the two walked in the new base, John saw Clarice and Marcus. At this moment, John finally came back to his senses and spit. You guys built this? If Lu Chuang hadn't brought him here himself, he might have wondered if there was such a space hidden here in the first place, but he hadn't discovered it before. Clarice shook her head. No. I'm just responsible for opening the portal, and the construction aspect has nothing to do with me. Marcus also shook his head and said that it had nothing to do with him. I'm in charge of the lighting, and toilet. Having said that, Marcos has some resentment. What is it that makes you have the illusion that my 220 is good at flushing toilets? In other words, Lu did it all by himself? John looked at Lu Chuang in disbelief. Such a large project in front of me was actually completed by one person, and it was still in such a short period of time. What a big deal. The speed of construction in my hometown is normal. If it wasn't for the lack of materials, I could continue to expand. Lu Chuang said with some unfinished thoughts. He had been having a good time these days, as if kind of like playing Minecraft. He found that the characteristic effects of super high school architects covered an extremely wide range, not only including basic construction, but also skills such as moving bricks and digging holes. In fact, it took Lu Chuang less than half an hour to dig out such a large space. At that time, Clarice and Marcus were both stunned, wondering if this guy was reincarnated from a mole. With the blessing of a super high school architect, Lu Chuang easily built a new base with only one person. If Lu Chuang and Mr. Pei are thrown on a deserted island now, it is estimated that he can directly transform that deserted island into a unbelievable. John never imagined that Chuang built a brand new base by himself, and it looked decent. It should not be the kind of bean curd project. He thought it was true. The new base in front of us was built by Chuang himself, and there is absolutely no problem in terms of building safety. After being shocked, John looked at the new base and became more and more excited. The environment here is much better than the abandoned bank. Although it is more troublesome to get in and out, it is better because the location is hidden enough. Who would have guessed that there is an underground base hidden in the toilet? You know, in order to achieve the effect of deceiving people, Chuang deliberately made the toilet like a normal toilet. The toilet is real, and the shit is real, and there are basically no flaws on the surface. All in all, John is very satisfied with this new base, which is beyond his expectation. Lou, you've done a great job. John didn't hide his admiration at all. Chuang remained humble. It's all thanks to the help of Clarice and Marcus. Actually, we didn't help much, Clarice said shyly. The task Chuang gave her was very simple. That is to use the portal to transport away the soil that Chuang kept digging up, and Marcus's task was even simpler, standing directly on the ground as a humanoid light bulb to shine for the new base, until the new base is connected to the cable. Looking at the empty new base, John said, "With the new base you built, we can accommodate more homeless mutants, but it will be better if the space is bigger. If Chuang continues to expand, perhaps their place will become the largest base of the Mutant Underground organization." Chuang said happily, "As long as the money is in place, you can build the entire underground into a base without any problem." When it comes to money, John, who is a millionaire, loses his mind in an instant. But he didn't give up his thoughts, looked at Clarice and Marcus, gritted his teeth, and said, "Can we sign a few more IOUs? You can take photos as you like, and I can pose in any pose you want." Fortunately, Chuang is not drinking now, otherwise he would definitely spit it out. Chuang rolled his eyes. "Beforehand, those photos are all wearing clothes. Please don't be so weird. And do you think I'm a fool? You have the ability to afford so much money?" There was an embarrassing expression on John's face. Now he still has 2 huge sums of money on his body, and he has not even made up the odds. I can't really follow what Chuang said. Go to the elephant country and debut as an idol. That's the end of the topic. John dismissed the thoughts in his mind and refocused on this new base. After pondering for a moment, John immediately decided to move the base camp of the Mutant Underground organization here. Definitely, John wasn't stupid enough to tell everyone about it. After all, there are some mutants in the organization who are destined to leave, and they just use this place as a temporary residence. If one day they are accidentally captured by the Sentry Secret Service, it is difficult to guarantee whether they will disclose the information here to the Sentry Secret Service. John had no choice before, but now his idea is to treat this new base as a secret base, where only members of the Mutant Underground organization, or mutants who choose to stay here for a long time, live. The abandoned bank is used as a temporary base to accommodate those mutants who stay for a short time. After arranging the transfer of the base camp, John found Chuang again. "Lou, I've already contacted Ivan. She agreed to meet with you. The time is tomorrow. This is the location." After receiving the note from John, Chuang was overjoyed. "Well done, according to our agreement. Your debt will be offset by $100,000, and I will give you $50,000 as a personal donation." Hearing that he got $50,000, John fell into deep thought for a moment. People will change after all. In the past, John would keep $50,000 as an emergency fund. But right now, John has only one thought on his mind. How many meters can $50,000 expand their new base? The next day, Chuang came to Broadway according to the appointment location. John, as the contact person of both sides, did not follow. Due to the transfer of the base camp, now he has a lot of things to deal with, and there is no free time at all. Walking into an apartment, Chuang found the house number on the note and knocked on the door. "Who are you?" Soon, a woman's voice came from inside the house. "I'm Chuang. John should have told you." Chuang said in a deep voice, quite a feeling of spy underground connection. "Hold on." A few seconds later, the door opened slowly, and a long-haired woman in a formal suit appeared in front of Lu Chuang. After seeing Lu Chuang, the woman's expression seemed calm. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's go into the room and chat." After speaking, the woman returned to the house on her own. Lu Chuang looked as usual and followed the woman into the room. The light in the room was very dim, and the curtains covered most of the windows. Through the weak light, it could be seen that there was no trace of life in the house. Obviously, this house was just a temporary point. The woman sat down and said calmly, "I'm Ivan. I heard from John. You seem to have some questions to ask me, right?" "Yes." Lu Chuang nodded and said bluntly, "I want to ask you about the X-Men, because I heard from others that you're suffering from contact with the X-Men." Ivan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh? Who did you listen to?" Anyway, John can be regarded as his acquaintance. Lu Chuang felt that he couldn't betray him. "It's just gossip." Ivan stared at Lu Chuang for a while, then slowly said, "Yes, I have been in contact with the X-Men." Regarding Lu Chuang's inquiry, Ivan directly admitted it. Lu Chuang's eyes lit up, and he asked, "So you've seen the X-Men, right?" Ivan didn't answer. She looked at Lu Chuang and said, "Looking at you, you don't seem to be surprised or suspicious of the existence of X-Men. I'm curious, why do you want to know about X-Men?" To most mutants, the X-Men are a made-up story. However, Lu Chuang reacted as if he was convinced that the X-Men really existed, which surprised Ivan. Lu Chuang pondered for a few seconds. "Do you believe in light?" "Ivan." Lu Chuang didn't blush and said, "You don't know, my childhood dream is to become an excellent X-Men. I believe that X-Men is absolutely true, so I searched everywhere for information and clues in order to be able to find the X-Men." Ivan pondered upon hearing the words. What Lu Chuang said was reasonable. It was hard to judge whether what he said was true or not. However, before that, Ivan had learned about Lu Chuang's ability and some of the things he had done through the information disclosed by John. Will not agree to meet with Lu Chuang. After a few seconds of silence, Ivan suddenly said, "I can answer your question, but in exchange, I'll be busy. Talk about the conditions first." Lu Chuang said calmly. Although he wanted to find out the truth behind the X-Men, he would not be foolish enough to show this eagerness on his face. Ivan leaned forward slightly, and the light shone on her face. "I know you helped John build a new base. I saw the photos, and you did a great job, so I want you to help me build the same in other cities, the base. Definitely, I'll pay for in hindsight." Lu Chuang realized in an instant, no wonder the other party agreed to meet. It turned out that was the idea. John once said that Ivan is setting up branches of the Mutant underground organization in various cities to provide safe houses for the homeless mutants. Naturally, there are many bases like John's, and Ivan's purpose is to let him work for these branches all build an underground base. Good guy, it's really the Mutant underground organization, and all the mutants have gone to live underground. Lu Chuang shook his head. "I refuse. I am very busy and don't have time to build so many bases. At most, I can only help you build 2 bases." Ivan frowned. This condition did not meet her initial expectations at all. Too few. Build at least 5 bases. There are only 2 seats, no bargaining. It takes about 4 days to build a base, and he has to run around across the city. Lu Chuang is not willing to waste so much time on this kind of thing. With this time, he might as well accept a few more commission tasks. Ivan still wants a bargain, but Lu Chuang's attitude is very firm. Let him don't even think about being a coolie for a long time. At most, build 2 bases, whatever he likes. No way. Ivan finally had to agree to Lu Chuang's conditions. "Okay, then build 2 bases, and I will send you the location when the time comes." After the 2 parties reached an agreement, Lu Chuang asked unceremoniously, "Since I have agreed to your terms, should you answer my question now?" Ivan knew what Lu Chuang was referring to. This time she did not hide anything. She nodded and said, "You are right. I have met the X-Men. To be precise, I have met the leader of the X-Men. You're talking about Professor X, aren't you? You actually know that one." Ivan was very surprised. Although the story of X-Men has been handed down to this day, the story has never revealed what kind of X-Men is, nor has it revealed who the founder and leader of X-Men is. But when Lu Chuang said this name suddenly, Ivan was deeply surprised, and she took a deep look at Lu Chuang. It seems that you know more than I thought. Yes, I have seen Professor X. Please speak slowly, I can't write. At some point, Chuang took out a small notebook and a pen from his arms and recorded carefully to avoid missing any key information. Ivan's expression was a little stiff, and his emotions were incoherent. Thinking of the terms reached by the two parties, Ivan took a deep breath and pretended not to see it. She slowed down her speech and said, I was a lawyer at the beginning, and because my mutant identity was exposed, I lost my job and my life was almost destroyed. At that time, a person suddenly found me. He is X teaches. Wait, I want to confirm the version. The Professor X you mentioned, is he young or old, bald or hairy? Chuang suddenly interrupted Ivan's memory. This matter is very important. He must confirm. Ivan, is it possible to make people talk better? He's an old man with no hair. That's the Professor X of Patrick's version. Chuang definitely thought that combining the two features, he could basically lock in the Professor X of Patrick's template. That is, the Professor X of the old man. Thinking along this line of thought, this can rule out all the time periods between the first battle and Dark Phoenix, because those time periods are Professor X in his youth, not only young, but also with thick hair. Unlike his age when I was a child, my head was so bright that even Hair Restore couldn't save it. Anyway, Professor X found me. That's when I knew that X-Men really existed. After being interrupted twice in a row by Chuang, Ivan finally got his memory back and said all the words in one breath without giving Lu chance, interrupted by Chuang. What did he ask you for? Before Ivan could answer, Chuang asked very quickly, Are you looking for you to establish the Mutant Underground Organization and invite Lorna and John to join the Mutant Underground Organization? Hearing Chuang's words, Ivan's face turned black. Why do you know this? Gossip. However, I only mentioned this to John. Chuang didn't change his face. I warn you, you can eat indiscriminately, and you can't talk indiscriminately. I never said that. John told me dash. Ivan, Stonehammer, the traitor among us is John. Ivan has a bit of a headache. John told her that he accidentally revealed some information. Now Ivan just wants to grab John and ask, Are you sure this is some information? And he almost told her the color of his underwear. Ivan was silent for a few seconds and finally nodded. Yes. If that's the case, why doesn't Professor X do it himself? Doesn't he have X-Men? Chuang asked without hesitation, as if to break the casserole and ask the end. Afraid that Ivan would not want to say it, Chuang patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, my mouth has always been tight, and I promise that no one else will know. The corner of Ivan's mouth twitched. You might not believe it. John promised her the same way back then. It turns out that a man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. But for some unknown reason, Ivan subconsciously felt that Chuang was trustworthy, and she shook her head. At that time, the X-Men seemed to be in some kind of trouble, and Professor X said that they had more important things to do, so they could only give me this task. Unknowingly, Ivan has been influenced by Chuang's super high school priest and revealed many secrets to Chuang. Did Professor X say what it is? No. Speaking of this, Ivan looked at Chuang and said, If you want to ask me about the whereabouts of the X-Men, then I can tell you clearly that I don't know where the X-Men are. Ivan didn't know the whereabouts of the X-Men, which surprised Chuang. Didn't Professor X mention it to you? Ivan shook his head. No. After Professor X gave me the task, he left. I haven't contacted him since then, and I haven't seen the X-Men, so I don't know their situation now. Hearing this, Chuang secretly thought something was wrong. This is the rhythm of the clues to be broken. Chuang could see that Ivan had no trace of lying and began to think in his heart. As far as he knows, there are two endings for the X-Men in the old Professor X story that still exists. One is before reversing the future, and the other is after reversing the future. The former almost all died in the hands of the full version of Sentinel, and the latter almost all died in the hands of Professor X. In the end, only an old wolf, and with Professor X, it can be said that it is miserable. Regardless of the ending, the X-Men basically ended up being wiped out, and it is reasonable for them to disappear suddenly. But the question is, why did Professor X find Ivan? At present, Lu Chuang is not sure whether the direction of the story is the same as he thought. After all, the character of Ivan has never appeared in X-Men, and he has never heard of the Mutant Underground organization. Of all the mutants that Lu Chuang has encountered now, only Clarice is a character he is more familiar with, having appeared before reversing the future. Some time ago, Lu Chuang specifically asked Clarice if she had been in contact with X-Men. As a result, Clarice, like other mutants, thought that X-Men was a story. Obviously, Clarice had never been in contact with X-Men until now. At this moment, Lu Chuang suddenly thought of something. Why did Professor X ask you to invite Lorna and John? What's so special about them? Ivan frowned suddenly. I can't answer this question. I promised Professor X to keep it secret. A base. Lu Chuang decisively raised a finger. Ivan showed a tangled expression. Even if you say that, I also... 2 bases. Lu Chuang raised 2 fingers and said at the same time, you have to understand that Professor X hopes that you can help more mutant compatriots. It should be a good deal to exchange an unimportant piece of information for the safety of more mutant compatriots. As soon as these words came out, Ivan was really moved. It's just that she said that John was a traitor just now, and it always felt like a slap in the face when she revealed the intelligence information. Seeing that Ivan was shaken, Lu Chuang continued, besides, Lorna is my friend, and her affairs are my affairs. It is reasonable for me to help her figure out the reason. Professor X will definitely not mind if you tell Lorna herself. Well, now even the reason has been found for her. Professor X, don't blame me. I'm all for the Mutant Underground organization. Ivan sighed helplessly. The reason for inviting John is very simple. Because he is a relative of X-Men, we know him well, and he has this ability. As for Lorna Dan, having said that, Ivan suddenly paused, asking for flowers. I saw Ivan's expression became serious. Her identity is not simple. Seeing Ivan's reaction, Lu Chuang said with interest, why is it not simple? Have you ever heard of Brotherhood? Ivan said softly. Brotherhood? Hearing this name, Lu Chuang first thought of Assassin's Creed, then thought of Fascia who starred in Assassin's Creed, and then another Brotherhood of Fascia. You mean the mutant organization that is hostile to X-Men? You know all about this? How fresh. I also know that the boss of Brotherhood is Magneto. He is a good friend of Professor X. Ivan was surprised that Lu Chuang knew more than she did. At least she didn't know that Professor and Magneto, the leaders of 2 hostile organizations, had such an intimate relationship. Lu Chuang's brain was spinning very fast, and he squinted his eyes and said, you don't mean to say that Lorna is the blood of Magneto, right? How do you know? Other things are fine. Ivan finally couldn't sit still after hearing this, stood up and looked at Lu Chuang in shock. Their abilities are exactly the same, so it's not hard to guess. Lu Chuang calmly looked like a wise man, pushed his non-existent glasses, and said with certainty, if my deduction is correct, Luna should be Magneto, the granddaughter, right? Ivan, just kidding. Lorna is Magneto's daughter, right? Lu Chuang said cheerfully. In fact, since Lu Chuang saw Lorna's ability, he can basically be sure that Lorna has a necessary connection with a certain famous mutant, that is Professor X's good friend Magneto. The abilities of the 2 are almost exactly the same. Both have the ability of controlling magnetic field, although most of the time they can only control metal, which is a bit of a stretch, but it is undeniable that their abilities are very powerful. Definitely, the possibility of duplication of ability is not ruled out. But Lu Chuang has a very strong evidence that can point out that Lorna and Magneto are the biological father and daughter. That is, Lorna's pretend instinct that seems to be engraved in the genes has already deeply betrayed her. In terms of pretend, who in Mutant can compare to Magneto? Therefore, Lu Chuang can be 100% sure that Lorna and Magneto are definitely related by blood, and Lu Chuang knows that Magneto has several daughters, and one of them is codenamed Polaris. To add here, Scarlet, which of the future Avengers, is actually the daughter of Magneto. It has to be said that the Magneto family are all people of the scene, and the instinct of pretending has been engraved in the genes. Seeing Lu Chuang revealing Lorna's identity all of a sudden, Ivan had no choice but to admit, you are right, Lorna Dan is indeed Magneto's daughter. TSK. Professor X really knows how to play," Lu Chuang said with emotion. "Inviting the daughter of my old rival to my camp, this kind of coquettish operation can be imagined. If Lorna really joins the Mutant underground organization, when she meets Magneto, she might stage a fatherly love scene on the spot. The drama of female filial piety. Professor X is such a bad old man. No wonder Magneto often falls in his hands." Lu Chuang asked curiously, "Does Lorna know about this?" Ivan pretended not to hear Lu Chuang's slanderous words against Professor X and shook his head. Lorna Dan didn't know about it. She thought she was an orphan after her adoptive parents died. She has been living with her aunt since then, and no one has ever told Lorna Dane about her life experience. "I see." Lu Chuang wondered if he should tell Lorna when he went back. In fact, she has a very awesome father, and he's also a good friend of the X-Men leader. Maybe she can recognize a particularly awesome mother, by the way, although this mother's head is a bit bald. Putting away the thoughts that started to diverge, Lu Chuang was a little puzzled. Since Professor X and his X-Men have disappeared, why hasn't Magneto appeared? Isn't now the best time for him to do something? "Who knows?" Ivan replied. "Magneto disappeared long ago, earlier than Professor X, and his Brotherhood organization also disbanded, just like X-Men disappeared completely. No one knows why. Magneto and Brotherhood gone too?" Lu Chuang frowned. He felt that this incident should have something to do with the disappearance of the X-Men. But there are too few clues now. Lu Chuang can't think of any useful information for the time being. However, Lu Chuang did not give up the investigation. Under his constant questioning, Ivan was very cooperative. As long as it did not involve important information, she was willing to reveal the information she knew. Half an hour later, Lu Chuang left the apartment with his notebook. Lu Chuang looked at his game system. Big news can be completed. In the end, Lu Chuang still failed to investigate the truth behind the X-Men. The information Ivan knows is limited, although it is not like John and the others who don't know everything. But the information she knows obviously lacks some of the most important content, such as what kind of trouble Professor X and the others encountered back then, which caused them to suddenly disappear. Lu Chuang felt that the trouble that Professor X mentioned was definitely the key point. As long as we figure this out, maybe we can know the truth behind the X-Men. But Lu Chuang is not without gains, and finally Ivan told him a place where it is possible to find the X-Men's former base, and the address is located in Westchester. However, it was getting late now, and Lu Chuang was not in a hurry to leave for Westchester immediately. He decided to take a suitable helper to take a look at it another day. This type of investigation task is too brain-intensive, and he needs tool people. Oh no, the assistance of a helper. As for who to ask for help, Lu Chuang already had an idea in mind. Lu Chuang was walking on the road, flipping through the notes in his hand, trying to sort out the recorded information. While passing through Harlem, Lu Chuang suddenly heard a loud noise. Looking up, he saw several military vehicles parked on the side of the road, and a large number of soldiers with live ammunition came out of the vehicles. What's more exaggerated is that Lu Chuang noticed several helicopters circling overhead. This huge amounts of formation instantly attracted passers-by to watch and take pictures. Some people in the crowd have already recognized that this is America's military force, and everyone is only curious as to why America's army gathered here at this time. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chuang saw a captain with a hooked nose and stern eyes coming out. As for how Lu Chuang could tell that he was the captain, the reason was very simple. Among so many soldiers, he was the only one who did not wear a tactical helmet. If the lens is not at the level of the captain, it cannot be justified. The captain ran directly to a building not far away with his gun in his hand, followed by other soldiers pouring into the building like a tide. Only a part of the soldiers stood outside and waited. Looking at the bright guns in the hands of the soldiers, the passers-by consciously stood 5 meters away. Only the patrolling police officers dared to approach the past and ask what happened. Lu Chuang pricked up his ears to listen, only to hear a soldier say, "We are arresting an international fugitive. Don't hinder our work. We need to seal off this area for deployment of troops." Hearing this, Lu Chuang raised his eyebrows. What is the background of this fugitive? So many troops are needed to arrest him. I am afraid that the bearded man will not need such a big battle when he is alive. However, we didn't receive any notice in advance. The patrolman said puzzledly. We have obtained the relevant authorization. Don't hinder our work. The soldier's attitude was extremely tough, and his words were even more unceremonious. Without arguing with each other, pick up the walkie-talkie and call the headquarters for reinforcements. Ignoring the patrolling police, the soldiers began to clear the surrounding crowd. Even Chuang, who was eating melons, was no exception. Boom! At this moment, a gunshot suddenly sounded. The glass of that building instantly turned into silver light and scattered on the ground. Hearing the sound of gunshots, passers-by immediately knelt down skillfully with their heads in their hands, while Chuang stood there calmly. He knew it was a secret sniper shooting, and it was obvious that the army was attacking the so-called international fugitives. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to see a man whose whole body was tightly bound by restraint belts and was sent out of the building by a group of 0.7 soldiers, whether it was in the open or in the dark. There are countless guns aimed at the man, as if the man is an extremely dangerous person, and he almost put a grenade in the man's mouth. The woman beside her was crying bitterly, and she seemed to be begging an old man in military uniform. But the old man was unmoved. Bruce Banner is a fugitive. I can't let him go. If you weren't my daughter, now you have also been handcuffed by me. At the same time, a system prompt popped up in Chuang's mind. Title trigger. Hunting giant beasts can be completed. Unlock condition. Personally kill the abominable Emil Bronsky, 0-1. Awarded title, Super High School Level Wrestler. Bruce Banner. When Chuang heard this familiar name, he immediately realized who the man in front of him who was captured by the military was. Dr. Banner of Avengers, also known by Tony Stark as the strongest fighting force of Avengers, will turn into a forgiving green Titan Hulk when he gets angry. From this point of view, the begging woman should be Bruce Banner's girlfriend, and the old man in military uniform is obviously Bruce Banner's father-in-law, General Ross, who played many times during the Avengers Civil War. General Ross doesn't like Bruce Banner's son-in-law very much, which can be seen from the fact that he spent 8 years chasing and killing Bruce Banner all over the world. Bruce Banner is suffering beyond words. It never occurred to him that it was not his girlfriend, but his father-in-law who accompanied him on his global travels. Definitely, Bruce Banner also knows that the real target of General Ross is not himself, but the Hulk in his body. This cold-blooded general is thinking about his super soldier transformation plan, trying to use Hulk to develop a super soldier, which is stronger than Captain America. Be a powerful super soldier. Bruce Banner knew how dangerous his own blood was, so he couldn't let General Ross do what he wanted. What's more, even if Bruce Banner agreed, the Hulk inside him wouldn't. Because of Hulk's existence, even if Bruce Banner is a helpless scientist, he can escape from General Ross's army many times. In the face of Hulk's terrifying strength, no matter how sophisticated the army is, it is a pile of scum, it's just scum. However, now that Bruce Banner was captured by General Ross, Hulk did not show up to stop him. There is only one reason Chuang can think of, and that is that the tailed beast Hulk in Bruce Banner's body was temporarily sealed. If you think about it, you know that a permanent seal is impossible, otherwise Bruce Banner will not have anything to do in the New York War later. Chuang thought about it, and the scene in front of him seemed to be the plot in the movie Invincible Hulk. Although he didn't know the name Emil Bronsky, he knew that he hated the codename. The villain in Invincible Hulk. A soldier injected with Banner's blood eventually turned into a monster as terrifying as Hulk, an existence capable of crushing Hulk and beating violently. Emil Bronsky should be the captain. Chuang quickly guessed the target, raised his eyes, and scanned the surrounding area, but he really didn't see the figure of the captain. Obviously, the other party was still staying in that building. If Chuang remembered correctly, Bronsky should be planning to inject himself with Bruce Banner's blood at this time. Chuang pondered. If he prevented Bronsky from injecting Bruce Banner's blood in advance and killed him while Bronsky was still a human, would it be considered complete? After thinking about it, Chuang felt that this possibility was unlikely. After all, there's an abomination in front of Bronski's name, which is the unlocking condition. If Bronski is only a human being, he cannot be called an abomination. This is the same as Tony Stark and Iron Man, who did not build steel armor. This is difficult. Even if there is a gap between the movie and the reality, the combat power of the Abomination will not be that bad. After all, it is an opponent who can fight Hulk, and it is definitely not an existence that Chuang can fight against the present. It is not realistic to rely on him alone to kill Abomination with his own hands. Chuang narrowed his eyes and suddenly looked in the direction of Bruce Banner, and then at the soldiers beside General Ross. 5 minutes later, Bruce Banner was delivered to a military helicopter. General Ross boarded the helicopter with several soldiers and his daughter Betty. The helicopter rose into the air, and General Ross, who successfully captured Bruce Banner, did not show any joy. Instead, his face flushed with anger and his eyes fixed on Bruce Banner in front of him. Because he just learned through Betty that Bruce Banner and a biologist named Mr. Blue have developed an antidote to eliminate the existence of the Hulk hidden in Bruce Banner's body. The worst thing is that this antidote has been injected into Bruce Banner's body. The effect of the antidote is remarkable. General Ross almost beat Bruce Banner into a pig's head, and he didn't even see the slightest sign of green on Bruce Banner's face. But General Ross looked like he was about to turn into a red titan now. You know, the reason General Ross has been chasing Bruce Banner is because of the Hulk. And now that Bruce Banner has injected the antidote, Hulk is likely to be gone, which means that General Ross cannot complete his super soldier transformation plan. 8 years of youth were all in vain. One can imagine General Ross's mood at the moment. General Ross can't wait to grab Bruce Banner and yell, "You just killed the Hulk. Did you ask me how I feel?" Compared to General Ross, who is angry, Bruce Banner with a pig face is full of joy. No one wants Hulk to disappear more than him. For him, Hulk is a disaster, and now he is finally free from this disaster. Without the threat of the Hulk, Bruce Banner was unshackled. In front of General Ross, Bruce Banner exchanged glances with Betty, who was sitting across from him. "You and me," General Ross' blood pressure skyrocketed. This kid not only stole his Hulk, but now he wants to take his daughter's snatch. Puff! Seeing that General Ross was about to burst his veins with anger, a soldier next to him couldn't help laughing. General Ross glared at the soldier fiercely. "What are you laughing at?" The soldier said solemnly, "I'm sorry, sir. I suddenly remembered something happy." General Ross glared and was about to reprimand the undisciplined soldier when the helicopter pilot suddenly said, "Sir, there's an urgent message from the troops on the ground. They spotted Hulk and are attacking citizens on the street." "This is impossible." General Ross denied it without thinking. "Bruce Banner is still here. How could Hulk appear below?" Hearing their conversation, Bruce Banner was also puzzled. Hulk's features are so recognizable. It stands to reason that these soldier facts have proved that this is not disinformation. Soon, the troops on the ground sent a live video, and a huge monster with a hideous shape suddenly appeared on the screen. Both General Ross and Bruce Banner could tell that this tawny monster was not Hulk at all. After all, the two did not even match in color, but it was undeniable that this monster was indeed very similar to Hulk, and it was also full of terror, of destructive power. Looking at the appearance of this monster, Bruce Banner could vaguely recognize a familiar face and turned to General Ross in disbelief. "This is your soldier. What have you done?" General Ross was silent. At the moment, he also recognized the monster's identity. It was his soldier Bronski, but he didn't know why Brisky became like this at all. Seeing Bronski transformed into an abomination in the display screen, wantonly destroying everything around him, General Ross naturally didn't want to have any relationship with him, and immediately denied. "You read it wrong. He is not my soldier." At this time, the soldier sitting next to General Ross suddenly shouted, "Sir, look quickly. Isn't this our Captain Bronski? There seems to be something wrong with him. Damn it, why is he getting bald?" General Ross. "Bruce Banner, is there something wrong with your focus?" General Ross glared at the soldier, who talked too much. The soldier probably knew that he had said something wrong, so he closed his mouth in embarrassment, but he didn't take it seriously in his heart. The soldier was Lu Chuang in disguise. Not long ago, Lu Chuang found an opportunity to stun General Ross's trailing soldiers, disguised himself as the other side, and sneaked into the military helicopter. "Sir, Hulk is moving in the direction of Broadway." Hearing the driver's latest report, General Ross looked very bad. Broadway is an important location in New York, and it happens to be the peak time of traffic at this time. If Bronsky is allowed to rush to Broadway, it is unimaginable how many casualties and property losses will be caused, and he will not be able to escape by then. He might even be court-martialed for it. "Get the troops on the ground to gather and stop this monster," General Ross ordered. Seeing General Ross start to arrange, Bruce Banner interrupted. "You should know that that kind of monster is not something ordinary people can deal with. You have to take me there. Only I can deal with him." What Bruce Banner meant was obvious. He was going to defeat monsters with monsters, namely his tail beast Hulk. Before General Ross responded, Betty next to him couldn't sit still. "Bruce, what are you talking about? You just injected the antidote. You may not be able to transform." "I know, but I have to try." Bruce Banner is very decisive. No one knows the horror of this monster better than him. If left alone, the whole of New York will suffer from it. Bruce Banner has already guessed that Bronsky may have injected his own blood to turn into this monster. This is his fault. Bruce Banner feels that he has the responsibility to make up for this mistake. Lansky only has Hulk, who is also a monster. Although he has injected the antidote now, Bruce Banner can't care so much. Only Hulk can stop Bronsky, and he must transform into Hulk. Seeing the crazy Bronsky in the picture, General Ross was silent for a few seconds and finally chose to compromise, ordering the driver to drive to Bronsky's location. When the helicopter arrived at the destination, General Ross said blankly, "Land down nearby. Let him go." "No need. This height is enough. If you want Hulk to come out again, you need enough stimulation." Bruce Banner waved his hand, then opened the rear hatch of the helicopter. "He's going to jump straight down from here to stimulate the Hulk in his body to come out." "Bruce, you don't have to do this, please." Betty panicked and wanted to stop it. She was very afraid that Bruce Banner would fail to transform. If Bruce Banner could not transform into a Hulk and fell from this height, Bruce Banner would it will fall into a pile of mud, and it will never come back together. "Betty, I'm sorry." Bruce Banner looked at Betty affectionately, and without giving Betty a chance to stop him, he turned around and was about to make a handsome jump. As a result, as soon as one foot stepped out, Bruce Banner felt a huge force pulling him back. Bruce Banner looked at Lu Chuang, who pulled him back, and asked with a puzzled face, "Why did you pull me back?" Lu Chuang looked serious. "You just need enough stimulation. You don't have to jump off the plane. We can use a relatively safe way to stimulate you. At least if the stimulation fails, there's no 100% death rate, like jumping off the plane." Although Lu Chuang knows the plot, he is not sure whether his appearance will bring about any butterfly effect. If Bruce Banner falls directly to his death, his plan will be completely ruined. "He's right. We can use another method." Betty quickly echoed. Bruce Banner nodded. Feeling that what Lu Chuang said really made sense, he asked, "What way do you want to stimulate?" "It's very simple. Has the Russian Ross turned the dial?" As he said that, Lu Chuang took out a revolver from his pocket, took out all the bullets in it, restuffed a bullet into the cylinder in front of everyone, and then turned the revolver quickly. Without warning, Lu Chuang raised the muzzle of the gun suddenly and pulled the trigger on Bruce Banner's forehead. Crack! Bruce Banner trembled all over, but heard a jamming sound. Apparently, it was a blank round. However, Bruce Banner's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably, and his breathing began to become short of breath. "How about it? Isn't it a little exciting?" Lu Chuang said cheerfully. "Bruce Banner, it's not a little exciting. It's too exciting. Now, whether Hulk exists is still unknown. If Hulk does not exist, the bullet hit his forehead must be completely cool, facing the threat of death. Few are able to maintain peace of mind." Seeing that Bruce Banner has not yet turned into a sign, Lu Chuang muttered, "It seems that the excitement is not big enough." Crack! 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 Lu Chuang aimed directly at Bruce Banner's forehead and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. Fortunately, it turned out to be all empty bombs. However, Ruth Banner was in a cold sweat. "You're lucky. There are 2 bullets left, and I'll just shoot randomly. Chuang's hand holding the gun dangled restlessly, aiming at Bruce Banner's head at one moment, and at the other Bruce Banner's downside. Bruce Banner's expression was stiff, and he suddenly realized that jumping like this was not a wrong choice. At least jumping off the plane was clean and neat. Even if he died, he wouldn't suffer much pain. It wasn't as tortured as it is now. At this moment, Chuang looked at General Ross beside him. "Sir, do you want to take a shot?" General Ross frowned. He was a soldier and didn't want to do such a meaningless thing. However, he saw Betty looking at Bruce Banner worriedly and nodded sharply. "Good." Bruce Banner couldn't help swallowing as he watched General Ross, who took the gun with a look of anger on his face. Shouldn't my father-in-law just shoot him twice? Just as General Ross was about to raise his gun, Bruce Banner finally couldn't take it anymore, and his heart beat faster. I saw that Bruce Banner's pupils showed a green light. His muscles began to swell at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the clothes on his body were slowly tearing. Bruce Banner couldn't help but let out a low growl. "Roar! Let's go!" Seeing this, Chuang didn't have the slightest hesitation and kicked Bruce Banner, who was transforming, directly off the plane with a left. New York, Broadway. The cries of countless people and the sound of gunfire broke the tranquility of the night. At the moment, the streets are full of people running in a panic. All kinds of sundries and wreckage are scattered on the ground. Many vehicles crash into a ball on the road, and there are horrible explosions, screams and screams from time to time. The sound is endless. The peaceful and prosperous streets of the past are completely gone, replaced by a scene like the end of the world. The reason for all of this is the huge figure in the distance. It was a monster more than 3 meters high, with ferocious barbs spreading from the back of the spine, twisting muscles like countless small snakes wriggling under the yellow-brown skin. Its appearance was extremely ugly. It can be said that it completely satisfied the needs of a villain for some images. To say it is a good person is an insult to it. This monster was the former Bronsky. "Hey now!" Countless flames flashed from the muzzles of the guns, and an armed team of 870 troops left on the ground launched a fierce attack on the Abomination. However, the guns and bullets of these soldiers have no effect on the Abomination at all, and even the damage of the rocket launcher is very small, and even Pecom, who is Abomination, cannot break through. Facing the attacks of the soldiers, Abomination did not choose to hold back these former comrades in arms. I saw a cruel smile, took a step, and rushed directly to the armed team, and rushed to the front of these soldiers in the blink of an eye, stretched out 2 thick arms like stone pillars, and started massacring the surrounding soldiers crazily. A soldier of flesh and blood is no match for hatred. Accompanied by a burst of screams, this armed team was quickly destroyed by the Abomination. "Huh, that's the power." Hate let out a rough, frosty laugh, feeling the endless power in his body. At this moment, its heart was completely inflated like its appearance. Even if Hulk appeared in front of it, Hate had the confidence to take Hulk away. Torn to shreds. BDDH. Boom! At this moment, a green figure descended from the sky and smashed straight into the ground. "Your Hulk has been delivered. Please sign for it." In people's horrified eyes, a big green hand suddenly stretched out from the deep hole on the ground, supporting the ground and slowly revealing the tall figure, which attracted people's desperate screams. Another monster. The Hulk crawled out of the ground and ignored these villains. It tore up the rags on its body, leaving only a pair of elastic purple underwear, and opened its arms and roared to the sky. Roar! The violent roar resounded throughout the street. Hearing the sound, Abomination immediately looked back and saw the target he had been trying to kill from a distance, opened the corner of his mouth and shouted, "You finally came out, Hulk? I've been waiting for you for a long time." While speaking, the Abomination couldn't wait to rush towards Hulk. The footsteps landed with a loud roar. The hard asphalt road continued to crack and was crushed to pieces by huge amounts of power. The Hulk, who had just climbed out, hadn't figured out the situation when he saw an ugly guy running towards him, and even made a provocative speech to him. Hulk, who was a little bit angry, couldn't bear it. Then run up to the Abomination. Boom! Two monsters over half a ton slammed into each other like a bulldozer, and it was a deafening sound, as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The sound was so powerful that everyone trembled and couldn't stand still. This power is really outrageous. It deserves to be the strongest combat power of the Avengers. Chuang, who was standing at the rear hatch watching the show, sighed secretly. Can't get out. Even if he doesn't watch the live broadcast, with his strengthened eyesight, Chuang can clearly see the battle situation below. Just when Chuang was a little obsessed with watching, he suddenly felt a hard object against the back of his head. Turning his head, Chuang found that it was General Ross, who raised the revolver in his hand and pointed the muzzle at himself. Other soldiers in the cabin also raised their guns and looked at Chuang vigilantly. Only Betty looked left and right in a bewildered expression, not knowing why they suddenly had internal strife. Chuang put on a standard French military salute. "Sir, you are one of your own." General Ross stared at Chuang coldly and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Hearing his words, Chuang knew that his identity had been exposed and said helplessly, "If I say that I was passing by, you would believe it." "Well, I know you don't believe it." Chuang suddenly jumped up and rushed towards General Ross in front of him. The multiple gains of several super high school level talents made Chuang's speed unprecedentedly fast. General Ross's eyes widened, surprised at Chuang's explosive speed. However, General Ross is a veteran soldier after all. He calmly pulled the trigger continuously. Even in an emergency, General Ross did not forget that the gun in his hand only had one bullet. Crack! Crack! The familiar jamming sound came. General Ross's face froze. The pistol had no bullets, but he clearly watched the bullets go into the cylinder. What he doesn't know is that for Chuang, a super high school level thief, secretly hiding a bullet is easy, and the so-called Russian Ross roulette is just a means to stimulate Bruce Banner. The next moment, Chuang grabbed General Ross's neck easily. "Sir, my acting skills should be flawless. How did you find me?" "General Ross, there is no flaw in the bullshit. How can any serious soldier carry a revolver with him? It doesn't matter if you want to blame. You can blame me for exposing me." Chuang smiled like a villain and said with a smile, "Sorry, now this helicopter belongs to me, and you are all my hostages." After I finished speaking, who agrees? Who objected? Anyone else object? Chuang clapped his hands and asked politely. After waiting for a while, Chuang didn't hear any objection and nodded in satisfaction. "Very well, since there is no objection, then this helicopter will belong to me." At the moment, Betty hid in the corner of the cabin, not daring to make a sound, and looked at Chuang in fear. Just now, the man in front of him has crushed all those who opposed him. Looking at the fainted soldiers lying on the ground, General Ross's face was so gloomy that water dripped out. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" "Don't be nervous. I'm a good person. My target is that shit yellow monster down there. I'll let you go after I settle the matter." Chuang kindly explained, fearing that General Ross would be so angry that his blood vessels would explode, and he would be baffled he was charged with killing General America. "I will never give in to a criminal." General Ross was very tough. Although his side was at the bottom, he was sure of his momentum. Chuang's eyes were not friendly. "Then don't blame me for sending you to Hulk. I believe Hulk must want to see you, old man. Don't stare at me like this. I know what you mean. He punched you to death. Although you are dead, but you are still not convinced, right?" General Ross. "Father, promise him." Betty couldn't help but said she was worried that Chuang would really send General Ross to Hulk. And with General Ross' care for Hulk these years, don't expect Hulk to stay with General Luo. "Hand." General Ross was silent for a moment, then said coldly, "What are you going to do?" He can disregard his own safety, but his daughter Betty is still in the helicopter, and before making certain decisions, he has to consider Betty's safety. Just ask the pilot to descend to a safe height. Chuang didn't bother to talk nonsense with this old guy, picked up the soldiers' rifles, walked to the rear hatch to re-observe the battle situation on the ground. Standing at the rear hatch, Chuang saw Chong Wei calling. Oh no, it was hate hitting Hulk. Unlike Hulk, who can only use brute force, Abomination still retains his original memory and reason. As an elite soldier in the army, he can skillfully use various combat skills. With the body of this monster, Hulk is not at all hated opponent. Moreover, Bruce Banner injected the antidote in advance. Although the Hulk did not disappear, it still had a certain impact on it, so that Hulk was directly pressed to the ground by the Abomination and exploded with a hammer. "Hulk, is this all you have?" Hate firmly held Hulk's huge head and kept hitting the ground hard. The ground trembled crazily, and the ground continued to spread around like a spider web. When the Abomination stopped, Hulk's head was sunk deep into the ground. At this moment, the originally bustling street has turned into ruins, as if it has been hit by a meteorite. The surrounding buildings have become dilapidated, and the ground is full of large and small potholes. It can be seen that the battle between the two monsters is extremely fierce. Even so, it's puzzling that Hulk's stretchy purple panties are still intact. Da-da-da. At this moment, several bullets roared towards him, splashing countless sparks on the body of the Hatred. Who is it? Relying on his rich tactical experience, Hate judged the direction of the bullet, looked up with fierce eyes, saw a helicopter hovering in mid-air, and could vaguely see a soldier in military uniform standing at the rear hatch. He was raising his gun and shooting at it. After finding that the bullet had no effect on the Abomination, the soldier didn't take it seriously, raised his middle finger, and made an international friendly gesture to the Abomination. Damn it! Suffering such provocation from the other party, he hated rage for a moment, but halfway through the roar, he realized that he didn't know the other party's name. So he yelled, "Damn Ross, you are dead." The opponent is wearing a military uniform, so it must be General Ross's soldiers who can't escape, so it's right to blame General Ross. General Ross's face is black. This is all done by Chuang. Who cares? Betty looked at General Ross worriedly. She wanted to persuade her father not to get off the helicopter for the time being. She was afraid that after Hulk and Abomination saw that Ross was in a mess, the two monsters suddenly made an appointment to get rid of General Ross first, and then go back and fight. At the moment when the Hatred was distracted, the Hulk below suddenly exploded. Roar! Hulk hissed wildly and kicked Hate's chest heavily. Accompanied by a frightening sound of gas explosion, the loathsome tumbling and flying out, the vehicles parked on the street crumbling to pieces like toys were smashed by it, and a shrill siren sounded. The Abomination carried a terrifying power, and the whole person crashed into a damaged building. Hulk followed closely and jumped high, jumped to the position where the Abomination was, and scuffled with the Abomination. How could the poor building withstand their strange force? The walls and ceilings collapsed, splashing dust all over the sky. Before the unsightly dust and smoke dissipated, a huge green figure flew out from the ruins. Chuang knew who it was without looking and shouted angrily, "Hulk, can you give me some strength? Even if you can't beat him." "You won't pay attention to its toes? Kick it, GG. Asterisk." Speaking of this, Chuang suddenly found that the bottom of the Hatred was naked. Not only that, there is no hair on the whole body of the Abomination. Unlike Hulk, at least there is hair on the head. No wonder this guy doesn't need the underpants version of the mosaic. There is no room for love to be typed. Seeing that his teammate Hulk was not strong enough, Chuang had no choice but to immediately turn on the bullet time, aiming at the Abomination who came out of the ruins with 2 bullets. As soon as the Hatred got rid of the cover of the smoke and dust, 2 golden bullets suddenly shot towards him. Although the power of the Hatred had been greatly enhanced, his reaction force had not been enhanced much. The trajectory of the bullets was still difficult for it to grasp. The bullet fell into its eyes like copper bells with incomparable precision. Ho 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 ho! Hate immediately covered his eyes and let out a heart-piercing roar. 0. Even if its body is hard enough to withstand the damage of the rocket launcher, its eyes are still extremely fragile. After all, not all Man of Steel can even withstand bullets like Superman's eyeballs. At least the Abomination cannot do this. But it wasn't over yet. When the Abomination opened its mouth to growl, Chuang quickly took out a few grenades from his bosom and threw them into the Abomination's mouth accurately. Boom! A series of explosions erupted in the mouth of hatred in an instant. The grenade modified by Chuang is at least twice as powerful as the normal grenade. The hot burning sensation spreads in the mouth of the Abomination. Even a monster body of the abhorrence can't bear it anymore. Kneeling on one knee, with a painful face covering his throat, black smoke slowly drifted out from its mouth. However, Chuang did not feel lucky. Through Superman's vision, Chuang can see that the injury to the eyes of the Abomination is gradually recovering. Although the recovery speed is far slower than his regenerative healing factor, it means that the Abomination is harder to kill than he imagined. As the injury gradually recovered, the hatred stood up with difficulty, and at the moment it was already furious. In the eyes of hate, the only opponent he has is Hulk, and the others are ants that can be easily crushed to death. But now, Chuang, an ant, actually made it so embarrassing, which undoubtedly touched the fuse of hatred. Anger spread in his heart, and hatred roared towards the helicopter. "You are dead, Ross. General Ross. Good chance." Seeing Abomination's mouth open, Chuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a few grenades from his trouser pocket and threw another ultra-long three-pointer into Abomination's mouth. Boom! Ross, I'm going to kill you. 1. After repeated bombings with grenades, the appearance of hatred is simply horrible to watch. However, the vitality of the Abomination is too strong. A few grenades detonated directly in the mouth. This monster was only slightly injured, and even the basic language function was not affected. This vitality is really amazing. At the moment, the Abomination is like a wounded beast. Its huge body tramples on the ground, and the eyes that have recovered are full of anger, locking onto the helicopter where Chuang is. Seeing the disgusting eyes that wanted to eat people, Chuang suddenly felt bad. "Go into the air. Hurry up." Hearing Chuang's reminder, General Ross also sensed that something was wrong and immediately ordered, "Take off." The superior spoke, and the pilot quickly controlled the helicopter to fly. "Go to hell." With a ferocious roar of loathing, 660 grabbed the car beside it and threw it directly towards the helicopter. Fortunately, the height of the helicopter hovering is quite a distance from the ground, so the pilot has enough time to react, and the helicopter managed to dodge the oncoming car. Betty couldn't help screaming at such a thrilling scene, and General Ross remained expressionless, trying to maintain the image of the general. The helicopter almost crashed. Chuang became angry on the spot and waved his hand. "General, where's your F*** King Gatling? Pull me up." General Ross resisted the urge to crush Chuang and found Gatling equipped with a helicopter. He is a smart person, and he can see that Chuang has an ability beyond ordinary people. The most important thing now is to prevent the Abomination from continuing to wreak havoc, so he chooses to cooperate with Chuang's actions. "Lower the altitude. Let this thing taste the power of my merciful Gatling Bodhisattva." Chuang said viciously, set up Gatling in the helicopter, aimed at the huge target of hatred, and the 6 barrels began to rotate. The moment the warm-up time passed, Gatling burst out with ferocious firepower instantly, and the tracer bullets formed a dazzling trajectory in the night and released them all on the body of the Abomination. It's just that this time the hatred learned to be smart and immediately raised his hand to block his eyes to prevent the bullet from being shot into his eyes again. It has to be said that the body of the Abomination is indeed ridiculously strong, and those splashing sparks all show that even Gatling's firepower cannot break through the enemy's armor. The hatred was completely outraged, and he picked up the car next to him and was about to throw it at the helicopter. But Chuang had an insight into all this in advance and quickly shouted, "Ascension! Ascension!" Without waiting for General Ross to convey the message, the pilot, who had experience this time, controlled the helicopter again without saying a word. Looking at the helicopter that took off, I hated to take the car and throw it, and I didn't throw it, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. When the Abomination threw the car, casually, Chuang's eyes lit up, down. Fuck. Hate and incompetence roared, but Lu Chuang didn't stop. As an ADC, the most important thing is to know how to pull. As long as the enemy can't hit him, he has to output with all his strength. Even scraping will disgust the opponent. In fact, abominations are indeed corrupted by disgust. Not to mention that it is difficult to hit Lu Chuang, who has air superiority. The most uncomfortable thing is that Lu Chuang's attack is as if he is cheating. Hate can clearly feel that every shot is aimed at his eyes with precision. The hatred roared again and again. When did that old Ross find a soldier with such good marksmanship? Boom! Just when the abomination was distracted, another bullet passed through the finger and shot into its eye, and the abomination's anger had reached its peak. Ross, damn old guy, don't let me catch you, or you will regret it. Inexplicably, there was an additional enemy, and General Ross didn't know what to say. Could it be that he ran to the abomination and explained that Lu Chuang was not his soldier, and this guy had nothing to do with him? General Ross didn't think it would be of much use. He knew it from the expression of hatred, as if he wanted to tear himself apart, and the other party wouldn't believe it even if he explained it. However, the hatred's attention was all attracted by Lu Chuang, but he forgot that he still had an opponent. Roar! The evil wind came from behind, and the unsuspecting hatred against the back was directly thrown to the ground by the Hulk, who fell from the sky. Hulk roared angrily. His huge but pressed the hatred firmly under his body, clenched his fists, and slammed left and right at the ugly face of the hatred. Seeing this, Lu Chuang stopped shooting at Abomination to avoid accidentally injuring Hulk next to him. Lu Chuang didn't think that Gatling could hurt Hulk, but he was worried that Hulk would misunderstand him as an enemy. Although Lu Chuang knows that Hulk has an IQ, it is not that high. After all, he is not Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and he does not have the capital to attract Hulk. If he contacts Hulk rashly, he will be beaten like a foolish Thor. And, down below, there's a dull sound that makes the scalp tingle. The so-called punching the master to death. Now Hulk is trying to kill the master who hates him. Just imagine how terrifying it would be if the starting punch of 100 tons exploded. Even if Hulk didn't know any fighting skills, he would be able to hammer Abomination to the point where he couldn't even stand up with brute force and couldn't use his fighting skills. However, Hulk doesn't know fighting skills, but Lu Chuang knows fighting skills. Lu Chuang looked left and right and found the helicopter's broadcasting device in the cockpit and shouted at the Hulk below, "Hulk, don't fight anymore. You can't beat Deadman like this. Try to cut him down 3 ways. Go to his kick it hard from below. Yes, it is the place that is more bald than the head. Even if you don't have it, you can kick it." Lu Chuang's voice was broadcast through the helicopter, resounding through the entire Street 5.8, not only reaching Hulk's ears, even the hatred could be heard. Hate and gnash your teeth. What does it mean to be balder than your head? Although the hatred has mutated, it is still a man in essence. How can any man stand such an insult? Just when the Abomination was about to scold Lu Chuang angrily, it caught a glimpse of Hulk sitting on top of itself, and suddenly made an expression of evil smile towards itself. Hulk smash! Hulk spit out a few words like a baby learning to speak, and then raised his fist to aim at the target. Suddenly fall. Precise chicken. Ah! The picture was uploaded. Facts have proved that no matter whether the chicken and the egg exist or not, there are still the most painful spots for men. Not to mention Hulk, an idiot who can't understand human language. Lu Chuang clearly said he wanted a kick, but in the end he was so clever that he had to hit him with his fist. With more than 100 tons of power concentrated at one point, the originally bare place of Abomination was directly hammered into a depression, and the mournful sound of Abomination could be heard several streets away. Even Lu Chuang couldn't bear to look directly at it. This is all right. I don't think it will pass the trial without coding. The vitality of the Abomination is extremely tenacious. After suffering such painful torture, he still has the ability to resist, struggling frantically under the Hulk. Seeing that the hatred is so strong, Lu Chuang directed Hulk even harder and gave Hulk all his best skills. For example, what do you say about flirting, inserting eyes, locking throat, and snapping fingers, and Black Tiger digging out one's heart? General Ross stroked his beard, secretly thankful in his heart. Thanks to Chuang not using these obscene tricks on him and the soldiers just now. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the same fate as Abomination. However, for Hulk with limited intelligence, this simple move is easier to understand. Although Hulk didn't know what the effects of these moves were, seeing how painful the Abomination was, Hulk also knew that these moves could help him defeat the enemy. So he was as excited as a child who just got a new toy and followed Chuang's instructions to deal with the Abomination, frequently resorted to dirty tricks, but it seemed a bit rusty. Even so, the Abomination was overwhelmed by the shady tricks on his face. Seeing that Hulk's bloody mouth opened suddenly, and he was about to use the move of biting his ear, Hate hurriedly raised his waist and pushed Hulk away from him, dragging his scarred body, rolling and crawling to get away from the spot. How could Chuang agree, and immediately set up Gatling to shoot at the Abomination? The bullets all hit the depression below the Abomination, causing little damage, but extremely insulting. Hate and rage, he stared up at the helicopter. As a result, as soon as it raised its head, the pilot immediately skillfully controlled the helicopter to pull away from the altitude, without needing Chuang's reminder. The hatred is so aggrieved that I want to vomit blood. This damn guy is really endless. Ignoring Chuang, an annoying fly, seeing Hulk getting up from the ground in disgust, he roared and went straight to meet him. Boom! The two monsters collided again, and the two pairs of arms, which were thicker than ordinary people's waists, were clenched tightly as if wrestling. With the sound of cracking, the ground under the feet of the two monsters was trampled to pieces, densely packed with cracks. Spread in all directions. The two sides stood in a stalemate for a few seconds. A stern look flashed across their eyes of hatred, and their arms suddenly exerted force, pulling Hulk directly in front of them, twisting their waist and lifting their knees suddenly, and their thick knees slammed into Hulk's abdomen hard. As Hulk buckled in pain, Hate followed up with a left hook that knocked Hulk to the ground. Before Hulk could stand up, Hate raised one foot after another and kicked Hulk's head heavily, stomping Hulk's head directly into the ground, as if venting the anger in his heart. Hulk, you are not mine. Opponent, obediently die to me. Seeing the hatred gaining the upper hand again, Chuang couldn't help but shook his head. He was not surprised by this result. Before that, Hulk's fighting skills can be said to be basically zero. Regardless of the fact that Hulk has been hunted down by General Ross for 8 years, in fact, Hulk has accumulated very little combat experience. After all, Hulk can easily crush ordinary people with only brute force and no combat skills at all. Therefore, when Hulk faces opponents of the same rank as himself, especially experienced fighters like Abomination, Hulk's inexperienced weakness will be exposed. He has brute force but cannot use it. He was even punched by Thanos with a combination of punches and shut himself up on the spot. Although one force can reduce 10 times, Hulk's current strength is obviously not to the point of completely crushing the Abomination. Chuang knew that the angrier the Hulk, the stronger his physique, but according to the current situation, the antidote injected by Bruce Banner may still remain in Hulk's body, so that the perverted physique was suppressed by the drug effect. Chuang suddenly thought of something, squinted his eyes, and looked at Hulk, who was being beaten violently. Only he saw that there was a white shadow floating on Hulk's body, and it could be vaguely seen that it was Bruce Banner. After this period of research and training, Chuang has slightly controlled the use of mana 483. Since he often sees that human souls bring various inconveniences to daily life, Chuang tries to control mana and see himself as the soul his ability was blocked, but he succeeded. Definitely, Chuang did not give up this ability. As long as he condensed mana in his eyes, he could see the human soul again. And now the shadow on Hulk is the soul of Bruce Banner. Seeing the soul of Bruce Banner, Chuang suddenly had an idea. That antidote should be regarded as poison. Why don't you try it? Seeing that Hulk was suppressed by the hatred, Chuang was very decisive. Try it and try it. Under the surprised eyes of General Ross and Betty, Chuang dropped the Gatling in his hand and jumped off the helicopter just like Bruce Banner. In midair, Chuang took out a gun from his pocket, shot a rope towards the helicopter, and hung it on the helicopter precisely. Ignoring the strong inertia, Chuang swung the rope and jumped to the roof of a building below, and his figure was quickly hidden in the darkness. The military helicopter was hovering high in the sky. The propellers were buzzing, and the searchlights were projected straight onto the streets of Broadway, reflecting two huge figures who were fighting. To be precise, it was Hate who slapped the Hulk one-sidedly. On the street, Hulk kicked hard on the ground with abominable feet, and a loud, drum-like sound made one's scalp tingle. Boom! After kicking several times, Hate raised his foot and kicked hard at Hulk's face. Hulk was kicked out by huge amounts of power, and his body weighing half a ton hit the ground heavily, like a ball full of elasticity, rolling constantly on the ground, leaving broken potholes one after another, and finally hit the ground. The outer wall of a building barely stopped. Fortunately, the surrounding crowd had been evacuated by the police in time. Otherwise, the aftermath of the battle between the two monsters would inevitably lead to countless casualties. The gravel fell from his body, and Hulk spat out broken teeth mixed with blood foam, shaking his dizzy head, and staggered to his feet. But the Abomination didn't intend to let Hulk go, and rushed in front of Hulk in the blink of an eye. With a violent roar, his fist slammed fiercely towards Hulk's cheeks. Hulk staggered and received more than a dozen punches, and then started to fight back with a roar, but the strength is obviously much weaker than the beginning. The face of hatred was full of disdain, and the stinky saliva shot everywhere. "You are not worthy of having this power. Only I am qualified to have this power." After saying that, Hate raised his right hand, exposing the sharp bones at the elbow, and plunged into Hulk's chest suddenly. Blood splattered, Hulk roared in pain, resisting the Abomination with both hands. The corners of Hate's mouth curled up cruelly, and his arms stretched out almost in human muscles. Under its force, the sharp bones slowly inserted into Hulk's heart. Just when Hate was about to pierce Hulk's heart, a rocket bomb with a long tail flame. It exploded between the two monsters. Boom! The force of the explosion forced the Abomination and Hulk apart. The Hulk crashed into the building, and the Abomination was on the street. Hate looked up and looked around angrily, and soon found the third person who interrupted its fight with Hulk, a man in military uniform, standing more than 10 meters away with a bazooka on his shoulders. Hate recognizes this guy, the soldier who has been shooting and harassing him from the helicopter. "Annoying fly, it's you again." Seeing Chuang's appearance, the eyes of hatred turned red. The ground under his feet shattered instantly. His huge body suddenly rose from the ground and fell towards Chuang's position like a meteorite, as if smashing Chuang into pieces. Damn it, heavenly vengeance. Chuang didn't expect that the hatred towards him would be so deep that even Hulk, his opponent, would be ignored, and he would attack him so decisively. The roar of fury swept over. Chuang didn't care about other things. He quickly threw away the bazooka he picked up from the dead soldier and started the bullet time directly. Under the blessing of adrenaline, Chuang's physical fitness suddenly increased, and he moved away from the original place at an extremely fast speed. Boom! However, the asphalt road where Chuang was originally standing collapsed in an instant, and there was a heart-shattering, crackling sound, and the splashed gravel slashed across Chuang's face and scratched him painfully. Facing the Abomination at such a close range, Chuang has personally experienced how terrifying this monster is. Even though he has the regenerative healing factor, if he is punched by the Abomination casually, it may take a while for his body to come back together. Seeing Chuang dodging his own attack, Abomination was a little surprised. But the Abomination didn't think much. Now it just wants to crush the fly's bones. Bang! 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 After avoiding the attack of the Abomination, Chuang immediately counterattacked with 2 extra modified pistols in his hands and pulled the triggers continuously at the Abomination. Useless resistance. The loathing grinned, and with experience, it decisively raised its hand to block in front of it. However, Abomination didn't expect that the bullet that was originally aimed at the palm would suddenly draw arcs in mid-air, bypassing its palm and shooting into its eyes with incomparable accuracy. The next moment, the bullet exploded suddenly. Damn! Roaring furiously, disregarding the pain in his eyes, he raised his fist and smashed the landing sword with a strong wind. Chuang dodged the attack nimbly, slipped a shovel from Abomination's crotch, drew his gun, and fired several shots at the bear place, pretending to be surprised and shouting, "Oh, forget that you don't have Gigi!" Roar! The hatred was furious. Chuang's behavior was undoubtedly adding salt to its scars. He raised his foot to trample Chuang to death, but Chuang slipped like a loach. He rolled to avoid the sole of the hatred's feet, ignoring the fact that he was temporarily caught blinding Abomination. Chuang quickly ran to where Hulk was. Soon, Chuang found Hulk in the dusty ruins. Seeing Hulk lying on the ground, gasping for breath and struggling to get up, Chuang was very relieved, as long as he wasn't beaten into autism by the hatred. Chuang jumped into the ruins. Knowing Hulk's temper, he didn't approach rashly and shouted from a distance, "Hulk, my own, I'm here to help you. To tell you the truth, I also hate having 7 Doctors Bruce Banner of the degree. Let us scumbags can't live." The password is correct. Bruce Banner doesn't like Hulk, and Hulk doesn't like Bruce Banner. What Hulk hates the most is that someone calls it Bruce Banner. So Chuang's words immediately won Hulk's favor. And it also recognized that Chuang was the human who taught him a unique skill, so it just yelled at Chuang and said didn't make any aggressive moves. Seeing this, Chuang finally felt relieved, jumped into the ruins, and stretched out his hand to Hulk desperately. The sun is about to set. Seeing Chuang's movements, Hulk was a little confused, so he let Chuang's hand touch his shoulder. The moment he touched Hulk, good jow, Chuang immediately controlled mana to pour into Hulk's body. Purify. Chuang's mana has the ability to remove toxins, so Chuang named it Purification. Just like the skills in League of Legends, it can remove the negative state of the body. Under Chuang's gaze, the mana quickly rushed into Hulk's body, broke through the body, and rushed to the deeper soul area until it reached Bruce Banner's soul. Seeing that the black spots on Bruce Banner's soul had disappeared, Chuang knew that his mana was indeed effective. Chuang smiled. "Hulk, you have been strengthened soon, dust." Before he finished speaking, Chuang suddenly found that the Hulk in front of him began to shrink, and the green color on his body also faded. A few seconds later, Hulk turned back into Bruce Banner. In the ruins, Bruce Banner grabbed his purple underpants, which were completely oversized, and looked around in a daze. "Where am I? What am I going to do?" Chuang was also stunned. He didn't expect that Hulk would suddenly go offline and change back to the Trumpet Bruce Banner. Does Purification also have the effect of forcing offline? Before he had time to think about the reason, Chuang took out his revolver, stuffed 5 bullets into the chamber of the revolver, and pointed the muzzle at Bruce Banner's forehead. "Time is running out. Let's have something more exciting this time. Bruce Banner, if you want to kill me, just say so." Boom! When Chuang was about to shoot, he suddenly heard a loud noise from behind. Looking back, Chuang saw the hill-like body of hatred standing behind him, with dark green pupils staring at him, exuding a strong tyrannical aura, as if he had crawled out of hell. Ghosts are about to choose people and devour them. Chuang swallowed. "Don't stare at me like that, it's weird. Bug, I'm going to crush your bones." Hate's anger towards Chuang had reached its peak, and he raised his huge fist to smash at Chuang. Chuang is not a Hulk, so he dare not confront the Abomination head-on. He flew back without any hesitation, picked up Bruce Banner, who hadn't figured out the situation, and ran out crazily. Don't even think about leaving. With a roar of hatred, he followed up in a rampage. 463. In the face of that terrifying force, any obstacle was instantly destroyed, and the resulting shock caused the already dilapidated building to crumble. Chuang looked back and saw this scene, and immediately ran even harder, shouting while running, "Banner, quickly become a Hulk, or we will all be finished." Bruce Banner, "No, I have an antidote in me. There has to be enough stimulation. Your antidote has been cleared by me. Quickly change it for me. Hearing Lu Chuang's words, Bruce Banner was very surprised. How did Lu Chuang clear the antidote in his body? However, Bruce Banner also knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't think too much and tried to summon the Hulk again according to Lu Chuang's intention. Without the suppression of the antidote, it would not be difficult for Bruce Banner to summon the Hulk at all. Bruce Banner uses a special technique of yoga to control his anger and prepare to summon the Hulk. At this moment, Lu Chuang caught a glimpse of Shovel in the corner from the corner of his eye and immediately interrupted Bruce's transformation with a slap. Wait, don't transform for now. I suddenly thought of a good idea. Bruce Banner covered his face and listened to Lu Chuang's explanation in a daze. Afterwards, Bruce Banner had a complex expression. Is this possible? And I feel a little disgusting. Trust me, this is the fastest way to deal with that monster. Bruce Banner hesitated a bit. All right. The wall shattered and the Abomination rushed into where Lu Chuang was, a dead end. Soon, it spotted Lu Chuang standing in the distance holding a shovel. Bug, have you finally given up struggling? Seeing Lu Chuang stop, he clenched his fists in disgust, and there was a creaking sound of bones rubbing between the fists, and he walked towards Lu Chuang unhurriedly, intending to torture Lu Chuang and let Lu Chuang taste the pain before death. Desperation and pain. However, it doesn't notice that Bruce Banner is missing at the dead end. Lu Chuang said calmly, "No, I'm tired from running." Hate didn't care. Looking at Lu Chuang was like looking at a dying ant. As I said, I will crush your bones to pieces. Hate walked in front of Lu Chuang and looked down at Lu Chuang. From its point of view, Lu Chuang has no way out now. It's now. Lu Chuang saw the hatred approaching and then shouted. Before the hatred could react, he suddenly felt the ground under his feet break open. I saw Bruce Banner get out half of his body from the ground, his left arm curled up, his right arm raised high, and with precision and force, he aimed his fist at the soul gate below the Abomination. Hate's eyes widened, and his gluteal muscles tensed subconsciously. An indescribable sense of tearing came immediately. But it's not over yet. Bruce Banner suppressed the nausea from his right arm and shouted, "Hulk!" Bruce Banner's pupils instantly turned green, and his whole body was changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His body was rapidly expanding like an inflated balloon. His bones grew rapidly beyond the scope of biological understanding, and his limbs became thicker and thicker. And the slender right arm inserted into the body of the Abomination grew several times at once. How to say? Imagine that a chopstick is suddenly replaced by a mace, almost that feeling. Ah! The hatred let out a heart-piercing scream, and the sound seemed a bit sharp. Hulk, who just lay down and was woken up, was not happy at the time. "Why are you yelling so loudly?" "Roar!" Hulk roared. His right arm suddenly exerted force. He waved to pull up the Abomination, and then hit the ground heavily. Under the impact of the terrifying strange force, the ground suddenly spread to countless countries. It may be the reason why Bruce Banner penetrated too deeply. Hulk's arm could not be pulled out, so Hulk swung his gloves and smashed frantically left and right. Every blow made a dull sound, and the ground was like an earthquake, shaking violently. The scene was so beautiful that Lu Chuang didn't dare to watch it, for fear of having nightmares at night. Hate tried to resist, but its position with Hulk was too awkward. It was in a position where Hulk could easily hit it, but it was difficult for it to hit Hulk, so it could only passively accept Hulk's hammer. After Lu Chuang cleared the antidote, Hulk finally showed his true power. The right arm fell down constantly. Each impact could make the Abomination vomit blood, and the bones continued to make the sound of breaking under the weight. At first, the Abomination could howl a few times, but after being smashed dozens of times, the Abomination was almost gone movement, hanging on Hulk's left arm like mud. Seeing the limp Abomination, Hulk snorted and pulled out his sticky left arm forcefully. But it didn't intend to let go of the hatred. It raised its fist and wanted to hit the face of the hatred that had no resistance. Keep people under your fist. How could Lu Chuang let Hulk smash it down? If Hulk killed the Abomination, his mission would be in vain. After all, his mission was to kill the Abomination with his own hands. Without waiting for Hulk's response, Chuang directly went over with a cleanse. Large Hulk is offline. Trumpet Bruce Banner is back online. Chuang knew that Abomination had a strong recovery speed, so he didn't waste time explaining to Bruce Banner. Before the Abomination had no strength to resist, he took out all the ammunition on his body and threw them into the Abomination's mouth. Even the Soul Gate was no exception. Anyway, now the door of hatred is bigger than the mouth, and it can be filled with more. After finishing all this, Chuang closed his hated jaw, pulled Bruce Banner to hide in the corner. Boom! Hunting giant beast completed. Unlock condition. Personally kill the abominable Emil Bronsky, 1/1. Title obtained. Super high school level wrestler. Whether to unlock the title. Unlock. Unlock successfully. Title. Super high school level wrestler. Explanation. Warrior never will take off his mask. Characteristic. Mask blessing. Mask blessing. In the state of wearing a mask, the physical fitness is doubled. The moment he unlocked the super high school level wrestler, Chuang could feel obvious changes in his body. The most intuitive feeling is that the muscles of his whole body have become tighter and the weight of the shovel in his hand has become extremely light. Obviously, his strength has been greatly improved. Amplitude boost. Chuang swung his fist forward, and there was a roar of tearing, making no one doubt the astonishing power contained in it. This power. Chuang's eyes lit up. Although his physical fitness has been relatively improved when he unlocked other super high school level talents, those talents are far from being improved as significantly as wrestlers. Chuang is confident that even if he doesn't turn on the bullet time, with his current strength, he can fight Captain America 50-50. Bruce Banner looked at the location where the Abomination was, hesitatingly asked, "Is he dead?" The memories of Bruce Banner and Hulk are not connected to each other, so he doesn't know what happened when Hulk was online, but judging from the Abomination soul that is enough to hold the file size of his head, the battle scene at that time should be quite spicy for the eyes. Not being able to remember is not necessarily a bad thing. Dead. Our plan was successful. Chuang nodded. The achievements and tasks were completed, and the hatred was naturally dead. Chuang gave a thumbs up. Banner, congratulations, you have learned a god-level move. Once you use this move, whoever will fight for the front, I recommend you to use this move to deal with the enemy next time. There won't be a next time. Bruce Banner shook his head decisively. It just sucks to get your arm in there. If it weren't for solving the powerful enemy of hatred, he wouldn't do such a thing if he was killed. Chuang persuaded. Heroes are unyielding. Maybe you will encounter difficult enemies in the future, and you will be able to use this trick at that time. Bruce Banner disagrees with this. This method depends on the size. Except for the special case of Hulk and the Abomination, how can there be such a tall titan on the Earth? I have a question. Please tell me. How on earth did you transform me back from Hulk? Bruce Banner asked suddenly. He finally realized the problem through multiple transformations and looked at Chuang with fiery eyes. What was he injecting the antidote for? Just to get rid of Hulk and prevent Hulk from affecting his normal life. No one knows how bleak Bruce Banner has been these years. Every time he is stimulated, Hulk will wreak havoc. For this reason, Bruce Banner practiced yoga hard. Learn to control your emotions. Especially in the recent period, Bruce Banner finally found his girlfriend. Originally, he wanted to write a large article of a few thousand words, but in the end, he didn't get 100 words. Bruce Banner was too excited and wanted to calm down forcibly. After all, Bruce Banner doesn't want the main character to suddenly change after the trailer is over, and his head will be greener than Hulk's by then. However, his successful transformation shows that his antidote has no effect at all. Originally, Bruce Banner has completely given up and is going to fight with Hulk to the death. At worst, they will be single for a lifetime together. However, the appearance of Chuang gave Bruce Banner hope again. If he figured out how Chuang transformed himself back, then his 1,000-word essay would be back. Chuang's scalp tingled a little from Bruce Banner's fiery gaze. Could it be that this guy inserted his abhorrence? and then suddenly awakened some kind of special hobby? To be honest, Chuang doesn't know why purification can switch Bruce Banner to Hulk. Chuang thought for a while, whether it was Bruce Banner or Hulk. What he saw was the soul of Bruce Banner, and his mana could affect the soul level, so every purification would act on Bruce Banner to remove his all negative states. That is, the Hulk was removed as a negative status of Bruce Banner? Chuang thought it was very possible, but of course he couldn't tell Bruce Banner about this. He said solemnly, "This is my family's unique knowledge. It can cure most diseases, and it is also very helpful for patients like you." Hearing Chuang's words, Bruce Banner instantly felt that he was saved and said pleasantly, "Doctor, tell me, what kind of patient am I?" "Mentally ill," Chuang explained. "Listen, you and Hulk actually belong to two different personalities. Simply put, they are multiple personalities, so your memories are not interoperable, but you are essentially one person." Bruce Banner was taken aback for a moment. He was surprised by Chuang's words. In Bruce Banner's view, Hulk is a monster born out of a scientific accident, but this monster hides in his body and occupies his body, so Bruce Banner thinks that he is completely different from Hulk. Not at all you'll feel like you're the same person as the Hulk. It's impossible. Bruce Banner subconsciously denied. Nothing is impossible. Hulk also has wisdom. Maybe you can try to communicate. Chuang is not talking nonsense. From the perspective of Marvel, Hulk is indeed a split personality of Bruce Banner, which explains why is Bruce Banner's soul still in Hulk's body. Bruce Banner had weird eyes. How could he feel that Chuang knew Hulk better than him? But Bruce Banner doesn't want to discuss this right now and asks, "So what's your cure?" Chuang shook his head. "This is a mental illness, and my family's unique knowledge can't cure it, but I have a secret medicine that can help you suppress Hulk." Asking for flowers, Bruce Banner realized that this might be Chuang's means to transform himself back, and excitedly said, "Can you give me a try of this secret medicine?" "Definitely." Chuang spread his palms towards Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner wondered, what's wrong?" "Give me the money. The secret medicine doesn't cost money." Chuang said definitely. Bruce Banner scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he was not familiar with Chuang, and it was a bit too much to take the other party's things for nothing, and the fee was very reasonable. "Then how much do you want?" "Market price, 10 million USD. 200,000 USD. Bruce Banner's eyes widened. "This is too much. I don't have that much money." Chuang pouted. These mutated superheroes are really poorer than each other. Technological heroes like Tony Stark are rare. Looking at Bruce Banner's whole body with only a pair of big underpants left, Chuang said with disgust, "Okay, for the sake of helping me, I'll give you a bottle, but I didn't bring it with me. Go to Tion, I'll give it to you later." Hearing Chuang's words, Bruce Banner turned sadness into joy. "Really? Thank you so much." Tat tat tat. Chuang and Bruce Banner were about to leave when they heard the sound of propellers in the sky. Immediately afterwards, several glaring rays of light penetrated through the holes in the wall and shone into the dilapidated building. Since Chuang and Bruce Banner hid in the corner, the searchlights did not find them, but the corpse of the Abomination was completely exposed under the light. Chuang's ears moved slightly, and he could hear a sound of neat footsteps coming from a distance, getting closer to their position. "Ross' support force is here, and his army has surrounded here, ready to take us down," Chuang said. Bruce Banner frowned slightly. He believed Chuang's words. No one knew General Ross better than him. Based on Bruce Banner's understanding of General Ross, this cold-blooded old man would definitely turn his back on him. "Wait, you mean us?" Bruce Banner asked suspiciously. "Aren't you one of Ross's soldiers?" Because of Chuang's camouflage, Bruce Banner always thought that Chuang was a soldier of General Ross. "Yes, but Ross and I had a little conflict just now." Chuang looked worried. "What contradiction?" Chuang waved his hand. "It's nothing, it's just that I wanted his leadership, but he didn't want to, so I beat him and his soldiers. You said I'll go back and apologize to him now. Will he forgive me?" Bruce Banner. "I think I'll lock you up forever." New York, Broadway. The Army support troops have arrived at the scene, quickly blocked the entire street, and deployed armed forces on the street. Following Ross's order, A large number of well-equipped soldiers rushed directly into the ruins of the building and headed for the target location. After a while, they came to a dead end in the ruins of the building. In the ruins piled up with rubble and rubble, there was a huge corpse of a monster lying horizontally. The smell of burnt flesh and blood rushed to his face, and his body was covered with shocking scars, especially a certain part was riddled with holes. Horrible. Even the soldiers with strong psychological qualities couldn't help shaking their bodies, secretly sighing that they had a good time. After confirming that the Abomination was completely dead, 233, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed to search for the ruins. Soon, the soldiers made new discoveries and immediately reported to General Ross. Not long after, General Ross stepped into the ruins. He glanced at the dead Abomination, and his face became extremely uncomfortable. Then, led by the soldiers, he came to the corner of the ruins. General Ross looked down and saw a hole in the ground just enough to accommodate an adult file size, leading to the depths of the ground. Sir, judging from the traces, this tunnel was formed not long ago, and the target should have dug the tunnel and escaped. Hearing the soldier's words, General Ross' face paled. How much time has passed? And they were able to dig out a tunnel to escape. This must be the mole becoming a spirit. Search the surrounding area. They must be found. At the same time, Chuang and Bruce Banner crawled out of the ground, ignoring the bewildered expressions of passers-by, and ran directly into an alley covered in dust. After successfully getting rid of the army's pursuit, Banner let out a long sigh of relief. Although with the existence of Hulk, he doesn't need to worry about the army being able to capture him at all. But Bruce Banner doesn't want to see more people die because of Hulk today is already messy enough. Chuang threw away the broken shovel in his hand. A shovel of this quality was too difficult to dig, and it broke halfway through the dig. Fortunately, he had just obtained the talent of a super high school wrestler, and his strength was greatly improved. This broken shovel was dug out abruptly. If you have a chance in the future, just change to a better quality shovel. Chuang thought so in his heart. He felt that the trick of digging holes was very useful, and it might be useful when escaping in the future. At this time, Chuang walked to a corner as if searching for something, and then threw a bottle of something to Bruce Banner. Take it. Bruce Banner took it subconsciously and found that it was a bottle of function drink, which looked like it was still drunk. What's this? The secret medicine you want, Chuang said. Bruce Banner was stunned. How this secret medicine was completely different from what he had imagined. Chuang explained. This packaging is used for camouflage. For such a rare secret medicine, it is definitely better to look as ordinary as possible so that it is not afraid of being stolen. In fact, Chuang snatched it from a passerby just now, and he had poured enough mana into it, saying it was a secret medicine, but it was actually the panacea he sold to Tony Stark and S.H.I.E.L.D. The universal potion with purifying effect can naturally suppress the Hulk in Banner's body. You're right. Bruce Banner nodded, putting away the bottle of secret medicine full of joy. As he said that, Chuang took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Bruce Banner, and said with a smile, "This is my card. If you want the secret medicine, you can contact me, but next time you have to pay." Chuang knew that Bruce Banner could not afford the money, but this did not prevent Chuang from developing Bruce Banner into a potential long-term customer. Now Chuang is not short of money at all. What he values more is Bruce Banner's ability. To be precise, it is Hulk's power to crush everything. In the future, if he encounters a difficult enemy like Abomination, he can seek the help of Bruce Banner. Let Hulk hammer the enemy back and forth first, and when the hammer is almost the same, he will force Hulk to go offline and finally make up again. Bruce Banner didn't know Chuang's evil idea. He took the card and was worrying about how to raise the money. If this secret medicine is really useful, whether it is bought for research or use, he will definitely continue to buy it from Chuang. By the way, what should I call you? Bruce Banner asked. Chuang thought for a while. You can call me Lou. Bruce Banner said embarrassingly. Lou, I want to trouble you with one thing. Can you help me buy clothes and pants? It's inconvenient for me to leave now. I'll return the money to you later. Hearing this, Chuang took a sized look at Bruce Banner. Only a pair of big purple underpants left on his whole body. It was a bit outrageous to walk out like this. Say it earlier, come with me. Under the suspicious eyes of Bruce Banner, Chuang did not leave the alley to look for the clothing store, but continued to walk deep into the alley. Lou, is there a clothing store here? Bruce Banner asked curiously. You don't understand this. Places like alleys can often spawn a kind of mobs. They have everything. If you lack money, clothes, or equipment, you can find them. The explosion rate is extremely high. Chuang walked into the depths of the alley, and, as expected, he soon saw a few punks dressed in sleek clothes. Seeing the appearance of Chuang and Bruce Banner, the little hooligans smiled maliciously, but just after taking 2 steps, they suddenly raised their hands in horror. Holding a gun, Chuang said to Bruce Banner, "Choose whatever you like. By the way, what are your requirements for underwear?" Bruce Banner, New York, Broadway. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff looked at the man escorted into the car by SHILD agent, then took out his mobile phone and dialed an encrypted call. "Sir, we have successfully captured Mr. Lon, Bruce Banner's contact person, whose real identity is Samuel Stern, a professor of cell biology at Gray State University, and we found a large number of them in his laboratory blood sample for Bruce Banner." While speaking, Natasha Romanoff looked at Samuel Stern's green head. However, he looks a little strange now. It seems that the wound was infected with Bruce Banner's blood. I don't know what the effect is at the moment. Destroy all the blood samples. Don't leave any samples for Ross. Remember to do it beautifully. And bring Samuel Stern back for interrogation. Nick Fury's voice came from the other end of the phone. Clear. As an old agent, Natasha Romanoff naturally understands what Nick Fury means. The existence of SHILD cannot be exposed in this matter, so Nick Fury will send her, a super agent, to take charge of this secret operation. Nick Fury asks, "How's it going with Bruce Banner?" Someone pretended to be a soldier of General Ross and escaped with Bruce Banner. Is it him? According to my analysis, that soldier is likely to be Black Mask. In the director's office, Nick Fury looked thoughtful after hearing Natasha Romanoff confirmation. Black Mask is the code name SHILD privately calls Chuang. When Phil Coulson met Chuang for the first time, he was wearing a black mask, so they codenamed Chuang as Black Mask, and some people suggested calling him Tony Stark because Chuang posted a Tony Stark's avatar, but Nick Fury directly rejected it due to copyright issues. For this elusive guy, Nick Fury has always had a lot of doubts. According to the information currently held by SHILD, Chuang belongs to the extremely dangerous category of people. Whether it's Chuang's fighting ability or the impeccable camouflage ability, they are far beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even SHILD's top car Black Widow is not as good as the opponent. As for the other party's purpose and true identity, they have no clue at all. No way. Every time Chuang came and went without a trace, they couldn't find any useful information at all. Nick Fury thought about it and gave up the idea of pursuing it. Anyway, Chuang has a deal with SHILD, and he will ask Phil Coulson to investigate it carefully. At this time, Natasha Romanoff said, "General Ross took the body of Emil Bronsky. Do you need to stop it?" Unnecessary. Nick Fury is a little gloating. He knows that General Ross must be feeling bad now. Because of his actions, 2 monsters appeared in the bustling area of Manhattan, directly destroying 2 entire blocks, and in the end Bruce Banner escaped from him. If this matter is not handled well, even if no matter how high his position is, he has to come out and apologize to the people of the whole country. It is estimated that General Ross is right now, and there is no need for Nick Fury to touch General Ross' brow at this time for the sake of a corpse that is only worth researching. Nick Fury tapped his fingers on the table and said in a deep voice, "Agent Romanoff, when you come back, make a detailed report and send it to me." And, after a few instructions, Nick Fury hung up the phone and began to draw up a budget appropriation agreement. The content is about this incident, emphasizing the power of Hulk and the Abomination, which leads to the need for SHILD to upgrade equipment to deal with similar incidents. Nick Fury can be said to be familiar with such things as writing budget appropriation agreements. He typed out tens of thousands of words in a long way and finally pointed to a theme. SHILD, lack of funds, send money. The next day, Chuang was at home, standing blankly in front of the mirror. What are you looking at? Lorna was very surprised. She watched Chuang standing there for almost 10 minutes. Is there any need to be so narcissistic? Chuang asked with a serious expression. Did you notice any difference in me today? Hearing this, Lorna looked at Chuang. Did you change your clothes? Chuang shook his head. No. You changed your hairstyle? Wrong. Did you cut your nails? Still wrong. Chuang looked at Lorna with contempt. Didn't you notice that I grew a centimeter taller? Who could have noticed this? You're about the same age as me, and it's normal to grow taller. Lorna was speechless. Just because of such a trivial matter, how much leisure do you have to stand in front of the mirror for so long? Haven't you noticed the key point? Chuang said a little excitedly. Now my height is 177, and if I grow by 1 centimeter, I will be 178, and I will reach 1.8 meters with 2 centimeters left. After breaking up with Bruce Banner yesterday, Chuang went home, took a shower, and lay on the bed. When awakening came, Chuang actually found that he had grown taller. Although the current age of Chuang is 18 years old, Chuang knows very well that he has stayed at this height for a long time before crossing. After careful analysis, Chuang finally came to the conclusion that it might be that the super high school level wrestler he just acquired had greatly improved his body, which by the way promoted his development. Upon discovering this, Chuang regained hope immediately, as if he saw that he was about to cross the abyss of 1.7 meters and step into the unprecedented height of 1.8 meters. You know, this is the dream of most boys. Who wouldn't want to hold their head up and say that they are 1.8 meters when introducing themselves? Lorna couldn't empathize with this and felt that Chuang was exaggerating. At this time, little Peter just came over from school. He asked curiously, Big brother, what are you doing? Seeing the arrival of little Peter, Chuang couldn't wait to ask, Little Peter, have you noticed any difference in me today? Little Peter looked at it for a while, and his eyes were horrified. You have grown a centimeter taller. That's right. I'm going to be 1.8 meters. Congratulations. Where? Lorna. Chuang was in a good mood when he found out that he had grown a second time. He clapped his hands and decided to go out and celebrate. Little Peter expressed dejectedly that he had to go home to have dinner with Aunt May and could not attend Chuang's celebration dinner. In the end, only Chuang and Lorna went out to celebrate. At night, Chuang and Lorna walked out of the house. When passing Broadway, Chuang saw many police cars parked on the street. Even after a day, people can still be heard discussing what happened last night on the side of the road. And with the passage of time, all kinds of gossip gradually spread in the street. Like what kind of man finds himself beaten by the Green Queen in the street? Chuang found that very few people discussed the issue of the army. It is estimated that the American government is operating behind the scenes, deliberately guiding the direction of the fishing boat, so that people's attention will be focused on Hulk and the Abomination, thereby reducing the military's role in this battle. Presence of the event. Chuang is no stranger to the daily operations of the American government. Chuang took Lorna to the corner of the Stockton neighborhood in Brooklyn. Is this the good place you said? Lorna looked at the bar in front of her, and her face suddenly turned black. At the entrance of the bar, there was a cartoon statue of a long-nosed, green-skinned witch, and the word "witch bar" was printed on the door next to it. How could Lorna not know this bar? Isn't this the bar where she hunted vampires with Chuang? It is because of them that this vampire bar has become a holy place for online celebrities to check in. Chuang nodded. That's right, this is one of the most popular internet celebrity stores, and the ratings on the internet are quite high. Don't tell me. Have you noticed that the statue looks a lot like you? Lorna gritted her teeth. This guy really can't open the pot. Go in and have a look. Chuang walked into the bar with arrogant steps. Lorna touched her dyed, long black hair, gritted her teeth, and walked in. Walking into the bar, Chuang found that the decoration style of the bar had obviously changed, with weird pumpkin lanterns and black bats hanging everywhere, just like Halloween. The bartenders are all hot girls. They uniformly put on the shape of witches wearing a necromancer hat, wearing a gothic black skirt and black stockings, and their legs are so high. Although Chuang didn't know who the person in charge of the bar was, the other party definitely had a thorough research on ISP. This can be seen from the men with straight eyes. Chuang shook his head and sighed. It's really going downhill. Lorna saw Chuang's eyes staring to the limit and said contemptuously, "Don't look at it. If you look at it again, your eyes will fall into the ditch." Chuang opened his eyes and said, "How can you smear people's innocence out of thin air like this? I'm looking to see if they're vampires, and I can't fall into the ditch. They have traces of padding to some extent. I hate false propaganda." Lorna. He also said that he hadn't looked at it, but he looked at it so carefully. After Chuang glanced around the bar, he looked away. There are no vampires at all. Damn it. Are those vampires really planning to open an online celebrity shop? Chuang thinks it's a little outrageous. Are all the vampires so closely following the trend? Chuang was a little disappointed that he couldn't see the vampire. He and Lorna walked to the bar and waved to the bartender. The bar came over and handed Chuang a wine list. "Sir, this is a new wine in our bar, and there are some snacks. You could take a look." Chuang glanced at the wine list. Lizard blood wine, dragon's urine, grilled gecko skin. Chuang and Lorna stared dumbfounded. "Is it such a heavy taste? What are these things?" Chuang asked, pointing to the wine list. The bartender explained, "These are the ingredients used by witches to make medicine. In fact, lizard blood wine is Bloody Mary, dragon's urine is beer, roasted gecko skin is..." "Okay, I see." Chuang stopped the bartender from reading. "Good guy. He really knows how to do business. Even the name fits the theme of the witch. Bring me the biggest whiskey." Chuang didn't bother to ask what the whiskey was made of. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to drink it after hearing it. "Bring me a cocktail." Lorna did the same, not even looking at the wine list. "Okay." After the bartender left, Lorna asked in a low voice, "I heard that you asked Ivan to investigate the X-Men matter. How is the investigation going now?" Lorna is still very interested in X-Men. In fact, she also wants to know if X-Men really exists. Wang Hao, Chuang did not choose to hide Lorna, and said nonchalantly, "Some clues have been investigated. For example, the leader of the X-Men has met Ivan." "What?" Lorna's face became complicated. "So, the X-Men are real?" Chuang nodded. "Yes, Male." "Then why don't they show up all the time? Isn't it saying that the district police is a mutant organization dedicated to the harmonious existence between humans and mutants?" Lorna asked. "X-Men disappeared for a reason, but the specific reason is still unclear. Even Ivan is not clear. I'm going to continue to investigate." Having said that, Chuang paused. He thought for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Have you heard of Brotherhood?" Brotherhood? What's that?" Lorna looked puzzled. She had never heard of the name. Chuang explained, "Brotherhood is similar to X-Men, and it is also a mutant organization, but this organization's behavior style is more radical and extreme. They advocate the supremacy of mutants and let mutants replace human beings as the masters of the earth. Simply put, it is a version of mutants. Terrorist organization." After listening to Chuang's words, Lorna frowned slightly. She felt that the nature of Brotherhood was too extreme. Even though mutants are being unfairly treated in society today, Lorna has not chosen to be hostile to all human beings. She knows that no matter whether it's human beings or mutants, there are good people and bad people in them. Besides, her aunt is also an ordinary human being, so Lorna naturally wouldn't think so extreme. What Lorna hates are those humans who persecute mutant, as well as the disgusting Mutant Act. "But I've never heard of this organization," Lorna said. "It's normal that you haven't heard of 760. After all, X-Men and Brotherhood are both mutant organizations of the same era. How could a young mutant like you know about it?" Chuang said with the tone of someone who had experienced it, which made Lorna speechless. "As if you've seen it with your own eyes." What Lorna didn't know was that Chuang had indeed seen it with his own eyes, but only in a movie. But this does not affect Lu Chuang pretend. Seeing Lorna's hesitant expression, Lu Chuang laughed and said, "As you may have guessed, X-Men and Brotherhood are two completely different natures. One is dedicated to the peaceful coexistence of mutants and humans, and the other is dedicated to overthrowing humans. Dominion, the two will inevitably conflict. The fact is the same. Every time Brotherhood jumps out to do something, the X-Men will come forward to stop it, making Brotherhood's conspiracy fail again and again. Every time, Lorna gets to the point, which means Brotherhood has messed up more than once. Doesn't the American government ignore them? Lorna can't believe it. In her opinion, it is impossible for the American government to endure two groups of mutants fighting on their territory all day long. Lu Chuang chuckled. They don't dare to care. Why? The reason is simple. Because the leader of the X-Men is bald. The leader of X-Men is called Professor X. He possesses the telepathy ability, which allows him to read and modify other people's memories. The minds of all the people in the world. Lu Chuang pointed to his temple. At that time, he only needed one thought to kill most people on the Earth. This, Lorna gasps, for contributing to global warming. This ability is too scary. Now Lorna finally knows why Lu Chuang said that the American government does not dare to control it, and also knows why Professor X was able to establish a mutant academy on the American site. Thinking of this, Lorna said, the leader of Brotherhood must also be very strong, right? Since the leaders of the X-Men are so strong, as the deadly enemy of the X-Men, the leader of Brotherhood must not be far behind. Lu Chuang nodded. That's right. Lorna couldn't help asking, "What's the leader's name?" Lu Chuang stared at Lorna and said without any hesitation, "His name is Magneto." Lorna frowned. For some reason, when she heard the name, something moved in her heart. Before she could think about the reason, she heard Lu Chuang say, "Magneto and Professor X used to be good friends, but their ideas were different, so the two finally parted ways. Magneto, you can tell by the name, his ability, its controlling magnetic field. Any metal is a toy in front of him. Well, it's exactly the same as your ability." "Same as my ability?" Lorna was stunned and hadn't reacted yet. Lu Chuang asked, "Do you know who your biological father is?" Lorna finally reacted. Her eyes gradually became complicated. Having said all of this, Lorna couldn't understand what Lu Chuang meant. "You mean, he's mine? He's related to me?" Lorna changed her words in the middle of speaking. She couldn't say that word. It was too unfamiliar to her. Lorna knew that she was an orphan and was taken in by her adoptive parents when she was a baby. But before she could form any memory, her adoptive parents passed away one after another, and her aunt only knew that her adoptive parents picked her up somewhere. About nothing is known about other things, let alone news about her biological parents. Lu Chuang nodded. "Yes, that's why Ivan invited you to join the Mutant Underground organization. I think you have a right to know about it." Lu Chuang had no intention of hiding Lorna. Took this opportunity to tell Lorna about her real-life experience. Lorna was silent. It was so sudden that she couldn't accept it for a while. It's not that Lorna didn't think about finding her biological parents before. At least she wanted to know why they abandoned her. But Lorna didn't have any clues at all, and as time went by, she gradually forgot about it. However, Lorna did not expect that there would be clues about his biological father at this time, and he was still related to the leader of Brotherhood. Lu Chuang didn't bother Lorna and waited patiently. When the bartender brought the wine, Lorna finally responded. She slowly raised her head. "What's his name?" "Eric Lyncher, but I don't know if the name is real or not." The information Lu Chuang knows comes from the movie, so he is not sure whether the reality is different from the movie. Lu Chuang observed Lorna's expression. Unexpectedly, Lorna behaved abnormally calmly. It seems that her acceptance ability is quite strong. "Where's Magneto now?" Lorna swirled the cocktail and asked the question she wanted to know the most right now. Lu Chuang hesitated for a moment. He was wondering whether to tell Lorna the truth. But at the end of the story, Lu Chuang had no choice but to tell the truth. "I heard from Ivan that Magneto disappeared long ago, just like X-Men disbanded together with Brotherhood." "Disappeared?" Lorna muttered to herself, not knowing what she was thinking. Lu Chuang scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he was the one who told Lorna that Magneto was his biological father. And now he told the other party that this biological father might be gone. Even Chuang felt embarrassed because of his thick skin. So he comforted, "Don't worry, it's just disappearing. It doesn't necessarily mean it's really gone." "I know." Lorna looked calm, with a flash of green light on his fingertips. "I was just thinking, if I have the chance to see him again, I must teach him a lesson." For this father who has never met, Lorna naturally does not have much affection, but it is inevitable that Lorna has a trace of resentment in her heart. No child can easily forgive the parents who abandon them. With Lorna's character, it is impossible for her to look for the father who abandoned her like ordinary girls and cry to him about how difficult it has been for her these years. Lorna has to solve it in her own way. That is to defeat Magneto, press his own father to the ground, and make him regret his decision to abandon him. Chuang sighed inwardly. As expected of a family member, this temperament is really well controlled. Although you look very pretty when you say this, let me remind you that Magneto could lift a large submarine and an entire stadium when he was young, and he could lift the entire Golden Gate Bridge on people's faces when he was old. Damn, it might be a little difficult for you to teach him a lesson. Chuang stretched out his thumb and index finger, making a gesture to draw a subtle gap. Yes, it's really powerful." Lorna's high-spirited look suddenly froze. "Is my real father so strong? Now she's very reluctant to even lift a truck, let alone lift the tens of thousands of tons of giants like the Golden Gate Bridge. It is simply impossible." Chuang patted his chest. "It's okay. Don't you still have me? Wait for me to help you find Magneto. Then we will teach him to be a good man together." Lorna understood what Chuang meant, and he would help him investigate the missing Magneto. I was a little moved in my heart. It is undeniable that no matter how much Lorna dislikes Magneto, she still wants to meet Magneto, her biological father, and ask him why he abandoned her in the first place. The corners of Lorna's mouth curled up slightly. "That's it." Chuang made a no-problem gesture. Then, the two began to discuss things about X-Men and Brotherhood. Leaving aside some undisclosed content, Chuang told all the information he knew, even revealed the plot of the first battle, and explained in detail the first encounter between Professor X and Magneto and the love and hatred behind it. As Magneto's daughter, Lorna listened to it with gusto and strongly criticized Professor X's serious behavior of letting go of water. Although she has such a powerful ability, she has repeatedly let Magneto go. This is a flood. Father is kind and daughter is filial. After Chuang's crazy spoiler, Lorna also has a new understanding of Mutant. Now she knows that Mutant can be so strong. Asking for flowers. There's a god who monitors thinking like Professor X, and he also has the tough power of a Steel King like Magneto. The two big mountains insisted on supporting the entire mutant group, and even the American government did not dare to act rashly. Putting it now, I simply dare not even think about it. Definitely, the main reason is that the current mutant is too weak, and it is difficult to find leaders like Professor X and Magneto. Think about John, the leader of the Mutant Underground organization. He only has a relatively hard body and strong perception ability. It doesn't mean that John is not worthy of being a leader. The problem is that it is difficult for him to be as independent as the two predecessors. 0. You must know that Professor X and Magneto can become the leaders of the two major mutant organizations, not only possessing strong personal charm and leadership ability, but more importantly, their strength. Otherwise, why should they lead a group of mutants who are also not weak? John can only lead the Mutant Underground organization to hide in Tibet for fear of being discovered by the Sentry Secret Service. As for Professor X and Magneto, one opened the Mutant Academy in America, and the other broadcast live in America to sabotage. Even Lorna, who has the same controlling magnetic field ability as Magneto, is far less powerful than Magneto. The current Lorna is like smashing a walnut with a nuclear bomb. She has a powerful ability, but doesn't know how to use it. After listening to Chuang's story, Lorna knew that the gap between herself and Magneto was indeed only 100 million points, but she also saw the upper limit of her ability. Lorna has decided that she will exercise her ability after returning home and try to raise the Golden Gate Bridge and smash Magneto in the face. When Chuang and Lorna were discussing how Professor X's hair fell out, Chuang suddenly smelled a familiar smell. The taste of blue cheese mixed with canned herring again. Chuang looked around thoughtfully, only to see a man with a rough face appearing at the door of the bar. This strange and unpleasant smell came from the other party. Only Chuang could see that the man's soul was like a mass of rotten flesh, exuding a thick black mist. Vampire. Chuang kept his eyes on the man as he walked into the depths of the bar, without showing any signs of expression. "I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back." Chuang spoke to Lorna, picked up the vodka, and followed. The man walked through the corridor and walked towards the restricted area of the bar. There was a sign at the door that prohibited entry and exit of unauthorized personnel. Chuang glanced at the security personnel standing at the door, not wanting to startle the enemy. So he quickened his pace immediately, pretending to be drunk, and then 060 bumped into the man inadvertently, spilling the vodka in his hand directly on the man. Before the man could get angry, Chuang immediately made a standard bowing posture. "Smee Masai." After finishing speaking, Chuang swaggered away, leaving behind a man with a livid face. Chuang didn't stay nearby, but went back to continue bragging with Lorna. At the same time, a sound came from the monitor in Chuang's ear. "Mr. Linda, you're here?" Mr. Linda, what's the matter with you?" "A damn drunk spilled wine on me. If Fife hadn't said that this bar can't continue to hunt to avoid being noticed by the outside world, I must have sucked all of that guy's blood." "There's still such a thing, Mr. Linda. Please tell that guy what he looks like, then I will send someone to arrest him and bring him to you after a while. I can't remember the Asian face, but I'm sure it was a neon person. Only they like to bow." Just now, Chuang secretly put a small monitor on the opponent. At the moment, Chuang could clearly hear the conversation on the man's side. "Let's not talk about that. How did you do what Quinn asked you to do?" "Already prepared." "Yes," Quinn said, "if it's done well, you'll be one of our greats." "Really? Thank you so much." Listening to the ecstatic voice coming from the monitor, Chuang took a sip of whiskey calmly. It's not hard to hear that this is a conversation between a vampire and a human. Knowing the identity of a vampire, a human dares to cooperate with a vampire who regards itself as food. I have to say that human beings are really a magical race. There are many people who deal with the devil. Although vampires have various flaws, vampires can live forever if they can't stand it. This alone is enough to make many people crazy. You know, why did Qin Shi Huang look for the longevity medicine? Isn't it because of longevity? Even the emperor can't resist the temptation of longevity, let alone these ordinary people. After talking about this, the two began to talk about the operation of the bar. The human seemed to be the person in charge of the bar. Blah Blah talked a lot and reported the recent turnover to the vampire. Not to mention, the turnover of this internet celebrity bar is really high. The specific reason seems to be because he and Lorna, because of the legend of witches circulating in the bar, attracted a large number of customers so that the traffic in the bar continued to increase, and a wave of business talents among the vampires operated, and the turnover of the bar soared. Moreover, Chuang also heard that the real reason why there are no vampires in the bar is because the legend of witches scared away the group of vampires. Chuang looked at Lorna in front of him, wondering if he should tell her how great her reputation in Jianghu was, to the point where vampires were frightened by it. Half an hour later, Chuang heard that the conversation on the monitor had ended and the man was about to leave. Chuang did not act in a hurry and said to Lorna, "If you want to defeat Magneto, there is actually another way." "Any solution?" "Think about it. Why isn't Magneto afraid of Professor X's ability?" Lorna's eyes brightened. "I understand. As long as I take away the helmet that can block the telepathy, he will not be able to resist the ability of Professor X." Chuang nodded with a smile. If other people want to take away Magneto's helmet, they must subdue Magneto first. But if it was Lorna, with her ability, she might be able to steal Magneto's helmet directly. Thinking of this, Lu Chuang couldn't help thinking. Professor X asked Ivan to invite Lorna. This bad old man must have had this idea, right? After 10 minutes, Lu Chuang and Lorna left the bar. Lu Chuang said he had something to do and gave Lorna the key to go home by herself. After Lorna left, Lu Chuang took out his mobile phone and called up his software. The map and the location of the monitor were displayed on the screen. Okay, time to work. Lu Chuang stopped a taxi casually and asked the driver to go to the location of the monitor. The position of the monitor is not very far from here. Lu Chuang handed USD to the driver and got out of the taxi. According to the screen display, Lu Chuang walked into a deep alley 3.1, but stopped soon and quickly hid in a dark corner. Then, a man and a woman passed by Lu Chuang, and he smelled blue cheese mixed with canned herring again. Lu Chuang narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could see that the woman's soul was also a mass of carrion, while the man was a normal soul. Obviously, this man is an ordinary human being. Lu Chuang sneaked behind him. The two didn't notice that there was a person behind them. They walked into the end of the alley and came to an iron gate. There was a burly man standing at the door. He glanced at the unsuspecting man and said with a strange smile, "Is this your man?" The corner of the woman's mouth curled up. "Yes. I'm her boyfriend." And she said, "There's a private party here that anyone can attend." The man asked. The burly man smiled strangely. "Yes, stretch out your hand." The man stretched out his hand for some unknown reason and saw that the burly man took out a seal and stamped a fluorescent pattern on the back of his hand, but he did not do the same to the woman. Afterwards, the burly man opened the iron door and let the two of them go in. Lu Chuang stood in the corner and overheard their conversation. He guessed that the man must have been fooled by a female vampire. There are two vampires outside, so what kind of serious party could there be inside? Lu Chuang looked at the location displayed on the phone, and sure enough, the vampire was inside. From this point of view, it is very likely that he has found the lair of vampires. Lu Chuang put away his mobile phone, and his whole body suddenly became blurred. In the blink of an eye, he changed into a white man in a black robe, walking straight towards the burly man. 13. The burly man quickly noticed Lu Chuang's appearance and intercepted Lu Chuang. "What's the matter?" Smelling the stench emanating from the other party, Lu Chuang put on a gentle smile. "Hello. I heard that there's a private party here. Anyone can attend, right?" Looking at Lu Chuang's attire, the burly man has weird eyes. Are all the priests these days so good at playing? As a vampire, the burly man doesn't have any feelings for this kind of clergy. After all, the real clergy are just a group of ordinary human beings. They don't have any special abilities. They don't exorcise demons by reciting the Bible like in movies. What's more, the Bible has no effect on their vampires. He could even drink so-called holy water while reading the Bible if he wanted to. The burly man didn't feel that Lu Chuang could bring him a threat, so he grinned and said, "That's right. Does the priest want to participate?" Lu Chuang nodded and said seriously, "I want to tell the ladies about our God and Savior." The burly man let out a hush in his heart, secretly going to the church to take juju pills. "Hand out." The burly man took out his seal. Lu Chuang reached out his hand cooperatively, allowing the burly man to mark the back of his hand. Immediately afterwards, the burly man pushed open the iron gate to let Lu Chuang throw away. Lu Chuang walked in without any scruples. The light here was very dim, with only a few light sources. After passing through the long corridor, Lu Chuang pushed open the deepest door. The frenzied music suddenly exploded in the ears. The dazzling colored lights flickered wildly, and in the very center of the space, there were countless figures shaking their restless bodies, and many tourists stuck together indulgently, performing various performances. A lens that needs coating. Nima, is this a cesspit explosion? Lu Chuang desperately covered his nose, but he could still smell the strong stench. In Lu Chuang's eyes, dozens of balls of rotten flesh were squirming crazily in front of him, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Lu Chuang felt that he would have to pass a sanity check any longer, so he quickly blocked his soul perception. "Good guy, it turns out that group of vampires have come here to have fun." Just glanced at it. At least 80% of them are vampires, and the rest are humans. Those humans didn't realize the danger at all, and didn't even notice that there was something wrong with the eyes around them, like wolves staring at the lambs that jumped in, swallowing their saliva, and even some female vampires took the initiative to stick to them, licking and licking them neck. This group of men is proud of their own charm, but they don't know that the eyes of the female vampire are so red that they are about to burst out. Damn, the more you lick, the more delicious it tastes. I really want to drink up their blood. Chuang, who just walked in, quickly attracted the attention of some vampires around him. Seeing the fluorescent light on the back of Chuang's hand, the eyes of the vampires instantly became greedy, and soon a blonde beauty came over and tapped Chuang's chest. "Oh, are you a priest?" "Yes, ma'am. Are you interested in learning about our God and Savior?" "God? What's there to talk about? Why don't we talk about some sensitive topics?" The blonde beauty licked her tongue, her expression full of provocation, as if hinting at Chuang. "Okay, so what do you think of America's new president?" "Blonde beauty? Shit president. Who wants to talk about such a sensitive topic?" The blonde beauty came over and whispered in Chuang's ear, "It's too noisy here. Let's go to a quieter place and chat slowly." Chuang thinks what she said makes sense. But after a few steps, they were stopped by a woman with red hair. She raised an eyebrow at Chuang and said seductively, "How about adding me? To tell you the truth, I am very interested in politics." The red-haired woman was not tall, so Chuang lowered his head and saw an abyss. Chuang was in awe. Definitely. The more people there are, the better. When a man next to him heard his words, his eyes lit up. "Then add me too. My dream is to be president." Chuang glanced at the other party. "Sorry, I hate the president." "Man." At this time, another woman with emerald green hair came. "Can I join in? My dream is to be president." Chuang blinked and took a step back, only to see the complete sphere. Chuang gasped and nodded vigorously. "Definitely, I like beautiful female presidents." The man looked dazed and just watched Chuang go to the bathroom, surrounded by red, gold, and green women. Pushing open the bathroom door, Chuang was roughly pushed against the wall by the 3 red, gold, and green women. "Father, do you want us to go up one by one, or together?" The red-haired woman stuck out her scarlet tongue, and her whole body directly stuck to Chuang's body. The 2 women next to her also entangled with each other, their eyes full of excitement. The human beings outside are not enough for all the vampires to allocate. It would be great if the 3 of them could enjoy one human being. "I can do it." Feeling the amazing elasticity from his chest, Chuang wondered if he should give up resisting. "Then let's go together." The 3 vampires in front of them couldn't bear it any longer. Their blood pupils gleamed fiercely, their mouths opened to reveal sharp fangs, and they roared and rushed towards Chuang. Their originally beautiful faces instantly became hideous. Chuang suddenly became dull. The moment they were about to touch him, Chuang suddenly raised his leg and kicked the red-haired vampire in front of him. The red-haired vampire felt an irresistible force spread throughout his body, and then flew back at an even faster speed. The whole person hit the wall. While the 2 vampires were stunned, Chuang stretched out his arms and clasped their faces with his palms. Immediately afterwards, a strong hand placed them face to face. Boom! The floor tiles shattered, and the heads of the 2 vampires were directly pressed into the ground by Chuang. There is no need to turn on bullet time, and now Chuang has the talent of a super high school wrestler, and his strength has long surpassed the scope of human beings. With the corresponding close fighting ability, even vampires cannot fight against it. After suffering such a heavy blow, the 2 vampires did not lose their resistance. The wounds on their heads were recovering rapidly. Normal attacks could not kill a vampire. Chuang was not surprised by this. Ignoring the weak resistance of the vampires, Chuang controlled mana to flow towards the 2 vampires along the palm of his hand. Like gasoline meeting flames. The moment the 2 vampires came into contact with mana, their bodies suddenly ignited, screaming heart-piercingly, and finally turned into ashes, leaving no clothes behind. The mana has increased. Sensing the change in mana in his body, Chuang turned his head to look at the only remaining red-haired vampire, and his smile gradually became kinder. Seeing the tragic deaths of her companions, the red-haired beauty said in horror, "No, don't come here." Chuang walked up to the red-haired beauty, patted her on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I just want to ask you what kind of party is going on here. Why are there only so many humans?" Looking at Chuang's hand on her shoulder, the red-haired beauty swallowed her saliva. "Blood party. Here is held every once in a while, and the humans who attend the party are just desserts." "Oh, you mean there's still dinner?" Under Chuang's threat, the red-haired beauty nodded in fear. "After the party officially starts, the organizer will pour fresh blood into everyone through the sprinkler, and then all vampires will be able to taste it. So that's the case. The original owner blesses you." In order to thank the red-haired beauty for her answer, Chuang gave the red-haired beauty a purification worth $200,000. "God fuck." The red-haired beauty screamed unwillingly, and then turned into ashes, adding a little mana to Chuang again. Chuang shook his head. "It's still too little. The mana that can be increased by killing a vampire is limited. If you want to greatly expand the mana, you must need more vampires." So, Chuang set his sights on the vampires outside. There are at least 80 vampires in this bar. This time, Chuang does not intend to let them go. He is going to kill them all at once, so as not to scare them all away like last time. Can't find it. However, it is difficult to keep so many vampires. Although Chuang is not afraid of these vampires, if he directly strikes, some vampires may escape. If these vampires are determined to escape, it is impossible for Chuang to keep them completely. It didn't fit into his plan to wipe it all out, unless there's a way to get rid of all the vampires in an instant. Chuang thought of what the red-haired beauty said, and a simple plan came to mind. The deafening music filled the bar. No one heard the movement of the restroom, and no one cared about a figure walking out of the restroom. On the dance floor, the vampires looked up at the sprinkler on their heads, with anticipation in their eyes. For them, the real party hasn't started yet. 10 minutes later, the music in the bar suddenly stopped, and the DJ said with a microphone, "Gentlemen and ladies, welcome to tonight's bloody party." Hearing this, the vampires all showed cruel smiles, and only a small number of humans cheered enthusiastically. In the darkness, DJ's eyes flashed red. "Today is a wonderful and short night, and I won't waste everyone's time. Before tasting delicious desserts, let's taste the main meal. Everyone, let's go crazy." As the music sounded again, the sprinklers started to activate, and countless drops of water fell on everyone. Everyone got excited, kept beating with the intense rhythm, and let the water droplets wet themselves. But soon, some people found something was wrong. "Wait, is this blood?" Mixed among the vampires, human beings noticed that the liquid in their hands was not water drops. It was clearly scarlet blood. They raised their heads in bewilderment, only to find that everyone around them was staring at them, strange and oozing. People. At this moment, the vampires couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately tore off the disguise on the surface. Their fangs popped out one after another, and they drank blood wantonly. Seeing such a terrifying scene, these humans finally realized their situation, but it was too late for them to escape. The surrounding vampires surrounded them, watching them stabbing with teasing smiles. It's finally time for dessert. A vampire covered in blood grinned grinningly, reaching out to grab the human in front of him. The power of vampires far exceeds that of normal humans, and ordinary humans are no match for them at all. This vampire easily grabbed an adult male and opened its mouth wide to bite the opponent's neck. Suddenly, his face changed suddenly, and he said in disbelief, "There is poison in it." As soon as he finished speaking, under the gaze of everyone, his whole body suddenly ignited spontaneously, turning into a mass of ashes in the blood. The sudden change stunned all the vampires who lashed out at each other. Before they came back to their senses, they heard a few screams from around them. Those vampires who drank the blood into their stomachs began to turn into ashes and dissipate in place one by one. A shudder. Blood is really poisonous. Stop it, stop drinking. Seeing the miserable situation of the same kind, the vampires suddenly panicked. The original delicacy instantly turned into a deadly poison, and the vampires continued to drink it into their stomachs. The vampires all shut their mouths tightly, thinking that it would be safe, but they suddenly felt a sharp burning pain from their bodies, and the blood sprinkled on them was like sulfuric acid, and they squeaked when they touched their bodies. There was a sound, and the flesh and blood melted rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Run! If you don't run, you will die. All the vampires went crazy, regardless of the humans who were sent to their mouths, screaming and running away in all directions, try to stay away from this death zone. But the area covered by the blood was too large. Before they could take a few steps, the sprinkler poured blood all over their bodies. Their bodies gradually melted from flesh to bones, and finally they died in pain. No matter how the vampires struggle, they can't resist the erosion of these blood, and human beings live in peace. What was supposed to be a bloody party in a human slaughterhouse suddenly turned into a slaughterhouse for vampires. Until the sprinklers stopped working, the vampire was no longer seen in the bar. The crowded space suddenly became open, leaving only a dozen or so humans standing in place. Surviving the catastrophe, they looked at each other, only to remember that the bar is the lair of vampires, and they fled this place of right and wrong one by one. Then, a figure appeared on the dance floor. It was Chuang who had left the bathroom. Feeling the skyrocketing mana in his body, Chuang grinned, his heart bursting with joy. After getting rid of those vampires, Chuang disguised himself as one of the vampires and found the water reservoir of the bar, and found that there was blood in it. So he directly poured a lot of mana into it, and after his transformation, the blood became a pair of vampires. Holy water with lethal damage. After killing dozens of vampires at once, the mana in Chuang's body instantly increased by more than half. The door of the box at the moment bar was pushed open suddenly, and a dozen figures came out. Among them was Linda, whom Chuang had met in the internet celebrity bar. The headed rough man looked at the empty dance floor in astonishment. Where did everyone go? What happened here? At this time, DJ climbed out of the DJ booth tremblingly. Fortunately, his position was not covered by blood, so he escaped successfully. Quinn, there is something wrong with the blood. All the vampires I encountered died. What? Quinn's eyes widened, and the picture in front of him forced him to believe this fact. Quinn felt something was wrong. Suddenly looked at Chuang standing in the middle of the dance floor and asked, "Why didn't you die?" He recognized the identity of the vampire that Chuang had disguised. All the vampires on the dance floor were dead, but Chuang stood out on the dance floor unharmed. Didn't it mean that all the vampires who touched blood died? There's still vampires? Chuang didn't expect this. He thought for a few seconds. I want to die later. Quinn. God damn it, die later. Looks like I'm late. Is the party over? A deep voice came, interrupting their conversation. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice, but did not see any figure. Who? Who is talking? Come out if you have the guts. Kuan-in shouted. I'm right in front of you. With the sound of footsteps, a figure stepped out of the dark shadows and came under the light. Only then did they realize that the other party was a strong black man in a black windbreaker, black sunglasses, and a shotgun. Everyone cursed inwardly. Who would be able to see wearing such black at night? But soon, a vampire recognized the other party's identity and shouted, He is Daywalker, Blade. Daywalker. The faces of the vampires changed drastically, as if they had seen a ghost. Chuang is also familiar with this name. It seems to be the title of the Marvel character Blade Warrior. He remembered that the other party was a famous vampire hunter, half human and half vampire, not only possessed the powerful physique of vampires, but also eliminated the weaknesses of vampires. The sunlight that was fatal to other vampires had no effect on him. So he became the vampires are afraid of Daywalker. Damn, Daywalker, you did it. Seeing the appearance of the Blade Fighters, Kuan-in definitely thought that the Blade Fighters had tampered with the blood. The newly arrived Blade soldier naturally didn't know what he was talking about, so he didn't ask. Instead, he grinned and showed his white teeth. A new party is about to begin. Then, without any hesitation, he raised the muzzle of his gun and pulled the trigger at a vampire. Boom! This unlucky vampire was directly blasted into ashes. Obviously, the weapons of the Blade Fighters have been specially modified to have a very significant effect on vampires. Without giving the vampire time to react, the Blade Warrior raised his gun and killed another vampire. The vampires were all jealous, and so was Chuang.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.